a record sale when you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. I'm going to wait for the first comment to pop up, which should be from Craig Sweden. If it's not, I will be absolutely shocked. Whenever his comment comes in, I'm going to officially lay down this record and start begging you to share the feed. We've got autographs tonight. We've got stuff. And, oh, Eddie McKenna beat out Craig. Congratulations. You just won a free car. Free Corvette. It is on its way. Eddie McKenna, congratulations. Wow. That's big time. Alrighty, let's go ahead and see what's going on. Let me pull up all of this stuff on my phone. I'm supposed to like and share. Now, first thing I need you to do if you're on Facebook is to hit the like button. That is one of the most important things you can do. I already see 7 likes and 1 share. Last night we got over 100, and that was one of the big reasons we had 250 people watching last night, because everybody hit the thumbs up before me. So that's only, I even hit the thumbs up button. So that's one of the most important things you can do tonight for us is hit the thumbs up button on Facebook. I'll explain YouTube in just a second. It's pretty much the same instructions though. Autographs and on sale new vinyl. All right. Here we go. So let me share it here. Let me share it over here. And, but yes, please hit the thumbs up button. Just jumped up to 26 likes. I'm liking that. So let's try to get over 100 again. That really helps us out. And I'll probably, hopefully, remind myself to say that again later. But I've been making on-sale flip crates. I'm probably going to show some other stuff here in a minute. But, man, we've got a lot of stuff to go through all of a sudden. So let me hit paste here. There's the link to that. And tonight, let me share the link here. Oh, I forgot about that other flip crate. We'll have to tag that after the sale. But there's that. And let me hit a link here. Okay, so now let me go over here. Let me hit Collectco. Let me hit Pages. Now let's go to the Collectco page. I'm going to get it shared over here at everywhere else. And let's see here. Here's the ad for tonight. Live now. I think I boosted this ad incorrectly. Live now. I gotta make sure. I gotta start doing it on the desktop again. Okay, sorry I'm talking to myself, but now if you're on YouTube, there is no really way to share a YouTube video. I mean, unless you take the link and post it somewhere, which I would appreciate that if you have a way to post or share a link somewhere on YouTube. However, I would really be okay if you just go ahead and hit the thumbs up on YouTube. That would be greatly helpful too. Hit the thumbs up on YouTube. That will be absolutely fantastic. Let's get this shared. Where's the gallery of autographs for tonight? We'll use this one right here. Gallery of autographs. Let's hit link. Let's hit there. Let's hit live now. And let's hit your stories. Okay, so let's hit chat. Let's get this pulled up and let's get started. So tonight, I've got I've got auctions, which a lot of them are autographs as usual. And we're just going to go through a lot of stuff. I've got on sale new vinyl. We may even do crates of new vinyl, like buy it now, best offer. I've never done that before, but I've got 4 crates of on sale flip crates made of new vinyl, which will take some time because those get hectic. But also, I may have to do buy it now, new vinyl because we're going to go through these crates very quickly, and it may be like a buy it now best offer situation on new vinyl tonight, which I'm okay with. Tonight is auction. I've got 2 crates of half off. I've got 2 crates of half offs already ready. So for vintage, we're going to have a lot of stuff on sale. Here's our first auction tonight. It's a $1 start. It's an autographed Robert Cray CD. Robert Cray in high rhythm. This is a $1 start. It's an autographed Robert Cray CD. Robert Cray is a $1 start. As you see, we originally had it priced for a lot more than $1 last time. This is Robert Cray and high rhythm. It's autographed by Robert Cray. $1 start on that. $1 start on that. Robert Cray, $1 start on that auction. Okay, and I have an Elvis box set. This is Elvis Aaron Presley. It is a 25th anniversary of Elvis's debut on the music scene. This is also going to be a low start. I'll start this for just $15. It's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 LP box set. Elvis Aaron Presley, what am I trying to say? Elvis Aaron Presley. Aaron, Aaron. That is a $15 start. Do you like rolls, Chad? Over the next 72 hours, I'm going to be consuming so much food. It's going to be incredible. Between, it's a good reminder for me. Yeah, Tanner, we're fat. Me and Tanner's probably got to fast until tomorrow. We got Thanksgiving, and then we've got a rehearsal dinner at, evidently what I'm hearing from Tanner, a very fine restaurant for his wedding. Big rehearsal dinner, a lot of food pre-purchase we have to eat. And then, of course, we got wedding food on Saturday. And then I'll be probably eating a lot of leftovers on Sunday and Monday. So, all right, so there's our first two auctions. Let's go ahead and go straight into some new vinyl. I'm going to go ahead and start with a $24.99 crate. Let's go ahead and do $24.99. Actually, let's do half off vintage. Let's do half off vintage. I'll go ahead and see what's in this crate that I brought up. I really don't know, but what is this here? 11/22. Never mind. Paul's got us some new arrivals. Is this new arrivals, Tanner? Is today the 22nd? New arrivals. Scratch that thought. I've got new arrivals. That's a great way to start. New arrivals. So we have a Robert Cray CD up for bid. We have an Elvis box set up for bid. If you don't mind, please go ahead and like the Facebook post. Please like the Facebook post. It takes 1 second. I think that's the reason why we had a lot of people watching last night. Not only did we have some great records, but also there was a lot of people who liked the post. So thanks everybody for doing that. Let's go ahead and go through some new vintage arrivals. We have Shock Paris. This is $79.99. It's a 1984 US pressing with inserts in merch form. Very clean. Shock Paris. Go for the throat. $79.99. Shock Paris, Go for the Throat, $79.99. Also, Till Tuesday, that's in shrink wrap and hop sticker. Till Tuesday is $24.99, also with the original inner sleeve. That is $24.99 for Till Tuesday. Quicksilver, this has their hit song Fresh Air on it. That is a very nice looking copy. Gatefold, that is Quicksilver on the green capital label, $19.99. And Santana Smooth featuring Rob Thomas. Smooth is a $19.99 US pressing, $29.99 for Santana. That is their hit song from 1999, Smooth, featuring Rob Thomas. Craig Ruth, first sell of the night on Till Tuesday. That's sold to Craig Ruth. Till Tuesday is sold to Craig Ruth. Thank you. That's the first sell of the night. Back up to the top, Robert Cray. We had a Robert Cray autographed CD. Tommy Flowers was at $5. He was the first one to bid on YouTube. He bid $5, William bid $1, and Vicky bid $3. But Tommy's in first. That's Robert Cray signed CD, High Rhythm. That's at $5 with Tommy Flowers. Going once, going twice. The Elvis box set was at $15, and then $20, and then $25. And we have Alex Rifle on Santana for $29.99. That is sold to Alex. These are new arrivals. Prince Purple Rain. This is $39.99. This is an original Allied pressing. Also with the original under sleeve. Extremely nice. Near mint minus. Purple Rain by Prince is $39.99. And introducing the Beatles. And this is what we call a bootleg, meaning an unofficial pressing. This album was heavily bootlegged from the 60s all the way through the 80s. And that's the Beatles' first album released here in America. Introducing the Beatles, 1999. Paula Abdul, Shut Up and Dance. That is a 12-inch single with different mixes. That's a 1990 SRC pressing, $17.99. $17.99. Actually, yeah, it's got Cold Hearted, Straight Up. It's actually got multiple songs. That's not just a 12-inch single. That's got all kinds of different stuff on it. That's sold to Javi Soto. Robert Cray was at $668 and now $10 with Chris DeMoss. And the Elvis box set is at $30. We have King Crimson. This is Cat Food Groom, 50th Anniversary Edition, $14.99. $14.99 for King Crimson. And, wow, Pink Floyd. This is Obscured by Clouds, $39.99. A very clean copy. A 1973 Los Angeles pressing of Pink Floyd, Obscured by Clouds, $39.99. Cheap Trick, All Shook Up. Cheap Trick is $21.99. Johnny Rivers, Borrowed Time. That is a white label promo. Johnny Rivers, Borrowed Time, white label promo, $9.99. So Brian G. Owens has the Elvis box set. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 8 LP Elvis box set with book. High bid is $30. That's going twice, going 3 times to him. They're still bidding on the Robert Cray autographed CD. This is a Greg Allman picture disc. This is sealed. It's never been opened. It's a 2015 Record Store Day picture disc from Greg Allman. That's $19.99. Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning is $34.99. Jimi Hendrix Midnight Lightning on the Reprise label, Reprise, whichever you prefer, $34.99. Al Stewart, the live radio concert album. Interesting. This was a 1979 U.S. promo only. This was never released for retail. This is a promo only. The Al Stewart Studio Jam and the Al Stewart Studio Jam. Interesting. That is $29.99. Pink Floyd, A Momentary Lapse of Reason. That is sealed, $44.99. That's a Pink Floyd Momentary Lapse of Reason. That's the 2 LP, 45 RPM mastering, $44.99. We have an out on Elvis. We have an out on Robert Cray. Is Elvis still available? Yes, this is up for auction. And Alex Rifle wants to Al Stewart for $29.99. That's sold to Alex. And Greg Rogers wants to Greg Allman. Greg gets Greg. So the Elvis box set is called Elvis Aaron Presley. It's a anniversary edition. Record 1, an early live performance. Record 2, an early benefit performance. Record 3, collector's gold from the movie years. Record 4, TV specials. Record 5, the Las Vegas years. Record 6, Lost Singles. Record 7, Elvis at the Piano. The concert years, part 1. And record 8, the concert years continued. So there's a lot of different stuff on there. And that's a 25th anniversary. That's a 25th anniversary of his recording career. Michael Nath, first on Pink Floyd, Momentary Lapse of Reason. I'm assuming that's the one you wanted, Michael Nath. Next comment is Josie's at 35 on Elvis. The high bid on the Robert Cray CD, Chris DeMoss is at 15. Mike Cochran, you're out. He says he's out for good. And then Tommy Flowers, let me know if you want back in. That's at $15. Elvis is at 35 with Josie. Chet Baker, this is $99.99. A 1958 U.S. mono reissue, super clean, $99.99. Chet Baker sings and plays with Bud Shank, Russ Freeman, and strings. That's $99.99. 16 on Robert Cray, 40 on Elvis, and 16 on Robert Cray. Don Felder, Airborne. Don Felder is $19.99. Looks like a very nice copy. Original inner sleeve. That's $19.99 for Don Felder. And George Strait, number 7. $39.99 for George Strait, number 7. $39.99. Chris Stapleton, Starting Over, $21.99. That's a 2 LP. It's in shrink wrap. It's a used copy, but it's near mint. Starting Over, $21.99. Okay, we have Robert Cray, 16. Elvis Out, From the Words of Stained. It's been a while. Cray, $17. We have any more Pink Floyd? I have no idea what's in here. We have Robert Cray, 20. We have Robert Cray out, and Brooks Valder wants Chris Stapleton. A Pink Floyd album could appear at any time. Make sure you have your thumbs ready or your fingers ready to type Pink Floyd. The Beatles, Rubber Soul. This is a 1979 UK stereo copy. Paul has a note, extremely clean, $49.99. Wow. That is a copy of Rubber Soul. It's a 79 UK stereo copy, $49.99. And Great Jones, All Bowed Down. Great Jones is $19.99. Update on the Elvis box set because the other bidder was out. Jason Kane has the Elvis box set for $40. 8 LPs and book. 8 LPs. We're at $5 per record right now. Jason Kane is at $40. That's going once, going twice. The autographed Robert Cray CD is at $16, $16, $20, and $22, now $25. Brooks was first to Chris Stapleton. Drew Smith was out. Captain Beyond, Lost and Found, 1972 to 1973. Limited edition, 500 were pressed on blue vinyl, and this is on blue vinyl. It is $29.99. It's number 37 of 500, Captain Beyond, $29.99. Pink Floyd, there's a Pink Floyd. It's 73 UK quad pressing, $59.99 of Adam Hartmother. A quadraphonic pressing, $59.99. Wow, Cynthia Herdron on Captain Beyond, Pink Floyd, Adam Hartmother, and Marillion, Market Square Heroes. Marillion is VG Plus, $12.99, a 1982 UK copy, VG Plus, $12.99. We got new bids on Robert Cray and new bids on Elvis. Chris Youngblood is at 45 on the Elvis box set. Jason Kane's right back in at 46. And the most recent high bid on the Robert Cray autograph CD is Chris DeMoss at $25. Calvin's now out. That's a final call. Autographed Robert Cray CD, Robert Cray, and High Rhythm. First to Marillion was Cynthia Herdron. David Howard was second. Chris Youngbloods at 50 on Elvis. Martha and the Vandellas Dance Party. Boy, this is tough to find in nice condition. This is not bad at VG Plus $49.99. This is an original studio album for Martha and the Vandellas on the Motown Gordy label, Dance Party. And of course, that has Nowhere to Run and Dancing in the Street. If you put on the whole album, you'll find some other deep cuts. It also has some corner damage right here, and that's a 65 mono copy, VG Plus $49.99. Supersonic Blues Machine, Road Chronicles Live, that's VG Plus $14.99 for Supersonic Blues Machine. And yes, Fragile. Fragile is in VG condition, $9.99 for Yes, Fragile. VG condition, $9.99. Chris DeMoss wants the Super Blues Machine. Let's go ahead and sell that Robert Cray autographed CD. That is sold to Chris DeMoss as well for $25. And now the high bid on the Elvis box set's at $51. Jason Kane has that at $51. $51. Let me see what I've got over here in our first batch of autographs. Our first batch of autographs. Let me see what I have in here. I've got Jackson Brown. I have some Tony Rice. Joe Cocker. We have Ginger Baker of Cream. I've got another Billy Kreutzmann from the Grateful Dead. Lou Reed. Joey Moland of Badfinger. I've got David Allen Coe, Chris Christopherson, Merle Haggard, Steve Miller Band, and let's do an Eric Burden and the Animals. I also got another Greg Allman, dual signed with Dickie Betts. Wow, that's going to be an air horn at least. So if that sells, we're going to at least have one air horn tonight. We'll find out what happens, though. Chris Youngblood is at 55 on Elvis. The first autograph I've grabbed is Eric Burden, The Animals. It's one of these really nice signed Animals albums. So we have Eric Burden Animals. We have Eric Burden, I think, War albums signed. We have solo albums, and then we have some Animals albums. And it seems like most popular has been the autographed Animals album. So here's another one. It's the Animals on Tour. I think I showed this late the other night, like when we were in the back discounting. So I'm going to start it a little bit less since this one's already actually been officially shown. And I'm going to ask a $45 starting bid with it. It is JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated. That's Eric Burden and the Animals on Tour. The actual LP is about a VG Plus, and the cover is about a VG Plus as well. No seam splits, just minor signs of wear. Signature there on the front by Eric Burden, $45 start on that. Yes, we do have bootlegs tonight as well. We have bootlegs as well. So Elvis is at 55, Jason Kane's at 51, Chris Youngblood's at 55. I will put up Joey Moland on deck. We have Elton John, Tumbleweed Connection. This is VG condition, $14.99 for Elton John. Tumbleweed Connection, VG condition, $14.99. And we have Blue Oyster Cult. That's their self-titled first album, EX Condition, $17.99. That's BOC, EX Condition, $17.99. So Chris Youngblood's at 55 on the Elvis box set. Jason Kane, you've been outbid. Alex Rifles at 45 on the Animals autograph. Richard Baker's at 50. Pink Floyd, The Wall, a 1979 Pittman pressing. EX Condition, $54.99. EX Condition, $54.99. That is an original 1979 copy of The Wall. BOC, first one to that was Brandon Jackson, then it was Sam Squatch 67, then Holly Safe, then Henry. Christopher Morris wants the Elton John, good decision there. The Animals autograph is at 60. Sam Squatch, you were second on BOC. Eddie McKenna wants Pink Floyd, The Wall. John Wright, you were second. Marillion, Real to Real. Marillion is a 1984 Euro import, EX condition, $16.99 for Marillion. EX condition, $16.99 on Marillion. And we have the Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. VG Plus condition, a classic album by the Doobie Brothers, The Captain and Me. VG Plus, $9.99. Cynthia Herdron on Marillion, that's sold to Cynthia. I've got to do a final call on Elvis. The high bid is with Chris Youngblood at $55, going twice, going three times, and Alex Rifle has the high bid on the Animals autograph at $60. Richard Baker, let me know if you want back in. Something New by the Beatles. This is a VG copy for $19.99. Something New, VG, $19.99. Looks like an original stereo pressing. VG condition, $19.99. Henry Pardidez wants the Doobie Brothers. Richard Baker's back in on the Animals at $61. And the Eagles, The Long Run. VG Plus condition, $19.99 for the Eagles. The Long Run. VG Plus, $19.99. Neil Young, Time Fades Away. VG Plus, $24.99 for Neil Young. Time Fades Away. All right, I'm reaching for the Elvis box set. The high bid was $55 with Chris Youngblood. Final call, 55, Chris Youngblood. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0.5, 0.1. Sold to Chris Youngblood for $55. They're still bidding on the Eric Burden autograph. We're at $61.65 as Pink Floyd Quad, EMI, or Gramophone on label. Pink Floyd is a 1973 UK Quad, $59.99, and this is quadraphonic pressing. It is on EMI Harvest, which is a UK pressing. EMI Harvest, quadraphonic, Adam Hartmother. I'm surprised no one's already grabbed that. That is the Quad Mix, $59.99. We will be posting a pre-order for Taylor Swift's Reputation. Yes. I guess that was announced today. Taylor's version?
No, I don't think it's been announced yet.
Okay. Okay, so yes. Jerry, I don't think that's even been officially announced. That's some of that Taylor Swift breaking news, you know, that comes out. It gets leaked. So, but yeah, it's coming. Okay, what was I supposed to do? We have a whole crate of bootlegs somewhere. What was this, Tanner? Are you looking for something? Okay. I think these are, yeah, I've also got some Peter Gabriel and Genesis bootlegs. Let me pull one of the Genesis bootlegs here. This is called Swelled and Spent. This is live at the Hippodrome in Birmingham, England. This is in VG Plus condition. The concert was May 2nd, 1975, and this is VG Plus condition. $45 start. Genesis, Swelled and Spent, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway live. And that's a vintage Genesis bootleg live at the Hippodrome in Birmingham, England. That's a 2 LP. Overall, the conditions in VG Plus and Genesis is a $45 start. Swelled and Spent, The Lamb Lies Down on Broadway. Genesis live vintage bootleg, $45 start. We have Animals at 70. Did you get my yes claim? Todd Tipton wanted yes. Todd Tipton, that never did come through. Yes, it did. I see it now. Todd Tipton wanted yes, and that was for Fragile. That sold to Todd Tipton. The Animals autograph is at 70, 75, 77, 85. Henry's Choice wants condition check. There is no condition notes on the vinyl. It is actually Henry's Choice. It is EX Plus, near mint minus, and the jacket is actually pretty solid too. Solid VG Plus. There's a little bit of a chip here on the spine. Maybe a VG copy because of that. A little bit of sticker residue, but as far as the vinyl, no issues. And I'm pretty sure this is a gatefold too. Yeah, it's a gatefold. Adam Hartmother. So yes, very nice on that. Very nice on that. They're still bidding on the Animals autograph, but I think we have our first out. Richard Baker, 77. Alex Rifle was at 85. And we'll see if Henry's Choice wants that. Junior Wells, In My Younger Days. Junior Wells is EX condition, $17.99. That's a 72 UK import. And we have Molly Hatchet, No Guts, No Glory, VG Plus, $14.99. Final call on the autographed Eric Burden album. That's the Animals, autographed by Eric Burden, frontman and lead singer. That is a final call for $85 to Alex Rifle. No bid yet on Genesis. If we don't get a bid very quickly, I'll make that a buy it now for $45 so we can move on. However, if you for sure want it, I would lock it in. Henry's Choice says I'll take it, and that was for the Pink Floyd Adam Hartmother Quad Mix. Rob wants the Molly Hatchet, and Todd Tipton needs to come off the Hellstorm waiting list. Fields is a VG $34.99. Paul has a note. Plays better than it looks. VG condition, $34.99, and that album's called Fields. That's on Uni. VG $34.99. Genesis is at 45. Genesis is at 46. And speaking of Genesis, here's one of their studio albums. And then there were 3. Genesis is in EX condition, $17.99 for Genesis. Brother Kane, they're in. Everybody got a copy. Those were tagged last night. I got extras to sell. All right, Eric Burden is sold to Alex Rifle for $85. Genesis is at 46 with Patrick, 45 with Patrick Lear. Patrick, I thought 2 different people were bidding. That is, you were first at 45. Final call on Genesis. I'll go ahead and grab one of our next autographs, which I've got up here. I may need to move this out of your way, Tanner. You usually work from over here, don't you? Yep. Let me move this out of Tanner's way. Let me set it over here on this table. So I guess it's Thanksgiving Eve. I have a feeling we're going to have a lot of people tune in for a lot of reasons. One, it's Thanksgiving Eve, and nobody is got to work tomorrow, right, April? Nobody's go. Oh, April's here. Wow, a rare appearance from April. Wow, we are all just gracious to have you in our presence. Wow, incredible. You are not number one on my thankful list. No. Far from it. Okay. And also, we're going to be doing a lot of crazy stuff on sale. So lots of crazy stuff on sale. If you haven't already, please make sure you have liked our post, okay? Make sure you've hit the thumbs up button, the like button on YouTube and Facebook. That would really be helpful. I'm putting in requests for Thanksgiving show. I know we're not doing one tomorrow. I told Tanner, I think we normally have a show on Thanksgiving, but a little bit different circumstances this year with basically the eve of Tanner's wedding being on Thanksgiving. So the eve. But I guess everybody's going to be with... I guess probably everybody here kind of thinks I'm like the Scrooge. I want to have sales on Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, Christmas Day. And I'm like, everybody's at home off from work. They want to buy records. We got to be here selling them, but can't do that. All right, so here's our next autograph. This is autographed by Joey Molin from Badfinger. Joey Molin, the actual album itself is in about VG plus condition. The cover is really nice. It does have a punch hole, but that is autographed by Joey Molin. We had one of his albums last night. One of the original members of Badfinger, of course. Joey Molin, this is JSA authenticated, same thing as last night, $65 start. $65 start, Magic Christian Music by Badfinger. That is a $65 start. Back up to the top where I left off, there was only one bid on Genesis, and that was with Patrick Lear for $45, so that sold to Patrick Lear for $45. We have more boots. We have lots of highs for April. And we have, I think we're caught up now. So let me get to the quick recap on that bin. Then we've got on sale new vinyl, so I hope everybody's prepared for that. Let me grab some more vintage bootlegs. I've got Genesis. I've got lots of Genesis. So I ran across a bin of Genesis bootlegs, and I told Paul, let's go ahead and make this pretty much an unannounced Genesis night for bootlegs, but there's other stuff in there as well. So the first one, or the next one, is Genesis live at the Rainbow Theatre in London from October 10th, 1973, except track C2, which was in Madison, Wisconsin in 77. I've been to Madison, Wisconsin. The vinyl looks funky in some spots, but it plays without issues. But we've went ahead and graded it for VG+, and this is Genesis in concert, $35 start. Genesis in concert, VG+ condition. Paul has checked all these bootlegs today. He's cleaned them, put them in new anti-static sleeves, and this is Genesis in concert, 1973. Just a $35 start on that one, and that is live at the Rainbow Theatre and in Madison, Wisconsin, $35 start. Okay, make sure I hadn't missed anything. We have Brent Robley, 65 on the Joey Molin. And we're looking for a $35 start on Genesis. Here's what's left in our first crate very quickly. Shock Paris was $79.99. Quicksilver Just for Love was $19.99. Prince and Purple Rain, or Prince Purple Rain, $39.99. Introducing the Beatles, $19.99. That was a bootleg. Also, King Crimson, Cat Food Groon. That's $14.99 for King Crimson. The only Pink Floyd album, I think, left in the bin, Obscured by Clouds, $39.99, and that was a 73 Los Angeles pressing. Also, Cheap Trick, All Shook Up. Cheap Trick was $21.99. Johnny Rivers, Borrowed Time. That was a white label promo, $9.99. Jimi Hendrix, $34.99. Midnight Lightning. Chet Baker, Sings and Plays with Bud Shank. Chet Baker is $99.99. Don Felder, Airborne. Don Felder is $19.99. George Strait, number 7, $39.99 for George Strait. Looks like Ron Phillips wants KC, which is King Crimson. Rubber Soul was a 79 UK pressing, $49.99. Great Jones, $19.99. Martha and the Vandellas Dance Party, an original Motown Gordy record, VG+, $49.99. There is some corner damage down there at the bottom. The Beatles, Something New, VG, $19.99. Eagles, The Long Run, VG+, $19.99. Neil Young, Time Fades Away, that was VG+, $24.99. Also, Junior Wells, EX Condition, $17.99. Fields was VG, $34.99. And Genesis, and then there were 3, EX, $17.99. Final call on the Joey Molin autograph. Brent Robley has that for $65. That's going twice, going 3 times. And we have a bid on Genesis, Edwin Blom's at $36. Yes, it plays well. It looks funky in some spots, but plays without issue. We've still graded it a VG+. We had a $38 bid on Genesis, and we have a $40 bid on Genesis. Eric Self wants the Junior Wells. Okay, when are you going to go over who got what on the flip video earlier? I will have to do that after the sale. So after the sale, me and Tanner will officially tag who got what in that flip video. So what I do is I turn I sort the comments by newest first. I scroll all the way to the bottom, and then I work my way up. I pull stuff, we tag it, and then I'll reply to that person for those that's new to those flip videos. By the way, because we're not having a sale tomorrow, I told everybody late last night, I'm probably going to do like a scheduled post in the group, probably like around 9 o'clock tomorrow night Central Time, maybe 8 o'clock Central Time. There's going to be a post that goes off in the group automatically. You can schedule a post, and it's going to be a lot of buy it now autographs. It's going to be buy it now autographs, stuff that we hadn't got to yet, or sometimes where we have multiple of the same artist, like Eric Burden, Steve Miller, some of these artists that we've had multiple copies of. We're going to be doing those as like just straight buy it nows. I'm going to be posting pictures of the autograph. There'll be a sticky note on it, and then it will be kind of like a first come, first serve. So we'll have like a couple mini live sales in the group tomorrow. I'll have some flip videos ready before I leave here, and that's what we'll be doing. Genesis at 40, Genesis at 45. The rubber sole was a 79 UK pressing, John Young, a 79 stereo UK pressing. Okay, and how much are anti-static sleeves? Those are $23.99. Genesis is at 45. We can go ahead and sell Badfinger to Brent Robley for $65. Badfinger is sold to Brent Robley for $65. Now, I'm pretty sure this is my last David Allen Coe autograph. This is Spectrum 8. It's JSA authenticated and very similar. I think we've sold them. We've sold two, I think. This is the third and final one I have by David Allen Coe. Spectrum 8, $255 start. This is David Allen Coe Spectrum 8. It's JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated, $255 start. David Allen Coe. Very nice signature there on the front. It's actually got a promo strip on it. Could it be a promo copy? It's got a gold stamp promo on it. And it's actually a white label promo as well. So a promo copy of David Allen Coe Spectrum 8, $255 start. And unless one pops up in the back that I'm not familiar with, that is our last David Allen Coe autographed LP. $255 start. All the other ones have sold. Darren Myers out on Genesis. Edwin Blom has that for $50. It's about to be sold for Edwin. This is our first crate tonight of on sale new vinyl. Our first crate tonight of on sale new vinyl. I hope everybody's ready. Give me a second while I take off this very hot sweatshirt I have on. Whew. Yeah, it's hot in here. I have turned off the heat. It's all these amazing deals we're giving out already tonight. Holy moly. All right, so $255 on David Allen Coe. I think they've all sold as a buy it now. I think all the David Allen Coes we've sold have been buy it nows. No one's actually placed a live bid. So we'll see what happens with this one. If you for sure want it, I recommend bidding it. If you have, if you're going to wait for the buy it now, go ahead. Everything in here, everything in this crate is $24.99, okay? $24.99. There's some stuff in here that was originally marked $49.99 that normally I wouldn't be discounting. But this is Black Friday week, and we have so much new vinyl, but our bins are almost empty, and then I've got about 30 crates in the back that I've got to bring up here, and we'll probably start working on those next week, or Paul will have them on Friday when he's doing the sale. $24.99. First is Dio, Killing the Dragon. This is a limited edition 20th anniversary, red and orange swirl vinyl. Also, please try to give me more than just a letter. If I can take a letter and identify it, I will, but you know, try to give me something more than a letter, because if there's back-to-back artists with D, you may get skipped over. And I'm sorry, but sometimes this is going to be very hectic when we get into these kind of bins. So if you can give me more than a letter, that would be great. Dan Triaga got that for $24.99. Shane Devers is in on the David Allen Coe. I think Shane Devers have bought the other two. He's at $255 on that. Final call. We can definitely go ahead and sell Genesis to Edwin Blom. That's sold for $50, Tanner. I'll go ahead and show a couple more LPs. James Taylor Live, half off. Music on vinyl, $24.99. James Taylor Live. That's a 2 LP. I own one of those. Sounds fantastic. And this is the newest album by Yes, also half off. They only made 500, $24.99, 500 on this color variant. The 23rd studio album from Yes, $24.99. And Stevie Ray Vaughan, $20 off. Don't Mess with Texas. That's a 2 LP, 1987 unofficial from Stevie Ray Vaughan. And the Velvet Underground, White Light, White Heat, Abbey Road, Half-Speed Master, $24.99. David Allen Coe, $255. Going once, going twice, going 3 times, going 4, 5, 6, 3, 2, 1. So does Shane Devers for $255. I think he's 3 for 3 on the autographed David Allen Coe albums. If he's done his research, he'll realize, he probably already knows, a great price for some of those. They have gotten pricey for sure. Okay, let's see what we have here. Last night we had a lot of interest in Tony Rice. I have another one here. I have another autographed Tony Rice album, and let me go ahead and grab another record from this bin. I think we got an Ozzy album in here, Tanner. We do. We have a copy of Blizzard of Oz, a $35 start. I'll get these started in just 1 second. Let's go ahead and try to figure out what's going on with these claims. So we sold Dio, Dan Triaga, Alan Jonathan, Calvin Ward, Scotty, and then Todd. And then first to James Taylor Tanner was Michael Nath. Heather Feather was second. Calvin Ward third. Chris Bijak fourth. Calvin Ward first to Stevie Ray Vaughan. That's sold to Calvin Ward. Alan Jonathan second. Drew Smith third. Stephen A. Young gets Yes. And Michael Nath gets the Velvet Underground for $24.99. WV Mounties next on SRV. Travis next on Velvet. Also next on SRV was Don Harrison, Joe Willingen, Toby Grimm, Holly Safe. I think we're caught up. So we have another autographed Tony Rice album. Now, the first time I found out about Tony Rice, there was somebody that came in the store and was asking about him. I said, I don't know a lot about Tony Rice, but I have his albums in the back. I just bought some bluegrass albums in the back. Let me bring them up here and you can look through them. And he actually found some Tony Rice albums. We started looking them up and I was amazed at what some of them go for. This is actually autographed. This is called Blake and Rice, and this is Norman Blake and Tony Rice. It's autographed by Tony Rice. It's JSA authenticated, and from what I was looking at, there wasn't a lot of just solo signed. From what I've seen, there was no just solo signed Tony Rice albums available when I was doing the research on these. We sold one last night. It was quite the battle. This one's a $95 start. Tony Rice autographed LP. Ozzy, Blizzard of Oz, is an original 1981 U.S. pressing. EX condition, very nice jacket as well. EX probably on the jacket. $35 start for Ozzy. $35 start on Ozzy. There's our next two auctions. Tony Rice autograph and an original Ozzy Blizzard of Oz. If you can find a copy of Ned's Atomic Dustbin from last night, I will take one. Those are right over here. We'll go ahead and pull that for Paul Brothers, Paul Beal. And Paul Beal, I'm pretty sure those were $24.99, right? I've got two copies left. These were originally $39.99. Now they're $24.99. Ned's Atomic Dustbin, limited edition 1000 on blue vinyl. That is sold to Paul Beal. Also $24.99. Continuing, a classic, Neil Young, Harvest Moon. I was watching a snippet of an interview with him on Howard Stern talking about writing this song, Harvest Moon, $24.99. That was originally $36.99. Also, The Who, Who's Next? A Music on Vinyl remaster. A Music on Vinyl remaster, just $24.99 on that. New and sealed, and I've got two copies. Actually, let me skip that because it's another Neil Young album. This is definitely going to sell. First time ever I've discounted this, but it's our last copy that's been laying around in the bins for almost 7 months. Throwing Copper by Live, $24.99. Throwing Copper Live. We have Toby Grimm first on The Who, Holly Safe second, Homeland Conspiracy third, Holly Safe first on Live. Update on our auctions right quick. Tony Rice, Alex Rifle has that for $95. Going twice, going three times. No one else has bid. Ozzy's at $35, $35, $40, $40, $45, and now $50. Holly got Live. We have Craig second, Jetstream third. I'm going to skip the Neil Young album and go to Cinderella. Whoa, Night Songs, $24.99. My only copy I'm going to do for $24.99 on Night Songs, Cinderella. And we have Corrosion of Conformity, Technocracy. That's on white vinyl, $24.99. $10 off, white vinyl, $24.99. And the first time I've ever discounted this title, Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses, limited edition, and that is on purple vinyl. That is Slipknot, The Subliminal Verses, $24.99. That has a few of their major hits on it, a few of their major streaming songs. Excuse me, $24.99 on that. David Cox first on the Cinderella. That's sold to David Cox. And then Chris Bijak was second. Don Harrison third. Craig Ruth fourth. Brandon Jackson, though, first on the COC. Ozzy's at 60 with Chris Frazier. Todd Tipton second on COC. Fred Carnell third. And then Slipknot is sold to Chris Youngblood, Kelly Cook, Stacy Metternich, and Arthur Wyman. Those are all $24.99. Those are all $24.99. We have an out on Ozzy, and we have Brian Miller. You were sixth on Slipknot, or you were You were probably 5th on Slipknot, and we only had 4 copies, so you were just shy. Edwin, these are going to be going fast. There's probably not going to be any time to ask track listings on these, except Neil Young Harvest. By the way, at the end of the crate, if this hadn't sold, the entire show is over. So you have to buy Neil Young Harvest, but there's still plenty of time. The crate's not done yet. $24.99. No one else bid on Tony Rice. This is sold to Alex Rifle for $95. And Ozzy's a final call. Blizzard of Oz, an OG copy. Chris Frazier has that for $60. Now that's a final call. Let me go ahead and grab another Genesis bootleg or a bootleg. There's Peter Gabriel's in here as well. Here's Peter Gabriel, and I'll go ahead and grab one of our next auctions. I've got another Joey Moland. I've got another Joey Moland over here. Let me see what's going on with these. I'll go ahead and reveal something to you. Actually, I don't know if I want to do that or not. I like keeping secrets, Tanner. Let's see here. What'd you say, April? April said, oh my gosh. I like building up drama. Okay. We have Cynthia, Neil Young. That's what I'm talking about. Cynthia Herdren got Neil Young. That is $24.99. These are all on sale for $24.99. Next is Motown Collected Volume 2. These were originally $47. Limited to 2,000 on white vinyl. Motown Collected, $24.99. Robert Johnson, king of the Delta Blues Singers. Robert Johnson's $24.99. Only 1 copy. Music on vinyl exclusive remaster. And the Cramps, the complete show. The Cramps live at Santa Monica, California, 1980. That is $24.99. $24.99. Did Seth get fired again? Pretty much. We pulled up in front of the store and he parked his vehicle literally right in the front door. Usually where I park. So that kind of made me frustrated. But not only that, he's parking it for like 3 days there. And I'm like, we're going to be open on Friday. And I'm pretty sure he's still going to be gone then. So I'm like, what are you doing? Alan Jonathan on Motown. That is Alan Jonathan's for $24.99. Michael Nath on RJ, which is the Robert Johnson. And Travis Wade on Cramps. Holly Safe, you were next on Robert Johnson. David Cox, you were next on Robert Johnson. So was Tommy Flowers. Toby Grimm next on Cramps. Wow, I was about to end Ozzy, but we have a new bid. Jeffrey Dunlap's at $65. Jeffrey Dunlap's at $65. Let's go ahead and run another Joey Moland autograph. It was actually next in the bin. This one's pretty cool. It's the iconic Badfinger album, straight up, autographed by Joey Moland. This is a $65 start. The iconic album, straight up, autographed by Joey Moland. Now, he actually played on this album. $65 start. It has JSA authentication. Let's check the condition of the vinyl. Very nice LP as well. Very nice LP as well. Actually, John that works here, when he used to come in here just as a customer, this is one of the first records I sold him. We had a near mint copy, I think in shrink wrap. And I remember John saying, man, you never see these this nice. This one's actually nice too. They're known for having a lot of ring wear. This one's not bad. Joey Moland, $65 start. Okay. Everything in here is $24.99. Let's do another Neil Young. This is half off Neil Young. Somewhere Under the Rainbow. Neil Young with the Santa Monica Flyers. Now just $24.99. This is Tonight's the Night Tour. Rainbow Theater. November 5th, 1973. Just $24.99. Half off. $24.99. Chris Frazier's out on Ozzy. That means Jeffrey Dunlap, you may get that for $65. Going twice, going 3 times again. The Joey Moland's also at $65, and we got Neil Young's are sold to Michael Nath and Eddie Pasir. Michael Nath and Eddie Pasir got Neil Young's. Jetstream was second. Brent Robley, Tom, and Darren all next. Collective Soul, $24.99. Their second album, the 25th anniversary edition, $24.99 for Collective Soul. I've only got 1 copy. Also, Dio Magica, 2 LP, newly remastered. It also has a bonus 7-inch single. Dio's only $24.99 as well. And I've got 2 copies. This is a fairly new release, discounted to $24.99. Prince Graffiti Bridge. Prince Graffiti Bridge. Graffiti, $24.99. Before I show the next record, because we've got a lot of copies of it, I'll go ahead and grab Ozzy and say that was at $65 of Jeffrey Dunlap. 5, 4, 2, 1. Sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $65. And we have a new bid that just came in on the Joey Moland. Alex Rifles at $70. So we had Neil Young, Jetstream, Brent, Tom, Darren all next, and then David Cox on Collective Soul. Chris B. Jack next on Collective Soul, and then Fred Carnell, then Cassie, then Chris, then Craig. Dan Triaga first on Dio, Calvin Ward second, and then first on Prince was Chris B. Jack. Dan Popovich next on Dio, Alex Rifles at 70 on Badfinger, and Josie Sinkbell gets the next Prince. Fred and Steve Botsford, you were next. I've got 2, 4, 5 copies of this album for $24.99, and that's REM Accelerate. A fairly new reissue, REM, just $24.99. Our next bootleg is Peter Gabriel, a collection of demos from Peter Gabriel's home studio. So this is demos from Peter Gabriel. It's called Seascape. It's a vintage bootleg on the Corny Phone label, and that is going to be a $35 start. $35 start. That's Peter Gabriel. It's called Seascape. It's a collection of demos from Peter Gabriel's home studio. $35 start on that. Alex Rifles at $70 on Badfinger. Alex Rifle has the Joey Mullen autograph for $70. That's going once, going twice to him. If you're interested in bidding, now's the time. REMs, we've got 5 copies. We got 1 sold to Chris B. Jack, 1 to Holly Safe. I've got 3 left. REM is their 2008 album. First time it's been reissued in a long time. Chris B. Jack gets 1, Holly Safe gets 1. We have a bid on Peter Gabriel, a new bid on Joey Mullen, and Joe Maynard wants an REM. 2 copies left of REM Accelerate. Next record, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and I think I have more. Now this has never been discounted. The Cult Ceremony. That's on blue and red vinyl. $15 off. $24.99. $24.99. That is the Cult Ceremony. Blue and red vinyl. Their 1991 fifth album. Blue and red colored vinyl. Now just $24.99 for the Cult. $24.99 for the Cult. So Joe Maynard was the last REM claim. Michael Potts also gets an REM for $24.99. We had a bid on Peter Gabriel. Let me make sure I do this in order. So Tyler Browning was in first, technically. He bid PG 35. And then Chris B. Jack bid 75 on Joey Mullen, which means Alex Rifle, you were out. But I hadn't got to the bottom yet. So that was at 75. And now the Colts. We have 1 for Brandon Jackson, 1 for Sean Holford, 1 for Kelly Cook, 1 for Michael Potts, and 1 for Tom Sullivan. Don't worry, there's more. Tom Sullivan was the last name I said there, Tanner. But I have more. Let me empty out this other bin over here. This is the Cult Ceremony. The Cult Ceremony. 1, 2, 3. I've got 4 more. And I could have more elsewhere, but this is all that I'm going to give out right now. The last name I said was Tom Sullivan. We got 1 for Joe Willinger. There's 1 for James Lugwood. There's 1 for Holly Safe. It looks like there's 1 left. New bid on Joey Mullen for $80. New bid on Peter Gabriel for $40. And the next discount is Korn. It's actually untitled. It's Korn Untitled. $24.99. Glow-in-the-dark vinyl jacket. I've got 3 copies. Also $15 off. $24.99. Tom Sullivan is the new bidder on Peter Gabriel at $40. This is a vintage bootleg of Peter Gabriel home studio demos. Tom Sullivan has that for $40. And Joey Mullen's at $80 of Alex Rifle. Chris B. Jack, you're out. Autographed copy of Straight Up. Autographed copy of Straight Up. James Lugwood gets Korn. That's so to James Lugwood. Holly Safe also gets a copy of Korn. And that is 1 left. Now, y'all know the rules. Before we can continue, we're only 3 away from wiping out our first full crate. We have 1 copy of REM left. We have 1 copy of the Cult left. And we have 1 copy of Korn left. Who is going to be? We have no copies of Korn left. Michael Harrell gets the last copy of Korn. We need 1 person to buy a Cult. And we need 1 person to buy an REM. In the meantime, we have a new bid. Tyler Browning's at $42 on Peter Gabriel. And the Joey Mullen autograph's at $80. Chris B. Jack, let me know if you want back in. I'm going to give it just a moment. If not, the whole sale's over, right, Tanner? It's over. It's good night, folks. Who is going to be the winning bidder? The winning buyer? April's over here calling my bluff. I will end this show right now. I will end this stream right now. Yes. Yes, that's a new tactic. I don't think it's working, though. Okay. We got 1. Jetstream. The Cult. Somebody needs this. I'm going to go ahead and change out crates, but I have a feeling we're going to get there. Patrick Clear says good night. That's it, folks. All right. Let's go ahead and do the, before we get into the $19.99 stuff, let's do the $34.99 stuff, which I think is, I mean, if it's $34.99 and it's in a blowout bin, that means it's probably going to be stuff that's $15 and $20 off. So a lot of $50 and $60 and $45 records in here. So we have REM. We got one copy of the Colt left. Unbelievable. Wow, we have a lot of bids all of a sudden on Joey Mullen. 85, 90, 105, and 115. That's 115. We have Peter Gabriel. New bid just came in with Mark Fallon at $50. New bids on both auctions. We will continue with those. There's Peter Gabriel Seascape. Okay, so everything in here is $34.99. This is Megadeth. It's late over here because I listed one last night on Discogs. We've been selling these on Discogs. I'll sell one, I'll list one. I'll sell one, I'll list one. $59.99. I've got them here for $49.99. $49.99 for Megadeth Euthanasia. The last two that sold on Discogs have been from Coletco for $59.99. They're $49.99 if you want them here. I have that one that's on Discogs, and I've got one, two, I've got three extras over here. That's my last three. And the last two that sold on Discogs have been Coletcos, and they're $10 more on there. And they usually sell pretty fast. I've been selling one, well, I consider it fast. Sometimes we put stuff on Discogs and we never sell it. It's been on there for a year. Some things you list and it's gone the next morning. Bob Riger pretty much just saved the entire show, Tanner. He got that last record from that last bin, $24.99. Now, these are a little bit more expensive, but still, I expect to sell out of them. We'll see, but everything in here is $34.99. But I'll probably be shocked if not all, if there's some of these left. Whatever I'm trying to say. Blah, blah, blah. Joey Mullen is at $135 with Alex Rifle. Joey Mullen, autographed Badfinger album, $135, Alex Rifle. Peter Gabriel's at $55, Peter Gabriel's at $60. Tom Sullivan wants a Megadeth, and Tanner, that was at Sticker. That's at Sticker. I've got two left, plus the one on Discogs, which I will take off if anybody wants it. Okay, $34.99. On sale albums for $34.99. The Clash, Sandinista, $15 off, remastered, triple LP. Remastered, triple LP, The Clash. These are all new and sealed. $34.99. Eric Clapton Unplugged, $10 off, but it's usually an instant seller that we can't keep in stock. $34.99. They was $44.99. Eric Clapton Unplugged. Two copies. This is a fairly new reissue of the Who's Next, and this is on the Coke bottle clear vinyl. They were $46.99. Now they're $34.99. That's Coke bottle clear vinyl. The Who's Next, $34.99. I've got two copies of that, and I've got one copy, $20 off, XTC Oranges and Lemons. That is a 200-gram remaster 2LP gatefold, $34.99, $34.99. Update on our auctions. Alex Rifle had Joey Mullen for $135. That's going twice, going three times to Alex Rifle, but I hadn't got to the bottom yet. Tom Sullivan was at $55 on the Peter Gabriel demos. Mark Fallon was at $60. Tom Sullivan at $61. And then Heather Feather was first to the Clash. Tanner, these are $34.99. $34.99. Heather Feather first. Chad Smith second. Becky Lerner on the Eric Clapton Unplugged. That's sold to Becky for $34.99. Kara Bauer got one of the Who's. That's on Coke bottle clear vinyl. That's sold to Kara Bauer, $34.99. Colin Butler first on the XTC. Rod Wagner, you were second. Gerard third. Fred Carnell's going to get a Who. And that was the last copy of that. Club Stone, you were third on the Clash, and Holly Safe, you were third on the Who. Brent's out on the Joey Mullen. That is now a final call then to Alex Rifle. I think I've already done a final call, but Brent Robley was the last bidder. Unless somebody else gets in, $135 final call. Mark Fallon's out on Peter Gabriel, which means that's a final call to Tom Sullivan for $61. Those are about to both be sold. Next, $15 off. White Stripes Elephant. This is the newest 20th anniversary edition on colored vinyl. I've only got two copies available. $34.99. $15 off. White Stripes Elephant. $34.99. As y'all know, I've said before, if we're selling this new vinyl at these prices, this is either at our cost or below dealer cost. We're just sending it off to new homes. $34.99 on White Stripes. Johnny Vigil on White Stripes and Fred Carnell on White Stripes. Johnny Vigil and Fred Carnell. If there's any first-time buyers or somebody that hasn't bought from us in a long time, please make sure you contact our Facebook page If you're a first-time buyer, we need your email address and your mailing address. $7 in limited shipping. Normally, we do this 6 nights a week. We start on Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. $7 in limited shipping, as much as you want to buy. Before we can continue, let's get some new auctions started. The Joey Molin autograph is at $135 of Alex Rifle, and that is sold. And then the Peter Gabriel bootleg is with Tom Sullivan at $61. Tom Sullivan, and that is $61. I'm usually a bit on YouTube. Maybe that's why you look new to me. I guess I'm used to seeing you with the red YouTube logo. I will go ahead and tell you, there are more Joey Molin autographs, and there is another straight up that's autographed. So we do have other Joey Molin autographs, and I will say there's another straight up. But that one brought about what I thought it would. I've got another one, and I do have other Badfinger albums autographed by Joey Molin. Joey Molin. Now, last night we sold a Merle Haggard. It sold. I've got another one here, and let me go ahead and grab one of the next auctions. I've got some of those other autographed albums that's not authenticated, like Marshall Tucker Band, that I think is signed by the entire band. I had Paul look them all up for me. I hadn't looked at his notes yet. But I had a Marshall Tucker Band that had like 7 signatures on it. I'll bring that over in just a second. But here's another Genesis bootleg, and here's our next autograph. This is autographed by Merle Haggard. It's not personalized. It's on the Bronco Billy soundtrack. $175 start. This is the original soundtrack from Bronco Billy. It's autographed by Merle Haggard. It's a beautiful jacket, near mint minus. Very nice signature. Same price as the one last night, $175. JSA authenticated, Merle Haggard autographed LP, $175 start. These have all been JSA authenticated. At least these have. I do have others that's not, but of course we'll guarantee them to be authentic. But if it has that JSA card with it, it is 100% an authentic signature, verified and guaranteed. They'll guarantee it, and I will too. The next Genesis bootleg is a live at the Felt Forum, New York City, November 22nd, 1973. This is the Selling England by the Pound Tour. So this is a vintage Genesis bootleg. November 22nd, 1973 is when the concert was from. That looks like that's on the Corny Phone record label, which is one of those more well-known bootleg labels. $45 start. No condition notes on the vinyl. No condition notes on the vinyl. Very clean. Unusually nice Genesis. $45 start. Felt Forum, New York City. That is a $45 start. Let me see what else I have missed. We have IMJMV as Johnny Vigil, by the way, Tanner. IMJMV as Johnny Vigil. Okay, thank you for letting us know that. That really helps out Tanner and Jake and even April tonight when she's keying in records to know who people are. Next, for $34.99, a Half-Speed Master. First time I've ever discounted this, of Tears for Fears, The Hurting. Half-Speed Master, Tears for Fears, The Hurting. $34.99. Those were originally $44.99, and I've got 2 that's marked $49.99, so I must have got those from different places. So $15 and $10 off. Tears for Fears, The Hurting. These are all on sale for $34.99. Everything in this crate is discounted for $34.99. Docking, Breaking the Chains, sealed from Friday Music, $34.99. I'm pretty sure it's on red vinyl. I know it's on colored vinyl. I can't confirm which one, but that is Docking, $34.99, Breaking the Chains. Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP, $15 off, $34.99 for Eminem, the Marshall Mathers LP. That's a 2 LP. And we'll stop here for a second. Dio, I know somebody's going to buy it. Holy Diver, $10 off. How could you pass up Dio on sale? Incredible. Holy Diver, $34.99. Okay, final call to lock in a bid on the Merle Haggard autograph. We're looking for a $175 start. Final call before I make that a buy it now. Darren Meyer bid $45 on Genesis, and now the Tears for Fears. First was Holly Safe. These are $34.99. Holly Safe got 1. Cynthia Herdren got 1. Fred Carnell got 1. Genesis is at $50 with Mark Fallon. Tony Doyle got a Tears for Fears. And we have 1 left, it looks like. So Tony Doyle was the last one on my screen. And then Dan Triaga got Docking. Not anymore. Greg Preston's going to get a Tears for Fears. Those are all gone. Greg Preston was the last one to get 1. Arthur Wyman first on Eminem. Holly Safe was second. And Dan Triaga first on Dio. James Lugwood second. J.D. Harris third. Holly Safe fourth. New bid on Genesis for $52. Let's make Merle Haggard a buy it now. If anybody wants it, $175. Solo sign, Merle Haggard, buy it now. JSA authenticated, $175 buy it now, Merle Haggard. I'm going to put it over here with the other autographs from last night that didn't sell. These are being photographed to list either A, in our group over the weekend, or B, on eBay for auction. So I would rather sell them to y'all either live here tonight or in the group. But that'll be, I've lost my train of thought. Okay, Mark Fallon's at 55 on Genesis. This is actually something I'm going to auction because we got this back from a collection, and it's been laid out in a bin, and look what's happened. It's the perforation's almost opened on it. That's why all the audiophile stuff I keep behind the counter, because most of it comes in perforated bags from Analog Productions and from MoFi. But we actually bought this in a collection. They bought it from us originally and never did open it. I think they ended up with 2 copies. So I'm just going to put this up for bid. I think y'all know these are usually not a cheap LP. It's a 2 LP, 45 RPM of Stevie Ray Vaughan, Texas Flood, $25 start. Yes, you heard me correctly. $25 start, Texas Flood. That is technically sealed. That is technically sealed. $25 start on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Genesis is at 55. Back to the $34.99 stuff. This is Raised by Hip Hop, 50 years of hip hop. This is a 2 LP hip hop compilation, $34.99. Raised by Hip Hop. It's my only copy. It's a 2 LP, $34.99. Also, Rammstein, Mutter. These were originally $46.99. Rammstein is on sale for $34.99. And I think it's the first time I've ever discounted this title. The Smashing Pumpkins, Adore. 2 LP, new remastered foil cover. Beautiful packaging as always on the Smashing Pumpkins albums. $34.99, $15 off. $34.99, $15 off on Smashing Pumpkins, Adore. All right, so back up to the top. We had Genesis at 52 with Darren. Mark Fallon bid 55 on Genesis. Darren Myers out, so the Genesis Vintage Bootleg is at 55 with Mark Fallon. Going twice, going 3 times. Stevie Ray Vaughan's at 25, 25, 35, 25, 25, 40. Colin Butler first on the hip hop. That's sold to Colin Butler, $34.99. Darren Myers at 40 on Stevie Ray Vaughan, also 45. Homeland Conspiracy gets a Rammstein. $34.99 on that, Tanner. And now the Smashing Pumpkins. First is Sean Holford, and then Stevie Ray Vaughan was at 50 with Jeremiah and Joe Maynard. Holly Safe is going to get the last Rammstein for $34.99. And then we have Michael Nath on Smashing Pumpkins, Autumn Betts on Smashing Pumpkins, J.D. Harris on Smashing Pumpkins, and we have 1 copy left. 1 copy left. Colin Butler needs to put back the Hip Hop Collected or Raised on Hip Hop. I think that's actually still in the stack. I'll give that 1 second. Who was the last person I said on Smashing Pumpkins? J.D. Harris? J.D. Harris. So David Cox gets the last copy. David Cox gets the last copy. Kelly Cook, you were next on Rammstein. We have a $600 bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan. Never mind. He said 60. And then we have more people on Smashing Pumpkins, but those are sold. Last record in the bin is Red Hot Chili Peppers, Blood Sugar Sex Magic. Red Hot Chili Peppers. Chili Peppers. Red Hot Chili Peppers, Jake. Jake's over here blinking his eyes like, what the heck is wrong with you? I'm going to mute my mic for a second and chug some energy drink. I feel better. We are back with my mic unmuted. I was actually talking bad about y'all. Just kidding. All right, so we have Stevie Ray Vaughan, $60. Bill Samus got the Red Hot Chili Peppers. Holly second, JD third, Chad fourth, Fred Carnell fifth. All right, the first, the Red Hot Chili Peppers, though, was Bill Samus. Bill Samus. All right, Genesis is sold to Mark Fallon. Mark Fallon got the Genesis LP way up here for $55, Tanner. We got lots of Genesis and Peter Gabriel bootlegs. High bid on Stevie Ray Vaughan is $60. It is sealed, even though the perforation is almost gone. I guarantee there's no way you could have got that out. So, and it's been here in the store. But what happens is where people flip through them, the perforation baggies get torn open. So there's 1 record left in here for us to continue, and that's Raised by Hip Hop. 50 years of hip hop. $34.99. Artists such as Run DMC, Tribe Called Quest, DJ Jazzy Jeff and the Fresh Prince, Will Smith, Mobb Deep, Cypress Hill, The Fugees, Nas, Outkast, 3 6 Mafia, Too Short, Travis Scott, 21 Savage, Doja Cat, Future, ASAP Rocky, Lil Nas, that is $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. All right, so final call on that, $60. We got to get somebody convinced to buy some hip-hop, $34.99. We're going to go ahead and go into our next crate. Our next crate, Tanner, is $19.99. Now, I think I gotta mix up these Towns Van Zandt records. Let me actually just pull them out. There is like every Towns Van Zandt record he ever made in here, or did I put them in the other crates? No, here they are. Let me actually just mix these things up. I'll leave that one in here. Let me put one here. Let me put one way up here. And I may just have to show them randomly. I think we have his entire discography in here where I reordered them. I think I ordered them about 6 months ago, and they were a really good price, and I don't think I ever sold a one of them, which I was just surprised at. All right, let's sell these auctions. Joe Maynard has saved the show. He gets Hip Hop Collected. That was the last $34.99 record. The Stevie Ray Vaughan is sold for $60 to Chris Youngblood. $60 to Chris Youngblood. That was like pretty much 15% off, 20% off, so that was technically a discounted record. It was $69.99. Our next autograph is going to be from, I don't know. I have no idea. Whew. Should we go ahead and bring out what I call a big dog? Whoa. It's now or never. This is one of those that's going to pain me here in a minute when I say sold. Oh my goodness. Deep breaths, Chad. Deep breaths. In through the nose. This is a dual-signed Allman Brothers band by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. Now, the last one we had was the Fillmore East. It was a battle. This is the Allman Brothers, Idle Wide South. Let's first look at the LP. It's on a yellow Atco label. First time looking at this. Looks pretty clean. EX or EX Plus, just at first glance. It's signed, Thanks, Greg Allman. And Dickie Betts signed very bold and beautiful down here at the bottom. Dickie Betts and Greg Allman. Dual signed Allman Brothers, Idle Wide South. The jacket does have a seam split up here. I think this is one of those albums Greg or Dale had framed. He had this one framed and we popped it out of the frame and it looked like, it was, that's the way we saw it. It looked really nice framed up there. The Allman Brothers band, Idle Wide South. $475, and I think that's what I started the last Allman Betts signature for, $475. Just a signed Greg Allman album. I think what I was saying the other day, the cheapest signed Greg Allman album was $400 on eBay, also not signed by Dickie Betts, and it was just a random Allman Brothers album. This is Idle Wide South, signed by Allman and Betts. Mike McGinnis has already bid. He's at $475. Good luck to anybody interested in that. That's going to go to a new home. That is an incredible dual-signed autographed album there. Let's do another Genesis bootleg. This is live compilation, mostly Genesis as a full band, but also includes solo performances of Steve Hackett and Peter Gabriel. Paul says also Led Zeppelin. Wow, that's interesting. 2 LPs, $55 start. This is Genesis in concert, vintage bootleg. And one more time, that's a live compilation, mostly Genesis, but it also has performances, solo performances by Steve Hackett, Peter Gabriel, and Led Zeppelin. 2 LPs, rare, $55 start, and that is Genesis. Genesis, $55 start. That's our next bootleg. Greg Rogers is in on the Allman Brothers at $500. Greg's at $500 on the Allman Brothers. Okay, and we have $55 on Genesis. Are y'all ready for this crate? Everything in here is $19.99. $19.99 for everything in this bin. $19.99. First is De La Soul, AOI by Onyx. De La Soul, AOI by Onyx. $19.99. Originally $36.99. Almost half off. Next is ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud. $19.99 for ZZ Top, Rio Grande Mud. I've only got one copy of that, and I've also got one copy of Towns Van Zandt at my window. This is originally a 35th anniversary edition, mastered by Kevin Gray on sky blue vinyl, $19.99. Townes Van Zandt is the best songwriter in the whole world, and I'll stand on my Bob Dylan's coffee table and my cowboy boots and say that. That's a quote from Steve Earle. A lot of people regard him as the best songwriter of all time, Townes Van Zandt. 1999, I'll show one more before we pause, and that is The Music Roots of Yes, Revolution. This is actually early recordings and golden pieces of pearls of individual Yes musicians, 63 to 70. So it's Yes musicians, it's different stuff they played on, different stuff they recorded that's not Yes music, but it's by Yes members. 1999, early Yes stuff there. 1999. Okay, so Allman Brothers, 475, Allman Brothers, 500, Genesis, 55 of Edwin. Brent Ribley also bid 55. The first two De La Souls are gone. That's Craig Thomas and Colin Butler. Mark Fallon bid $60 on Genesis. We have Brandon Jackson first on ZZ Top. Jeremiah, you were second. Scotty Hopps third. Fred Carnell fourth. Tom Sullivan fifth. Jeremiah, though, you were first on Townes Van Zandt. Dennis Jackson, you were second. Edwin's at 56 on Genesis. Mark Fallon was already at 60. Jetstream third on Townes Van Zandt. Matt Barnhill gets Yes. Those are all 1999. Mike McGinnis, the ball goes back to your court on the Allman Brothers, Idle-Wide South. It's dual signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts, JSA authenticated. The high bid is $500, Greg Rogers. And this is a yellow Atco label, OG pressing of this. That is on yellow Atco label, the Allman Brothers. Mike McGinnis is back in at $525. Genesis now at $65. Continuing for 1999ers, we have Tigers of Pantang, Wildcat. This is music on vinyl. $19.99 for Tigers of Pantang, Wildcat. That's almost half off at $19.99. 2 copies of Astro Creep 2000 Live, Rob Zombie. These are originally $31.99. Astro Creep 2000 Live, Rob Zombie. 2 copies of that for $19.99. 1 The Hunter with Ike and Tina Turner. Ike and Tina Turner, The Hunter, now just $19.99 for Ike and Tina. Reissue of an early album of theirs. That's 1, 2, 3. Let's do 2 more. Let's do Peter Tosh, Legalize It. Peter Tosh is $19.99, and I only have 1 copy of this. It's the newest album by Tears for Fears, The Tipping Point, and that's on the indie exclusive green vinyl. Indie exclusive green vinyl on that, $19.99. All right, so we had a bid on the Allman Brothers for $525. Genesis was at $65, Genesis 66, and now the Tigers of Pantang. That's sold to Bob Panozniak. That is sold for $19.99 to Bob P. Tom Sullivan, you were second. We have Brandon Jackson third on Tigers of Pantang, Johnny Vigil fourth. New bid on Greg Rogers. New bid on the Allman Brothers with Greg Rogers, $535, and now the White Zombies and Rob Zombies. Toby Grimm was first, and Fred Carnell was second. Those are $19.99. Toby Grimm and Fred Carnell. I only had 2 of those. Next was Dan Triaga, Chris DeMoss, James Lugwood, Craig Ruth. Colin Butler first on the Ike and Tina Turner with The Hunter. Brian Owens next on the Zombie. Brent Ribley's at $550 on the Allman Brothers. Fred Carnell next on the Hunter. And then we had WV Mounties on PT. That's for Peter Tosh. WV Mounties on the Peter Tosh album. And we had 1 claim on Tears for Fears. That was with Cynthia Herdren and Steve Botsford. You were second. Allman Brothers is at $560. Update on the Genesis bootleg. The Genesis bootleg is at $66 with Edwin Blom. Everybody else is out. $66 on that. New bids on Allman Brothers, $560, $595. Let me get some oxygen. Let's continue with 1999 stuff. I'm also going to need some food soon. 1999. First, we got 3 copies of Townes Van Zandt, A Far Cry from Dead. First time ever on vinyl. This was Grammy nominated for the best folk album of the year in 1999. 1999 for Townes Van Zandt. 1999 on Townes Van Zandt. And we have 2 copies of Carole King, Pearls, Songs of Goff and King. I actually ordered one of these for me, and I ordered 2 extras to sell, and I don't think we ever sold one. This is early. It's Pearls. It's Songs of Goff and King. And that's $19.99 with one of the early versions of Locomotion and Chains, all written by Carole King, Goffin and King. $19.99. Okay, so Allman Brothers, $560. Allman Brothers, $595. Allman Brothers, $610. Townes Van Zandt, we have 3 copies. Jetstream's going to get one, Jeremiah's going to get one, and Dennis Jackson's going to get one. Johnny Vigil also known as IMJMV. You were fourth. We have Michael Nath on Carole King, and we have Larry Smith on Carole King. Those are both sold. So Michael Nath and Larry Smith get the Carole Kings. Those are limited, numbered, and colored vinyl for Music on Vinyl. Are we all done on Genesis? I need to make a final call on Genesis. This was the live compilation. It also includes solo performances by Peter Gabriel, Steve Hackett, and there's evidently some Led Zeppelin music on this. Edwin Blom is at $66. I think we're done, but that's a final call. That's a final call. Carole King was the last thing I showed there. Back to the 1999 stuff. One copy of ZZ Top Eliminator. That's on gold vinyl. ZZ Top Eliminator, $19.99. Everything in this bin's $19.99. ZZ Top is $19.99, and 2 copies of Depeche Mode, A Broken Frame. Depeche Mode, $10 off, new and sealed gatefold, just $19.99, and 2 copies of the other De La Soul album, Art Official Intelligence, Mosaic Thump. De La Soul, Art Official Intelligence, Mosaic Thump. That is $19.99. 1, 2, 3. Let's actually do one more. It's Dio. Angry Machines. Dio Angry Machines, $19.99. All right, are we done on Genesis? I think we are. I'm going to go back up to the top and double check that bid one more time. If I get to the bottom and there's no one else's bid, I was making sure Mark Fallon was done, but Edwin Blom had that for 66. Let me go all the way down to the bottom. I don't see anything else. 66 with Edwin. That's sold. Edwin Blom gets that for $66. Now, update on the Allman Brothers before we start tagging these other ones. There's the Genesis sold to him for $66. The Allman Brothers was at $610 of Greg Rogers. $610 of Greg Rogers. Next is Fred Carnell. He got ZZ Top, $19.99 on ZZ Top. Autumn Betts was second. And Heather Feather, very quick on the Depeche Mode. That's sold to Heather Feather. Chris Young, you were third on ZZ Top. Cynthia, you were next on Depeche Mode. Fred Carnell, that would make you next. I only had 2 copies. Heather got one. Cynthia got one. Fred, you were next. So was Jeff, Jerry, and then the De La Soul is sold to Colin Butler. De La Soul to Colin Butler. Calvin Ward gets a Dio. Calvin Ward gets a Dio. That was the only copy. Brandon second. Scotty Hopps third. Javi fourth. Chris Youngblood says he already has ZZ Top. I don't think you were first. You wasn't. Fred Carnell was first. Fred Carnell got that one. And we have Todd Tipton. You were next on Dio. That just leaves one De La Soul. Art Official Intelligence Mosaic Thump. $19.99. It's time for a final call. I'm giving this one plenty of time. No one has set out. I think we've had 3 bidders. If you're done, please let me know. It's signed, thanks, Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. An Allman Brothers album, Isle to Wide South. This was their second album. It's signed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. Final call. We're at $610, and I'm going to have to blow the air horn, whoever gets it at this point. Greg Rogers has it for $610. That is a JSA authenticated. JSA authenticated, both signatures. New bid with Mike McGinnis, $625. Holly Safe gets the last De La Soul for $19.99. So I'm going to go ahead and grab, let's see here. That's an autograph. Let me see what I've got over here in the auction crate. The auction crate, I've got, what do I have over here? I've actually got more autographs in the what I call the auction crate, and then I have an autograph crate, but the other autographs are ones that Paul got ready for me. Let's do a Zappa. This one looks interesting. There's sticky notes all over it because I think there's nude women all over it, so excuse the nudity. But fortunately, Paul has covered them up with little tiny sticky notes. Paul requested, he's like, can we get some small sticky notes? I'm tired of using these gigantic, huge sticky notes that you like to use. I said, sure. So I've got some tiny sticky notes. This is live at Nebworth Festival. Frank Zappa. Wow. Frank Zappa live at Nebworth. It's called Rubber Slices. We got some Zappa bootlegs tonight. Live at Nebworth, September 9th, 1978. Extremely clean and rare. Clean and rare. $95 start. $95 start. I didn't even notice. I guess this is, yeah, they're completely nude. I don't know. Sometimes Paul puts them on there just for the fun of it, but I think these women are extremely nude. So you have to be at least 18 years old to buy this one. You have to verify your age before we can sell it to you. $95 start, live at Nebworth, 1978, extremely clean, $95 start, and that is very nice. That's Frank Zappa Rubber Slices $95 start. Frank Zappa, that is a $95 start. Okay, Almond Brothers, we're still bidding $635, and we're at $635 on the Almond Brothers. We're not done on that one. Frank Zappa is a $95 start. 2LP, it's called Rubber Slices, live at Nebworth. Back to the 1999 Cactus. Cactus is self-titled, limited edition of 1,000 on red vinyl. Cactus is $19.99, limited edition of 1,000 on red vinyl. $19.99 on Cactus. We have Reagan Youth. Reagan Youth, Volume 1, limited edition silver vinyl. There's only one copy. There's also only one copy of Townes Van Zandt, Our Mother the Mountain. Our Mother the Mountain, Townes Van Zandt, $19.99. Only one. And I've got two copies of Bob Marley. This is called African Herbsman on yellow and black splatter vinyl. Bob Marley is $19.99. $19.99. I've actually got 4 of those. I think I've got more over here in our Bob Marley bin. By the way, our Bob Marley bin will be on sale tonight. Yeah, I've got 4 Bob Marleys. 4 Bob Marleys, African Herbsman, Tanner. That's on black and yellow splatter vinyl, $19.99. I've actually got 4 of those. Back up to the top, we had Mike McGinnis at $650 on the Almond Brothers. We have Scotty Hipes on Cactus, and we have Fred Carnell on Cactus. Those are both sold, Cactus and Cactus. Scotty was first, Fred was second. Looks like Jeremiah was third. Colin Butler first on Reagan Youth. That's sold to Colin Butler. William Warback, you were fourth on Cactus. Bill Samus fifth. Preston Rose on the Townes Van Zandt. This is Townes Van Zandt. Townes Van Zandt. Jeremiah Stasich was second. New bid on Almond Brothers for $675. Holly, you were next on Cactus. Bob Marley sold to Jeff McMaster, Kristen Seam, and Darren Davis. There's one Bob Marley left. New and sealed African Herbsman, $19.99. Final call if you want to bid on Frank Zappa. Looking for a $95 start on Frank Zappa. Final call before we make that a buy it now. Final call before we make that a buy it now. If you haven't already, please go ahead and make sure you've liked tonight's post. And if you can, please go ahead and share it. I would greatly appreciate that if you could like and share tonight's post. I usually don't say that right in the middle of the sale, but I think last night it really helped that people did that for us early. And I'm over here looking for the next autograph and bootlegs. I think I may try one of these Almond Brothers. I've got to figure out which one to do, though. So, okay, so Bob Marley's. Toby Grimm got the last one. Hold on a second. We had Jeff, Kristen, Darren. Holly Safe got the last one. Toby Grimm was next. So Holly Safe got the last Bob Marley. Continuing with 1999. Continuing with 1999. First is Alanis Morissette. I knew I had more copies. We did 2 the other night, and there was a bunch of people who wanted one. We did 2 last night. Here's 4 more of Jagged Little Pill. Alanis Morissette, new and sealed. $19.99 for Jagged Little Pill. 4 copies available. 2 copies of Townes Van Zandt live in Johnson City, Tennessee, 1985. That's Townes Van Zandt live in Johnson City, 1985. There's 2 of those. And I'm going to show some cake. We have cake for $19.99. Comfort Eagle, $10 off. First time I've ever discounted a cake title. $19.99 for Comfort Eagle. Cake, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hopefully I have enough cake for everybody. If anybody wants Frank Zappa, it is a $95 buy it now. One more time, that's called Rubber Slices, and that's Frank Zappa live at Nebworth, 1978. Led Zeppelin played there in 79. They may have played there in 78 too, but they played there just in 79. Their 79 concert, very famous, of course. This is Frank Zappa, $95 buy it now. I don't know if I can get it back in here with all these sticky notes on it. I'm going to have to get it just right. Let me get these in here. There we go. $95 buy it now, Frank Zappa. I'm going to put it over here with the autographs. $95 buy it now on that if anybody wants it. Okay, now way back up to the top. The last bid we had on the Almond Brothers was Greg Rogers at $675. Brent Ribley hasn't set out, neither has Mike McGinnis. We're at $675 on the autographed Almond Brothers album. That's autographed by Greg Allman and Dickie Betts. $675. We have first Alanis Morissette. These are $19.99. Travis Wade gets an Alanis Morissette. Cassie Center gets a Alanis Morissette. Michael Nath gets an Alanis Morissette. And Holly Safe gets an Alanis Morissette. Seth Wiebe, you were next on Alanis Morissette. So was Kristen. So was Jet Stream. So was Christopher Morris. So was Ron Phillips. That was the Alanis Morissettes. Then Towns Van Zandt, one for Colin Butler, one for Dennis Jackson. Fred Carnell, you were about 7th on Alanis Morissette, I believe. But the Towns Van Zandts sold to Colin and Dennis. And now the Cakes. Cakes, we have Gerard Cacciatore. These are also $19.99. That's sold to Gerard Cacciatore. David Cox gets some cake. Patrick Lear gets some cake. Rebecca Barber on some cake. Alan Totten, cake. WVU Mounties. Last copy, WVU Mounties cake. And Brent Robley gets the Frank Zappa for a $95 buy it now. That was a $95 buy it now. That's sold to Brent Robley. Next is Brent's out on the Almond Brothers. Joe Maynard, you were next on Alanis Morissette. Sherry Darnell, you were next on cake. Bob, you were next on cake. Mike's out on the Almond Brothers. Let me see what I've got. We have the Almond Brothers. Let me see what I have on Marshall Tucker. Let me see what I have on Marshall Tucker. So, I've got several different ones here, but I think the best one, I'm going to do it first. Let me see what Paul, I'm looking at Paul's notes for the first time. Let me do this one right here, yeah. He got to this about the same part I could. All right, so Almond Brothers is a final call. Mike McGinnis is out. Dual sign, Greg Almond, Dickie Betts. Brent's out, Mike's out, unless we have a last-minute bidder. The high bid, I'm going to make sure, final call. Greg Rogers, $675. I'm warming up the air horn. I'm warming up the bus. I'm warming up the air horn. This is Marshall Tucker's greatest hits. Paul has it signed by Toy Caldwell, Jerry Eubanks, Doug Gray, and Stuart Swalland. Now, those are original members, especially Toy Caldwell and Jerry Eubanks. And he says that's all that I could make out. And I was in the same ballpark. It's got, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 signatures on it. I could only make out 4 or 2 that were significant members. That was the ones we have listed here. Toy Caldwell, Jerry Eubanks, Doug Gray, and Stuart Swalland. But there's other people who played on the album as well, and I think that's what is listed here. This is Marshall Tucker Band's greatest hits. Now, the reason this isn't JSA authenticated is because of the cost of the letter of authenticity. When you have 5 or more signatures on a single item, it requires a letter of authenticity. And sometimes it's not worth paying for the letter based on the value of the signature. So the letter on this could have cost $75 or $150 based on the number of signatures and who they were. So sometimes we know they're authentic, we'll guarantee them to be authentic, but it's just not worth the cost of having it authenticated. This is a prime example because we're only starting it at $55, and probably to have it authenticated would be that much, if not twice as much. So Marshall Tucker Band, we know at least 4 signatures. The rest of them, I can't make them out. They're obviously either members or they played on the album. This is not authenticated, but I'll guarantee the signatures to be real. $55 start on Marshall Tucker Band. $55 start on Marshall Tucker Band. Let's do, for $19.99, the first ever time I've discounted an Oingo Boingo, $19.99, dark at the end of the tunnel, $10 off. This is limited edition 500 on steamy orange swirl vinyl. Oingo Boingo, $19.99. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We're going to have to sell 7 of those. And another Towns Van Zandt. This is Towns Van Zandt self-titled, $19.99, new and sealed. Towns Van Zandt self-titled, $19.99. All right. We're going to have to hand out a congratulations to Mr. Greg Rogers. He gets the Almond Brothers album for $675. Dual signed by Greg Almond and Dickie Betts, and Tanner, Jake, and April. I hope you're ready for this. Tanner, do you want to leave the room? Jake's plugging his ears. This is a celebratory air horn. Anytime we have a purchase of more than $500, thank you, Greg Rogers. So do you, $675. April says that's the worst thing I've ever done. The worst thing I've ever done? That's the best thing I've ever done. Very cool. One of these again. We travel the country and buy these incredible collections. I do it to sell them. That's what we do here. But when I see stuff like this gone, I'm like, holy moly. One of my favorite artists. That's really cool. Greg Rogers. 675, Tanner. 675 to Greg Rogers. Okay, back up to the top. We were at Marshall Tucker, 55, 55, 60. Now, the Oingo Boingos, $19.99 on Oingo Boingo. We have Fred Carnell. We have Holly Safe. We had another $60 bid on Marshall Tucker. We have John Lill on Oingo Boingo. Brent Robley on Oingo Boingo. Colin Butler wants a Towns Van Zant. That sold to Colin Butler. Also, Johnny Vigil was next on Towns Van Zant, 80% third. Another Oingo Boingo going to Tommy Flowers. Dennis Jackson, you were next on Towns Van Zant. And we have, I think we're caught up. We have 2 copies left of Oingo Boingo, Dark at the End of the Tunnel. We have got to sell those. We're down to 2 copies. This crate is wiped out. We have 2 copies left for $19.99. 2 copies left for $19.99. So here's my plan for the night. I have a whole crate of bootlegs and auctions. I have a whole crate of autographs. We're about to do a crate of half-off vintage after the next crate of on sale. And I think for the first time ever, we're going to do new vinyl, like best offer, because that's the last couple crates I have sorted. Tanner, we may start taking offers on new vinyl, which is okay with me. April, how do you feel about that? She hasn't said anything. Okay. We have Chad Smith on Oingo Boingo and Paul Bill on Oingo Boingo. Congratulations to Chad Smith and Paul Bill on saving the show. New high bid on Marshall Tucker is 65 and now 75. That is, by the way, this is one of the few, as y'all seen, I had other signed Marshall Tucker band albums. This is the one where, this is the only one I have where they're all on the front. Toy Caldwell's on there, Jerry Eubanks. That's one of the few, that's the only one I have where they're all on the front, like that. Very frameable, very nice signatures. Calvin Ward's at 75. Tommy Flowers is at 80. Okay. I told you I had lots of Towns Van Zant. I had to pull some out so there wasn't confusion. Let me do another random Towns Van Zant. Delta Mama Blues, $19.99. Delta Mama Blues, Towns Van Zant, that's $19.99. Speaking of $19.99, we're about to do a whole nother crate. Deep breaths. Deep breaths. Whole nother crate here of $19.99 new vinyl. Marshall Tucker, 80, now 85. Jeremiah gets the Towns Van Zant. Johnny Vigil, second. Dennis Jackson, third. This is signed by Toy Caldwell. Well, I don't know all the signatures. There's 7 signatures on here. We can only make out 4. Toy Caldwell, Jerry Eubanks, Doug Gray, and Stuart Swalland is the only ones we're confirming. I have no idea. I don't see another Caldwell on there, but that's all I can make out on that one. The rest are it'll be an investigative journey for you. Some of these are tough to figure out. It really is. Some of these I've looked at for a long time before we had JSA authenticate them, who they were and what they were. So that Towns Van Zant sold. Let me grab another Genesis bootleg. Boy, we've emptied some crates tonight. Hope that's the trend for the next 4 hours. $19.99 on Towns Van Zant. Yep. All right, let's see what I got in the Genesis department. Genesis, as though Emerald City. Genesis, live at the Shrine Auditorium in Los Angeles. Except for 2 tracks on side B, they're studio recordings. The live recordings were broadcast on the King Biscuit Flower Hour. So the live tracks here from the King Biscuit Flower Hour. VG Plus condition, $35 start. And this is Genesis, as though Emerald City, the 1975 American Tour Shrine Auditorium. The cover's in shrink wrap. Overall, the vinyl's VG Plus condition, $35 start. And that's Genesis. And that's all live, King Biscuit Flower Hour from Los Angeles 75, except for 2 tracks, which are studio recordings. And that is a $35 start. Genesis is now up for bid, $35 start. Allman Brothers is at $88, $90, $92, and now $100. Everything in this bin is $19.99. Before I go any further, last night, kind of later, I showed Alice in Chains Dirt. Let me show it one more time because I don't have it in a bin, and I want to do it sooner than later. One of the cheapest, I think the last time I was doing it for 26, I still got like 50 copies. We sold 10 more last night, so we're probably getting, I'm trying to get down to like 10 or less Alice in Chains facelift. They keep getting cheaper and cheaper, but I can guarantee you $24.99 is going to be the best price. $24.99 for Alice in Chains Facelift. $24.99. 2LP remaster. The last time they were $26.99. $24.99 for Alice in Chains Facelift. If anybody wants one, that's the final call on those. $24.99. Genesis is at $92.100, and we have Genesis 35 and 40. David Johnson, this is not going to be your night. There's no Japanese. There's no MoFi. Actually, there is a MoFi Almond Brothers over here I'm going to run for auction. It was sealed. I've only shown it once. We're going to make sure we get it sold tonight. But tonight is autographs and bootlegs. Autographs and bootlegs tonight. All right, so Genesis 3540. Alice in Chains, I've got a bunch of them. $24.99. Looks like we've got 10 more there sold. We're taking a chunk out. I've had, at one time, we had probably 300 of these. We had a bunch of them. We had them in crates, milk crates. We had them stacked up in bookcases on the wall in the back, underneath our bins. It's where we had so many back ordered, and they were like 60, 80 bucks on Discogs. We had so many back ordered because they were so expensive and everybody wanted one. Then they all came in at once from all my distributors, and I was all of a sudden overstocked. So we have, by the way, Marshall Tucker's at 100 with Calvin Ward. Before we go any further, we make sure Tommy Flowers is done bidding. That's at 100 with Calvin Ward. That is a final call. Tommy Flowers, let me know if you want back in. Then Genesis was at 35 and 40. Now, Alice in Chains for $24.99. We have Brian Miller. We have J.D. Harris. We have Paul Beal and Johnny Vigil. Next was Darren Davis, Josie Sinkbell, then Fred Carnell, and then Autumn Betts, and Kevin Willis, and Gerard Cacciatore, and Holly Safe. Those are all sold. $24.99. Tommy Flowers says he's out. I just now got to the bottom. Tommy had already said he's out. Thank you for letting me know. We're about to sell Marshall Tucker for an even 100, and I have still got Alice in Chains left. $24.99 facelift. That has Man in the Box on it. We Die Young, Sea of Sorrow, Bleed the Freak, It Ain't Like That, Put You Down. An amazing rock album, $24.99. That's Alice in Chains facelift if anybody else wants one. So those are all sold. This crate, everything in here is $19.99. I repeat, $19.99 on sale, discounted new vinyl. First, we have the Ramones, their self-titled first album, Hey Ho, Let's Go, Blitzkrieg Bop, $19.99 on the Ramones. Also, Muse, Origin of Symmetry, $19.99 for Muse. Van Morrison, Astral Weeks, Van Morrison's $19.99. The Modern Lovers, half off, music on vinyl, $19.99 for the Modern Lovers. And I have 2 copies of Willie Nelson's Phases and Stages. That's Atlantic Anniversary Edition on clear vinyl. Atlantic Anniversary Edition on clear vinyl, $19.99. Let's go ahead and sell that Marshall Tucker album for $100 even to Calvin Ward. He gets that for $100. It's got about 7 or 8 signatures there on the front. I couldn't ever figure out if that was 2 or 1 right there, but that is sold for $100. Let's leave that sticky note with it because that has the names we could identify for them. And we need to do an update on Genesis. I want to make sure we were done on this. Edwin bid 35 and then Mark Fallon bid 40. And I don't think we've had any other activity since then. So Mark Fallon has this for $40, and that was a final call. Mark Fallon had that for $40. That's a final call. Then all the Alice in Chains, and then first to the Ramones was David Cox. So David Cox gets the Ramones. Travis Wade was second. Jeremiah third. Fred Carnell fourth. Holly Safe fifth. Seth Wiebe first on Muse. Holly Safe second on Muse. Craig Ruth third. Don Harrison, you were next on the Ramones. Colin Butler on Modern Lovers. That's so to Colin Butler. And then we have Brent Robley next on Modern Lovers, ML. Fred Carnell third. Darren Davis on Van Morrison. Wow, no claims yet on Willie Nelson. Phases and Stages. Originals of these are usually not easy to get, and they're usually not cheap and high grade. This is a new clear vinyl Atlantic Celebration, 1974 Outlaw. That's when he went outlaw. So as y'all know, he was with RCA, and he was wanting to go outlaw, and pretty much RCA wouldn't let him. And then he had his first 2 albums on Atlantic, which was Shotgun Willie and Phases and Stages, and thus born Outlaw Willie Nelson. Okay, we have a really cool album here signed by Joey Molin, and it's not a Badfinger album. And it's signed by Jim Keltner, the drummer on this album for John Lennon's Imagine. John Lennon's Imagine, very cool. This is John Lennon's classic album, Imagine. And it's signed by Joey Molin and Jim Keltner, which was the drummer that was on this album. And Joey Molin, I believe, I think he sung backup vocals on a couple tracks. I think, of course, Badfinger was on Apple's label, Friends of Harrison. And let me see if I remember reading about it last night on Wikipedia. Wow, there's a lot of people who played on this album, actually. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, there's Klaus Vorman. He played pianos. We had his signatures last night. Alan White bass, or Alan White drums. George Harrison played the dobro. Nicky Hopkins piano. Man, there's a lot of information on here. You have to read it in a circle, too. I was trying to figure out what they credited Joey Molin for. But we have several signatures by Jim Keltner, and he has a really cool signature. He signs Jim Keltner, and then he would make a signature of a drum, like a snare drum. And then there's Joey Molin's signature. I don't know what this is supposed to be, but he made some kind of little thing down here, Joey Molin. That is a $85 start from the Keltner Molin autographs. $85 start. It's John Lennon Imagine, signed by Jim Keltner and Joey Molin. JSA authenticated, of course. There's the certification. There's the stamp on the back. That is an $85 start. Joey Molin and Jim Keltner. $85 start on that. Next is Genesis. No one else bid on this. Genesis is sold to Mark Fallon for $40. Mark Fallon gets that for $40. Mark Fallon got that for $40. Sold. Let me see what else I got over here in the bootleg bin. Bootleg bin. Peter Gabriel, Without Frontiers. Let's do another Townes Van Zandt right quick. That's the other one that was left over from that crate. For the sake of the song, 1999 on Townes Van Zandt. Peter Gabriel, Without Frontiers. This is live in Dortmund, Germany. October 4th, 1983, EX condition, $30 start. So vintage Peter Gabriel bootleg from the Corny Phone label. That is a $30 start. $30 start on that. $30 start on that. EX condition, $30 start. Peter Gabriel Frontiers. It also has, hey, there's one of those really cool inserts. That's Corny Phone label, all their bootlegs. Look, Joy Division, The Doors, The Mission, The Ramones, The Cult, The Sex Pistols. Those would be some really cool ones to find. There were some people wanting to buy that out of the last bootleg we had. Some people wanted to buy that. The Alarm, Roger Waters. Some of those I've never seen before. That's now up for bid. Yeah, Keltner is on a lot of recordings. He had, when Dale met him, I don't know how he knew he was going to meet Jim Keltner, but he found all the albums that Keltner played on it, and we've got several of his random. A lot of them we don't have authenticated, but we went ahead and had some just so we knew the other ones were good. But yes, he played on a lot. I think we also have them on, what was some of those other ones we had them on back there? It was some random stuff, but they were really cool albums. All right, 85 on that, Peter Gabriel. No Townes Van Zandt, no Willie Nelson. We'll keep going, but we have to sell those. We have to. 1999 continues with Mudhoney, Super Fuzz, Big Muff. This was actually a really good seller, but it was the last copy I had left that I haven't been able to sell. 1999 for Mudhoney. Also, Four Non-Blondes, 1999. Four Non-Blondes, 1999, which has the song What's Up. I think that's the one. That's the one I was trying to figure out last night or the night before. Judas Priest, Rock-A-Rolla. This was $36.99. I marked it down to $24.99, and now it's $19.99. This is $19.99 for Judas Priest. Dangerous Toys, Greatest Tricks. Dangerous Toys is $19.99, and we have one copy of Pearl Jam Versus. Just $19.99 on Pearl Jam Versus. $19.99. Peter Gabriel 30, Peter Gabriel 30, Peter Gabriel 35, Peter Gabriel 40 with Mark Fallon. First on Mudhoney, Colin Butler. Colin Butler, oh, that's not Mudhoney. There's Mudhoney. That's sold to Colin Butler. Mudhoney. Alan Jonathan was second. Dave Deckenbegger is going to get a Willie Nelson. Brent Ribley, third on Mudhoney. Kevin Jordan, fourth. Mike Helton wants the Four Non-Blondes. That's sold to Mike Helton. And then W. Mounty put MUS. I'm not for sure what that was for. Then Fred Carnell next on, that might have been for Mudhoney. Fred Carnell next on Four Non-Blondes. Chris DeMoss next on Mudhoney. Jeremiah Stachitz first on Judas Priest. Jeff Williams is the new bidder on Peter Gabriel for $60. Greg Preston first on Dangerous Toys. James Lugwood next on Dangerous Toys. Alan Johnson third. Craig fourth. Toby Grimm first on Pearl Jam. Gerard second. Jared next on Dangerous Toys. Kevin next on Pearl Jam. So was Thomas, Jason, Brian, Joe, and Dennis Jackson wants Towns Van Zandt. Dennis Jackson gets Towns Van Zandt. That leaves one Willie Nelson Phases and Stages for $19.99. Update on our auctions. Peter Gabriel is at $60 with Jeff Williams. Mark Fallon, you're outbid. You was at $40. Jeff's at $60. I'm going to make the Jim Keltner, Jolie Moland autograph an $85 buy it now. First come, first serve. Buy it now. Keltner, Moland, autograph John Lennon, Imagine. That is sold to John Young for $85. Nice pickup there. I thought that was pretty unique. Any kind of like signed Beatles-related album. Pretty cool. That is sold to John Young, and Zachary P. was next on that. All right. My transcript just told me I need to be out on Gabriel. Mark Fallon's out on Peter Gabriel. That's a final call then for $60 to Jeff Williams. Jeff Williams. All right, let me go ahead and see what I've got over here. What's back here in the back? Let's do a, hey, we can't go wrong with Coco Taylor. Coco. This is Jump for Joy. This one was actually framed. I actually took it out of a frame last night. So it's not JSA authenticated. I just found it in the back with other autographs that we didn't have authenticated. It is near mint on Alligator Records. Coco Taylor, Jump for Joy, $35 start. Autographed by Coco Taylor, $35 start on that. $19.99, Summertime Blues by Zach Bryan. $19.99, Summertime Blues, Zach Bryan. Also, the Ramones, Rocket to Russia. The Ramones, Rocket to Russia, $19.99. Jeff Healey Band, See the Light. One copy, $19.99. If I can find the others, I'll hand them out, but just $19.99 on Jeff Healey Band. I don't know where the others at. I bet they're in the back and all those other crates. So, $19.99 for Jeff Healey Band. What was that? 1, 2, 3. Let's do two more. I've got two. Well, we sold a ton last night, but I found two more. Greta Van Fleet Starcatcher. That's their newest album, Greta Van Fleet on clear vinyl. That's $19.99. And one copy of Lou Reed Transformer on white vinyl, a Record Store Day essential. Lou Reed Transformer on white vinyl, $19.99. Lou Reed Transformer. All right, let's go back up to the top. Where I left off is Peter Gabriel. This is a vintage bootleg, and it is not signed. It is sold to Jeff Williams for $60. Greg Williams gets the Peter Gabriel for $60. We'll go ahead and tag that first. We go way down to the bottom. There's the John Lennon buy it nows, and now Coco Taylor. We had a $35 bid, a $35 bid. Jeremiah Stach first to RAM. RAM was for the Ramones. That's sold to Jeremiah Stach. B Smoker gets to Zach Bryan. That's sold to B Smoker. Thomas Hujar, second on the Ramones. Another $35 bid on Coco Taylor. Jason Conklin was next on Zach Bryan. Let me see if I have any more over here in our Americana bin. Country Americana bin. Country/Americana. There's another Zach Bryan, Summertime Blues. There's also Ryan Bingham's over here. There's another Zach Bryan and Ryan Bingham, Sturgill Simpson. We're going to do some Tyler Childers here in a minute. We have a ton of them. We have a ton of Country Squires. I'm going to be doing those on sale here in just a second. But there's two more copies of Summertime Blues by Zach Bryan. So we're going to give one to Jason Conklin. There's one to Jason Conklin. Chad Smith, you were next on the Ramones. Jetstream first on JJ, which was maybe JH for Jeff Healey. Is that right? Yes, he meant JH for Jeff Healey. And Tanner, let's take down those other names. I do have more copies of Jeff Healey, but they're in the back. They're in some of those other crates that I'm going to bring up later. So Jetstream got this one, and I think we have at least 5 more maybe, but we'll take down everybody's name. That's Patrick Lear, Jared McLaughlin, Craig Ruth. That's the next 3. Michael Naff bid 40 on Coco Taylor. Jeff McMaster wants a Greta Van Fleet. Jack Hewitt gets a Greta Van Fleet. And we have Kevin Jordan, third on Greta Van Fleet. There was only 2. Travis Wade gets Lou Reed. That's sold to Travis Wade. Kara was next on Greta. Those are sold out. Patrick Hummer on Lou Reed. That's sold out. So was Gerard, Jared, Thomas, Joe, Chad, Christopher, Mike. Coco Taylor's at 41. So here is the other Jeff Healey's. Tanner's brought me what we have left. You found those quick, Tanner. We have Jeff Healey. Jetstream was first. There's one for Patrick Lear. There's one for Jared McLaughlin. There's one for Craig Ruth. There's 2 copies left of that for $19.99. $19.99. Coco Taylor's at $41. Jeff Williams is going to get a Jeff Healey. Coco Taylor's at $45. Tommy Flowers gets the last Jeff Healey. Fred Cardinal, you were next. There's one copy left of Zach Bryan, Summertime Blues for $19.99, and one copy left of Willie Nelson, Phases and Stages. Those are $19.99. Let me take a break there while they're still bidding on Coco. Let me grab the next Genesis bootleg. I like the cover of this one. This is Genesis, live from the mouth of the monster. This is live at the Uptown Theater in Chicago. October 10th, 1978 is when this concert was. Live from the mouth of the monster. That's in Chicago, October 13th, 1978. EX condition. This is a $45 start. Of course, it's marked as a promo, but it is a bootleg. Genesis. That's October 10th, 1978 in Chicago. $45 start. EX, 2LP. We've got it cleaned and new QRP sleeves. $45 start on Genesis. That's our next vintage Genesis bootleg. That is called Live from the Mouth of the Monster. 45 on that. Tom Moran gets to Willie Nelson. Mark Fallon's at 45 on Genesis. Michael Nath has Coco Taylor for 45. Chris DeMoss is out. Going once, going twice on Coco Taylor. Continuing for $19.99, we have, there's a riot going on. Sly and the Family Stone. Riots on limited edition red vinyl. Sly and the Family Stone. Red vinyl, just $19.99. 2 copies of 10 Years After, pretty much half off. A Sting in the Tail. 10 Years After is limited edition, numbered music on vinyl for $19.99. 10 Years After, $19.99. I've got 3 copies of the Talking Heads, More Songs About Buildings and Food. $19.99 on Talking Heads. That's 1, 2, 3. Let's do 2 more. This is PJ Harvey. This one's called I Inside the Old Year Dying. PJ Harvey's $19.99. And one more, Funkadelic, Maggot Brain. Just $19.99 on Funkadelic. So we had a final call on Coco Taylor for $45. If I get to the bottom and no one's bid, that's sold to Michael Nath for $45. Same thing for Genesis. Mark Fallon's at $45. By the time I get to the bottom of the feed, if no one's bid, I'm going to sell it to Mark Fallon for $45. First to Sly was Fred Cardinal. Sly and the Family Stone. 10 Years After, we had Jetstream. He's going to take a 10 Years After. And then Toby Grimm on TH, which is for Talking Heads. Toby Grimm gets a Talking Heads. Travis Wade gets a Talking Heads. Jeff Williams, scratch that. He's at 55 on Genesis. So Jeff Williams is at 55 on Genesis. Fred Cardinal gets the last Talking Heads. Last Talking Heads sold to Fred Cardinal. IMJMV gets the 10 Years After. That was the last copy of that. Jared, you were third on 10 Years After. We only had 2. And then lots of people next on Talking Heads, but we are sold out. WV Mounties, Joe Maynard, John Smetcher. Thomas Sujar gets the PJ Harvey. Chad Smith was second. And Calvin Ward got the Funkadelic. And then there's several people next on that. Jeremiah, David Cox, Michael, Chris Jack, Zachary, Sam Squatch, IMJMV. And we have a test comment from Sam Squatch 67. That means Coco Taylor is sold to Michael Nath for $45. The Genesis is called Live from the Mouth of the Monster. Live from the Mouth of the Monster, and that was at the Uptown Theater in Chicago. That concert was held on October 13th, 1978. High bid is with Jeff Williams at $55. Jeff Williams at $55. Let me grab our next autograph. Our next autograph is going to be from John. This one was actually featured in the Facebook post. John Mayall, the last of the British Blues. $55 start for John Mayall. $55 start. This is autographed by John Mayall right here. JSA. He also made his peace sign. John Mayall, the last of the British Blues. I think the album itself is really nice too. Yes, very nice vinyl. EX Plus Near Mint Minus. It's got a gold stamp promo on the front. It's autographed by John Mayall. JSA authenticated. Last of the British Blues. $55 start on that. Anthony Barone is the new bidder on Genesis for $60. Before I can continue, I'm going to mute my mic for 10 seconds and take a drink of water. While I have my mic muted, April's over here asking where my credit card is. Can you believe that, Tanner? We are live on Facebook right now. Yes, April. You can take my credit card as long as you bring me back some food. Okay, we have no copies of cake left. When you decide where you're going, let me know and I'll tell you my order. We have Genesis at 62, Genesis at 65, Michael Nass at 55, and John Mayall. Continuing with 1999 stuff. If you're just hopping on, we've had the last busiest 2 nights, probably we've had all year of blowout new vinyl, and we're just getting started. It's only 9:15. Everything in here is 1999. 1999. First, we have the Foo Fighters' newest album on white vinyl. Foo Fighters is 1999. It is called But Here We Are. It's on white vinyl. There's 4 copies left for 1999. I've only got 1 copy of the Grateful Dead, AOXOMOAOXOA. That is the Grateful Dead. That's what it's called. It's pronounced some way or another, but I call it AOXOMOAOXOAO. And then we have Joan Jett, just 1999, up your alley. Joan Jett's 1999. 2 more. Yes, this is a new, unofficial. It's Yes Live in 1969. Classic John Anderson there. There's Chris Squire. Yes, 1999. And I've got 2 copies of Charles Wright and the Watts 103rd Street Rhythm Band, Express Yourself. And yes, that's the song you're probably thinking about in your head. Express Yourself. Limited to 750 on turquoise colored vinyl. Great soul album. Charles Wright, 1999. I've got 2 copies. Okay. No one else bid on John Mayall. When I get to the bottom, I'm going to sell it to Michael Nath for 55 unless somebody else has bid. Genesis, we were at 62 with Mark and then 65 with Jeff. Next is Michael Nath. He gets a Foo Fighters. 1999 on the Foo Fighters. There's number 1. Next is Thomas Hujar on Foo Fighters. Kevin Jordan is going to get a Foo Fighters. And then Craig Ruth is going to get a Foo Fighters. That's the last one sold to Craig Ruth. The next was Fred Carnell. He's going to get the Grateful Dead. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Josie Sinkbell was second. Alan Totten was third. Kara, you were next on Foo Fighters. Cynthia Herdren first on Joan Jett. That's sold to Cynthia. Fred Carnell was second. Chris Youngblood next on Foo Fighters. Michael Potts first on Yes. Thomas next on Grateful Dead. James Lugwood next on Yes. And then Charles Wright on Colin Butler. To Colin Butler, Charles Wright. And we have Gerard put SRB. What was SRB, Gerard? Was that Charles Wright 103rd? What was ESRB? SRB, I'm not for sure. But if that was supposed to be for this, then you got it. If not, it's sold to Tommy Flowers. So if that's not to you, then it's sold to Tommy Flowers. We'll figure out what he wanted there. SRB. Might have been a quick typo. He got auto-corrected there. Genesis is at 66. And then we have Genesis 69 and Genesis 72. 3 bidders still on Genesis. 66, 69, and now 72. Gerard wanted this. Nobody else bid on John Mayall. That's sold to Michael Nath for $55. John Mayall, the last of the British Blues. JSA authenticated and sold. Genesis is at 72. Let me grab another autograph. Let me see what else he put in here. I've got some other stuff that's multi-signed that was not authenticated. Let me see what we have in here. Is this, let's do this 3 Dog Night. It's signed by, this has got a lot of people on it. So this is one, this is a 3 Dog Night. 3 Dog Night. It's signed by Jimmy Greenspoon, Paul Kingray, Floyd Sneed, Chuck Nirgren, Corey Wells. I just mispronounced his last name. I can hear it. That didn't come out too correctly. Corey Wells, Danny Hutton, and Mike Alsop. Of course, Chuck is pretty sure the kind of the front man, as I always consider him, from 3 Dog Night. This is got a lot of signatures on it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. How many did I read off there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe some of those weren't signatures. That one says to Helen. Okay, so that's not a signature. And that says to Helen. That's not really a signature. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 signatures on there. There's the list. $45 start. $45 start by 3 Dog Night. That's a $45 start. So it's signed. There are 7 signatures on there. There's a couple personalizations. It says to Helen, to Helen, to Helen. So it has to Helen a couple times. That's a $45 start. That is a signed Three Dog Night album. $45 start. 7 signatures on there. Okay, Genesis was at 72 with Jeff Williams. Anthony Barone. Mark Fallon was back up. We'll make sure they're done. Anthony's out. Mark Fallon's out. Final call for $72 on Genesis. We are about to sell that. And we have Three Dog Night at 45, 45, and 47. Okay, continuing, 1999, we have Joy Division live at the University of London Union. This is February the 8th, 1980. And just so you've noticed, I'm really not able to answer any questions whatsoever. So if you're asking a question that's not about a record or an auction, I am totally ignoring you. Sorry, but I cannot answer any questions about anything right now. We have LA Guns. This is on blue vinyl, collector's edition number 1. LA Guns is $19.99. That's on blue vinyl, new and sealed. And Love and Rockets. Love and Rockets, Earth, Sun, and Moon, Love and Rockets. The band's 3rd album contains no new tale to tell. That's $19.99. And one more, Liz Fair. This is Whip Smart. New and sealed for $19.99. $19.99 on that. Okay, so back up to the top. Let's go ahead and sell that Genesis. I don't think anybody else bid. If there was a bid on my screen, I'll pull it back. But I think we're done, and the bid was way up here, so let me go ahead and sell that to Jeff Williams. Jeff Williams got that for $72. Then I introduced the Three Dog Night. It's fully signed. The only reason we didn't have it authenticated is because it would cost probably at least maybe $125 or $150 for a letter on that. So we just left it as is. But they are the authentic, of course. We had a $45 bid, $45, $47, $50, $50, $50. And then first to JD, which was Joy Division. That's sold to Travis Wade. These are $19.99. Next was Fred Carnell, $19.99. Or Travis Wade was first to Joy Division. Fred second. We only had 1 copy. Joe third. Zachary fourth. Cynthia fifth. Three Dog Night 50. Three Dog Night 65. First to LA Guns was Dan Triaga. Kevin Jordan was second. So LA Guns and LA Guns, those are sold to Dan and Kevin. James was next. Jason third. Thomas fourth. Zachary fifth. Brian Miller sixth. Three Dog Night 70. IMJMV next on Guns. So was Patty. Michael Potts first to Love and Rockets. $70 bid on Three Dog Night. Fred Carnell next on Love and Rockets. Eric, $60 on Three Dog Night. We're already at 7. Paul Bill wants the Liz album. That's sold to Paul Bill, and I think Cynthia as well. She put LF. Cynthia, was that for Liz? If so, then you were second. If not, Thomas Hujar gets it. If Cynthia does want Liz, then that was hers, and Thomas is next. Three Dog Night 60, Three Dog Night 70. Joe Maynard next on Love and Rocket. We have not sold Joe Cocker. I'm about to run that one actually. Three Dog Night 100, Three Dog Night 85, and we are caught up. Alex Rifles at $125 on the Three Dog Night. That has 7 signatures on it. I've read them off there on the back if anybody wants to see that again. It is personalized a few times to Helen, but that is signed by Three Dog Night. Let's do that Joe Cocker that was just asked about. Now, this is really cool. One of my favorite, what I call Woodstock era performers, and that's Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. This is Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. This is signed in silver paint pen. Very nice signature by Joe Cocker. JSA authenticated on this. $125 start on Joe Cocker. $125 on Joe Cocker. Extremely nice vinyl. Nice jacket as well. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. Autographed by Joe Cocker. $125 start on that. Was I not third on Love and Rockets? You may have been, but we only had 1 copy. We only had 1 copy. Love and Rockets went to Michael Potts. Fred Carnell was second. And Joe Maynard, you were third. But we only had 1 copy. Okay. And we have Joe Cocker 125, 125. So Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. And that one, I was just looking before I went live at active Joe Cocker albums. That would be a bargain if you've done the research as well. 125, 125, especially for a front signed, nice signature, authenticated Joe Cocker. Of course, we know he's no longer with us, so he's not signing anything else anymore. Back to 1999, Tenacious D and the Pick of Destiny. There'll probably be a few people claim this. Just $19.99. Tenacious D, I've only got 1 copy. Also, I've got 3 copies of Black Flag Loose Nut. Black Flag is $19.99. Black Flag, loose nut. We got 3 copies of that. There's 1, 2. Let me do 2 more. Big Country, The Crossing, more than half off at $19.99 because that's an import. And Beck, Modern Guilt. Beck is $19.99. Beck is Modern Guilt, $19.99. So let's take a look at Three Dog Night again. I had Patrick Hummer at $150. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 signatures. 7 signatures. I think it's fully signed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 7 names and there's 7 people on the front of the album. I believe it is fully signed. I believe it's fully signed. That is now the last bid. I don't know where it is now, but Patrick Hummer was at $150. And Jeff Garland's out. Joe Cocker, $125. Three Dog Night, $175. Joe Cocker, $130. Joe Cocker, $150. Joe Cocker, $165. Joe Cocker, $175. Calvin Ward, first on TD. That was Tenacious D. That sold to Calvin Ward, $19.99. Joe Cocker, $160. We was already at $175. Jeremiah next on Tenacious D. Craig Rue third. Seth fourth. Holly fifth. And first to Black Flag was Toby Grimm. Toby Grimm on Black Flag. Craig Thomas on the other Black Flag. Mark Fallon's $175 on the John Belushi autograph, which is a Saturday Night Live reference. But that is Joe Cocker, $175. Cassie on Black Flag. That is sold to, no. Cassie, you were next on Tenacious D. Thomas Hujar gets Black Flag. Paul Beal was fourth. We only had 3 copies. Sam Squatch next. Colin Butler's going to get the Beck. Colin Butler's going to get the Beck. And Big Country is sold to Thomas Hujar. Big Country sold to Thomas Hujar. Patrick Hummer's next on Beck. Michael Potts third. W. Mounties fourth. Joe Cocker, $195. Joe Cocker, $200. Joe Cocker, $205. Joe Cocker, $205. Three Dog Night. We were at Three Dog Night. Three Dog Night. Alex Rifle has it for $175. $175 on Three Dog Night. Going once, going twice. Joe Cocker's at $220. There's only 2 albums left in this bin, not counting Zach Bryan. The Stooges Funhouse on half black, half red, split-colored vinyl. And Volbeat, Rock the Rebel, Metal the Devil, glow-in-the-dark vinyl, $19.99. Now, somebody has got to get that last Zach Bryan. There was only 1 in there, then I added 2 more, so technically I added more to it, but somebody's got to buy it. Right, April? Right, Tanner? Sure. Right, Jake? Jake said he don't know. Okay. Jake says he don't know. That's always a good answer. I wasn't here. I don't know what's going on. All righty. Let's see what's going on over here. We had Joe Cocker, $205. Joe Cocker, $215. Joe Cocker, $220. Joe Cocker, $235. Jeremiah, first to the Stooges. Ken Crooker, first to Volbeat. Ken Crooker, first to Volbeat. Next was Kevin Jordan, then Joe Barrios, then Jeremiah, then Craig Ruth, then Patrick Hummer, and Fred Cardinale. Who is going to get the Zach Bryan Summertime Blues for $19? This was actually just a website exclusive for him for the longest, and then finally he's released it, $19.99. Okay, first time I've put one of these on sale, I think ever, or if not, in a long time. This is Country Squire by Tyler Childers, now on sale for $24.99. New and sealed, Country Squire by Tyler Childers. $10 off, $24.99 on Country Squire. $24.99. April, what is your question? Cookout. Give me a second to think about it. We have Brooks Valder. Brooks Valder is going to save the night with Zach Bryan. Tanner, that was $19.99. And I'm not going to leave Country Squire in here. I'm going to set them off to the side. $24.99 though on Tyler Childers. Country Squire, if anybody wants a copy. I've got a bunch. I would love to sell you one. Cynthia wants one, and I'll see who else as soon as I come back. I'm going to mute my mic so I can take a drink of water and not share my cookout order with everybody else that's watching right now. Now my cookout order will be a mystery. Y'all have no idea what I just ordered at Cookout. We'll keep it that way. I'll let you know whenever it gets here. All right, let's do a crate of half-off vintage. Half-off vintage LPs. It's time to wrap up Three Dog Night. First, This is sold to Cynthia for $24.99. Anybody else wants a Tyler Childers? $24.99 on Tyler Childers. If anybody else wants one, they are right over here. And I'm going to do, let me figure out what I'm going to do next. It should be my credit card. Let me see if I can find that right quick. The Three Dog Night's a final call. Let me figure out where we were at on that. And, you know what? You're going to have to pay for it. I'm sorry. Let me see where I've laid it. I've put it somewhere. Yeah, but I don't know where that is either. Give me 1 second. It's somewhere around here. It's somewhere around here. Three Dog Night. Let me figure out where we was on that. Oh, here it is. Okay, sorry. I lose my wallet about once a day. Okay, we have Three Dog Night. Sorry for the distractions. We're about to get back on pace. Alex Rifle was at 175, 180. Now we're at 185. Alex Rifle's at 185. 185 on Three Dog Night. Joe Cocker's at $240 with Pamela Yeager. JSA authenticated Joe Cocker's greatest hits. That is at that's at $240. $240. $240. I'll show those again. Let's get to some vintage half off. Everything in here is going to be the price I'll tell you. They are half off the sticker price. First is Amadeus. More music from Amadeus. EX Condition, $10. Amadeus, EX Condition, $10. John Lewis, a Milanese story. John Lewis is $15. Atlantic, early Atlantic, an original soundtrack. White label promo copy, $15. These are all half off sticker. I'll be telling you the half off price. Hurry Sundown. This is a soundtrack, Hurry Sundown. The half off price is $10. No condition notes in shrink wrap. Greatest hits from the jukebox, $7.50, featuring Big City by Merle Haggard. He Stopped Loving Her Today, George Jones, and Heartbroke by Ricky Skaggs. That's actually got a hop sticker on it. The Sandpipers Greatest Hits, $5 on the Sandpipers Greatest Hits. And Thank God It's Friday soundtrack. The half price on that is $12.50. $12.50 on Thank God It's Friday. The Blend, Anytime Delight. The Blend is EX Condition, $5. And Stephen Stills Manassas, VG Plus Condition, $8.50. These Manassas albums are always good. Stephen Stills. There's a couple of them. Okay. Now, Three Dog Night was at 185. Pamela Yeager was at 240 on the Joe Cocker autograph. That was going once, going twice. Alex bid 185 on Three Dog Night. Patrick Hummer bid 186. Brent Robley bid 250 on Joe Cocker. And now first of the half-off vintage. Tanner, these are half-off sticker. First is sold to Cynthia. That's the Amadeus. 190 on Three Dog Night. Bob Riger second on Amadeus. Corey Gaston got the Country Greatest Hits from the Jukebox compilation. That's sold to Corey Gaston. Cassie wants Jute, and I think she meant Jukebox, and Darren Davis wants the Stephen Stills Manassas, and those are all half-off sticker. Corey Gaston, you were second. Marillion, Marquis, Incommunicado. Marillion is now just $10. That's a 3-track, 12-inch single. $10 on Marillion. The Best of Tim Harden, EX Condition, $6.50. Close to the Edge. Yes, somebody's got to pick this up. A VG Plus copy for just $7.50. It's an original Presswell pressing. VG Plus $7.50. Men at Work, 2 hearts. Men at Work is $12.50. And Santana, Inner Secret. Santana is $10 for Inner Secret. Santana, $10. Also, the Moody Blues, A Question of Balance, $7.50. VG Plus Condition on the Moody Blues, A Question of Balance, VG Plus Condition. Alex Rifles at $190. $190 on the Three Dog Night signed album. That means Patrick Hummer, let me know if you want back in. Pamela, you got outbid on the Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits. Joe Cocker's Greatest Hits, that's at $250 of Brent Robley. That was going once, going twice, and Pamela was the other bidder. First in this bin, the next batch, Fred Carnell got the Marillion. These are all half off the sticker on the back. Fred Carnell got Marillion. Josie Sinkbell got Yes, Close to the Edge. James Lugwood second. Patrick Hummer third. Michael Nath on Santana. That's sold to Michael Nath. Zachary P. on the Moody Blues. Patrick Hummer next on Santana. And Blade Singletary next on the Moody Blues. we have Bob Dylan, New Morning, VG Plus condition, $12.50. Bob Dylan, New Morning, $12.50. Michael Nath's going to pass on the Santana, so give that to Patrick Hummer instead. Patrick Hummer's also out on Three Dog Night. This is now a final call. This is at 190 with Alex Rifle. Pamela Yeager, if you can hear me, let me know if you're out on Joe Cocker. If she's out, then this is going to be immediately sold to Brent Ribley unless someone bids right now. He has that for $250. Do you have a Rush Snakes and Arrows? We don't have Rush Snakes and Arrows. So at one time, I had every Rush album in stock from self-titled up through Hold Your Fire. Now, between Hold Your Fire and Clockwork Angels, none of those albums are in print. They're very pricey. They're very difficult to get. Anything from Presto on up is 100, 150, 200, 250, 300, 350. It's hard to find Snakes and Arrows counterparts and Roll Your Bones for under $300. If you can find those sealed for under $200, you have got a deal for sure. We don't have them though. They're not in print, meaning they're not making them right now. They're not being pressed. Spooky Tooth, $12.50. You broke my heart, so I busted your jaw. $12.50. If we ever did get a copy in, it would be put up for auction, and there would be a lot of bids on it. But right now, we don't have a copy. So that's why those albums are so difficult to get. They hadn't been pressed in years. Three Dog Night, Naturally. $10 on Three Dog Night, Naturally, half off. I'm telling you the half off price. There's Spooky Tooth. There's Three Dog Night. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free, $7.50. Santana, Beyond Appearances. Santana's a gold stamp promo, $10 on that. And Diodato Prelude, that has the Space Odyssey theme, also the Ric Flair theme and the Elvis Presley theme, $10 on that. All right, so this is sold. Fully signed Three Dog Night, the Alex Rifle for $190. Very cool. And Joe Cocker is sold to Brent Ribley for $250. That's sold to Brent Ribley for $250. If you were bidding on Joe Cocker, you're in luck. We have more. That was, in my opinion, one of the best ones because it's on Greatest Hits. It was a nice signature. I don't think I have what I call any classic Joe Cocker albums signed. I do have other Joe Cockers. I've got Jamaica Say You Will. I have some of his later albums from the late 70s. I was really hoping Dale had something signed like his first album or his second album. I would love to have one of those signed. That would be very, very cool. But I do have other Joe Cockers. In my opinion, that was one of the best ones we sold there, but I do have more. I've got 4 others actually over here. I do have more albums signed by Tony Rice as well. So we sold to Tony Rice earlier. Let me go ahead and run another one. So if you're holding out, for another Joe Cocker, if you were going to hold out, tonight might be your night. We have more. I will try to run them tonight. But in my opinion, that was one of the better ones we sold tonight. That's why I ran that one first. Here's another Tony Rice autograph, the Tony Rice unit, Mar West. Tony Rice, JSA signed, $95 start. It's also autographed by Sam Bush on the back. Sam Bush also autographed it on the back. $95 start on that. Back up to the top, we had Michael Nath on Santana. Michael Nath got the Santana at half off, and Cassie gets the Spooky Tooth. We have Gary Wright. You broke my heart, so I busted your jaw. Marillion, He Knows You. That's a 12-inch single, 2-track, $10 on Marillion. $10 on Marillion, and Ella Fitzgerald Sings Broadway. Ella Fitzgerald on the Verve label, the black Verve label. Ella Fitzgerald is $12.50. Larry Smith's at $95 on Tony Rice. Let's bring up another vintage Genesis bootleg. Another vintage Genesis bootleg, and this is, actually, let's do a Peter Gabriel. Wow, this one looks cool. Gabra Kelaba. What's that say? Gabba Cabriola. Milton Keynes. October 2nd, 1982. This is Peter Gabriel live in the UK, Milton Keynes. I hope that's how you say that. October 2nd, 1982. Genesis. 3 LPs. $55 start. 3 LPs. Genesis live or Peter Gabriel live. I think it's with Genesis though, right? It says Peter Gabriel, 1982 live at Milton Keynes. $55 start. 1982, Genesis, 3 LPs, $55 start. I think that's actually a billed as a Genesis concert. Tony Rice is at $95. Fred Carnell first on Marillion. If you're just joining us, we're in the middle of a half-off vintage bin. We're actually about to do a crate of New vinyl, buy it now, best offer, which is something I've never done before. So we're here to sell a lot of new vinyl tonight for sure. Marillion and Soda Fred Carnell at half off. Cynthia was second. Michael Nath first on Ella Fitzgerald. Zachary was next. Chad Smith third. Tony Rice is at 100. Tony Rice is at 110. And Moody Blues, In Search of the Lost Chord. EX Condition, $8. Excuse me, $9. It's $17.99. EX Condition, $9. That's the Moody Blues, In Search of Lost Chord. In Search of Lost Chord. Having a rave up with the Yardbirds. Wow, now just $17.50. It's a VG Plus copy. It's a 65 mono Pitman press. VG Plus now just $17.50. Now just $17.50. Elvis Moody Blue, $17.50. This will be on blue vinyl. Elvis Moody Blue, that's on blue vinyl for $17.50. And Supersonic Blues Machine, west of Flushing, south of Frisco. That is now $18, $19. That's a weird price, $37.99. That is $19. $19 on the Supersonic Blues Machine. We don't usually have much price for $37.99. That one threw me for a loop. $19 on the Supersonic Blues Machine, half off. And Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation, VG Plus condition, $17.50. Frank Zappa is VG Plus, $17.50. Okay. We have, my Discover card just got charged, so April's at the checkout line. Tony Rice is at 100. Tony Rice is at 110. We have Tony Rice at 125. Blade Singletary first on the Moody Blues. That's so to Blade Singletary. Mark Fallon says he's going to start out the Gabriel, so Mark Fallon's at 55 on the Peter Gabriel. Greg Rogers was second on the Moody Blues. Brent Robley first on the Yardbirds. Chris Bejack second on the Yardbirds. And we're caught up. Wow, so no claims on Elvis, no claim on Supersonic Blues Machine, no claim on Frank Zappa. Continuing, the Rolling Stones, Big Hits, High Tide and Green Grass, EX Condition, $15. Gatefold, Blue London Stereo Label, that is $15. And we have Frank Zappa Apostrophe. Frank Zappa Apostrophe is $15. No condition notes on that. About a VG Plus cover, $15. Final call on Tony Rice. Alex Rifle has it for $125. Larry Smith, let me know if you want in. $125 on Tony Rice, $125. Peter Gabriel, only one bid with Mark Fallon, $55 triple LP. $55 triple LP. Final call, $55. Those are final calls. We have Vintage at half off. Frank Zappa, Mother Mania, the best of Mothers of Invention, VG copy, $12.50. Stevie Wonder, Intervisions. There is a braille strip on the front. Very ironic for a Stevie Wonder album. But that is $11.50. The bottom seam is split. EX Condition, $11.50. Jeff McMaster is in on Peter Gabriel at $60. Mark Fallon, you have been outbid. Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans. VG Plus Condition, $10. Yes, Tales from Topographic Oceans. VG Plus, $10 on that. And Reba McEntire. Now, last night, somebody asked about 30 times for Reba McEntire. I said, we've got them, but I don't know where they are. Here's one of them. $7.50. What am I going to do about you? Reba McEntire, $7.50. Larry Smith's out on Tony Rice. I don't see any other bids on the screen. Sold. Tony Rice to Alex Rifle for $125. Tony Rice is sold. Peter Gabriel was at $60 with Jeff McMaster. And then first to Stevie Wonder at half off was Corey Gaston. Susan, you were second. Matt Barnhill, you were first on Frank Zappa. Now, Matt, there's a couple in here. There's Overnight Sensation. This is the actually only billed Frank Zappa album, Apostrophe. And then there was another Mothers of Invention. So let me know specifically which one you want there. James Lugwood said yes. That was Tales from Topographic Oceans. Mark Fallon back on the Gabriel at 65. Jim Anstand is going to get the Stones. That was the very first Stones record I remember playing on vinyl. And I love that first song the last time. I actually just noticed something. Let me make sure that Jim Anstand wants this. It's in a mono jacket, Jim. This is actually a stereo pressing and a mono jacket. If you're still okay with that, let me know. If not, I understand. I'm going to go ahead and put your name on it. Cassie gets the Reba McEntire. Cassie gets Reba McEntire. Peter Gabriel, 66. Peter Gabriel, 67. Matt Barnhill wants the Apostrophe. And Brian C. on Mother Mania. Have you come across it? We had one the other night. I don't think anybody bought it, though, Chad. Faces Ooh La La. We had one the other night. Let's put up another autograph. Let's put up another autograph. And let's see what I've got in here. Also, Tanner, did you? Oh, yeah, let's do this one. I'll do that later. Let's do this one right here. This is an autographed Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. Steve Miller Band. Very nice once again. Silver paint pen. It's signed by Steve Miller. It's JSA authenticated Steve Miller Band. Signed on the front, non-personalized. Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. The actual LP is very nice. JSA authenticated. I think we've been starting the Steve Miller Bands at 155 or 145. We've sold every one of them. I'll start this one at 145. Steve Miller Band, Abracadabra. Signed by Steve Miller. Nice signature, silver paint pen, JSA authenticated, 145 on Steve Miller Band. That is now up for bid. We have Peter Gabriel 69, Peter Gabriel 70. Jim Anstant says he'll take the Rolling Stones. Alex is in on Steve Miller at 145. Continuing with half off vintage. Melanie, Garden in the City. Melanie is $5 for Melanie. The classic Saturday Night Fever soundtrack, EX condition, $9. EX condition, $9. 2 LPs, Bee Gees music, Fifth of Beethoven, KC and the Sunshine Band. We also have Marillion, the third Marillion album here. This is called Lavender. This is a 3-track, 12-inch single, $10 on Marillion. $10 on Marillion. Raspberries with a die-cut cover that looks like a bushel of raspberries. And that is VG Plus condition, $9. Raspberries, VG Plus condition, $9. And Bee Gees Odessa, $22.50. Somebody's been looking at it because it's in the sleeve the wrong way. Odessa is an original 69 Pitman press. No condition notes. There is a saw mark on the spine, but that has the very felty cover. I actually don't like the texture of it. It feels like, I don't like the feel of that, but that is on the original felt cover, Bee Gees Odessa. That's one of those things, it's just like, you know, kind of, it's like nails on a chalkboard or something to me. We have Peter Gabriel 69, Peter Gabriel 70. Alex was at 145 on Steve Miller Band. Patrick Lear on Saturday Night Fever. Let's make a note if we can find that Faces album for Chad Van Horn. I don't know if anybody bought it or not, but I remember I was like, Chad, I couldn't remember who wanted it. And I was like, hey, somebody's been asking about this. And it was you. But we'll write that down if I can find it. Webster was second on Saturday Night Fever. Susan on the Raspberries. That's sold to Susan. Fred Carnell, I think he's 3 for 3 on the Marillion albums. That is sold to Fred Carnell. 72 on Peter Gabriel. 73 on Peter Gabriel. And Larry Smith wants the Bee Gees. So that means Steve Miller Band is a final call. Abracadabra, 145. Autographed by Steve Miller. Final call for 145. Jeff and Mark are battling over the Peter Gabriel. Continuing with vintage, half off. Family, Bandstand, VG Plus condition, $7.50. We have King Curtis live at the Fillmore West. King Curtis is $11. King Curtis is $11. I don't have the Dazed and Confused soundtrack. I do have Cult Sonic Temple. It's $39.99. Green vinyl. Smashing Pumpkin, Siamese Dream. I'm going to do those on sale in just a second. Jaco Pastorius with Pat Metheny. Half off makes this $25. The half off price makes it $25. Jetstream wants KC. That's for King Curtis. Also, 2 copies left in here. Marillion, Brief Encounter, a 5-track mini LP. $15 for Marillion. And J.J. Cale, Naturally, now just $15. A 1971 U.S. pressing of J.J. Cale, Naturally. $15 on that. I don't think I have Motorhead 1916. I definitely don't have an original. And I don't think that I have it on new vinyl either. Okay, if I get to the bottom, we got to sell Steve Miller Band for $145 if no one's bid. We had Bee Gees pulled, Peter Gabriel 73, Peter Gabriel 75. We pulled KC for Jetstream, which was, what was KC for Jetstream? Just so I have a reference. That was King Curtis. King Curtis on Jetstream. Alan Totten on Jaco Pastorius. That is sold to Alan Totten, 76 on Peter Gabriel. Steve, you were second on Jaco. We have Jeff McMaster on BS, which was, I'm not for sure. Bandstand? Family? I'm not for sure. And then Alan Totten first on J.J. Cale. Fred Carnell got the Marillion. Jaco was $25. It has already sold. Jeff, what was BS? Or maybe he's saying BS that Mark Fallon's bidding against him. It was Bandstand. That is sold to Jeff McMaster, Bandstand. Steve Miller is sold for $145 to Alex Rifle, autographed copy of Abracadabra. What was the price of the BGs I bought? $22.50. $22.50 on that. Okay, let's see what I've got over here in my autograph bin. There's one down. Let's see what I have over here. I have another Johnny Winter. I have to check my notes to see what we sold the one for last night. Let me see here. This was actually something he had framed. He had this one framed. I think I got my cheat sheet from last night still over here somewhere because we sold a Johnny Winter last night. There's a couple more signed Marshall Tucker bands. We'll do those in a second. Genesis boots. There's one up for bid right now. That's why I can't do another one. There's one up for bid right now. Where's my sheet from last night? I think it was a $145 start, and we had multiple bids on it. Have you seen that as it fell to the ground? I didn't want to lose it because, oh, here it is. It's on top of the Megadeth picture disc. Here's some of my prices for last night because we have duplicate. Here's everything we sold last night. There's only a couple that didn't sell, and most of these on here we had another copy of, most of them. Some of them we only have one. I definitely only had one Charlie Watts. I do have more Nick Lowe's. I got some awesome Rolling Stones autographs we're going to do next week. I think that was one of my last Robbie Kriegers. I got more Joey Mullins to do tonight. Got a couple more Tony Rice. But Johnny Winter, $125 on Johnny Winter. I've got another one. $125 start. This is autographed by Johnny Winter. Now, it's just the jacket. There's no LP in here. There's no LP. Dale had this in a frame. It's signed by Johnny Winter. It is, I'm trying to find where the card is. There it is. It's down in the jacket. This is signed by Johnny Winter, JSA authenticated, $125 start. Second winner. The cover is about VG condition, maybe even VG minus. It has some seam splitting. It definitely has noticeable ring wear and has a crease here. Johnny Winter, $125. The one last night, I'm pretty sure got multiple bids. That's a $125 start on Johnny Winter. Okay, so we had Genesis is at 78, Genesis at 80, 125 on Johnny Winter. Very quickly, I'm going to go back through this bin one more time. Buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. We have, or excuse me, these are half off. My bad. These are half off. John Lewis, $15. Hurry Sundown, $10. The Sandpipers, $5. Thank God it's Friday. That was $12.50. Also, the Blend, that was $5. The Best of Tim Harden, that was $6.50. Men at Work is still available, $12.50. Bob Dylan, VG Plus $12.50. Three Dog Night was $10. Rod Stewart, Footloose and Fancy Free, $7.50. Diodato was $10. Also Elvis on blue vinyl, Moody Blue, $17.50. The Supersonic Blues Machine, that was $19. Frank Zappa, the only one left in the bin, VG Plus $7.50. And Melanie is $5. Mark Fallon's at 80 on Peter Gabriel. Jeff McMaster, you're outbid. Final call to bid on Johnny Winter. I'm going to bring a new crate over. If anybody wants to bid on Johnny Winter, $125. Final call, $125 before I make that a buy it now on Johnny Winter. Zachary's going to get the Elvis Moody Blue. That was the last one in there, or that was the last claim, half off. Final call on Genesis for $80. And let's see what else I have over here. That was new arrivals there. There's the vintage that's half off. And I think I have never done this before. First time ever in Colectco history right now. We have a bin of new vinyl that I'm going to do buy it now best offer because I don't have any more sorted. We sold 5 full crates of new vinyl in about an hour and a half. And at this rate, we would need like 12 or 14 to do a whole show. Right, Tanner? We have sold a lot. So for the first time ever, and as y'all know, we rarely discount new vinyl. New vinyl is a business with very tight margins. We keep it in stock. We do pre-orders. I actually try not to keep any stock. Even though I have a store, as y'all know, we're very much online here on Facebook and YouTube. I try not to keep any stock. But over the course of a year, we build up so much new vinyl. And we have to put it on sale all year. But there's pretty much nothing left in the store from 2022. There's actually nothing left in the store from 2022. Most of this is all from the last 6 months. I've got probably 20 crates in the back. I've got 4 racks full, and I've got about 7 bins over here full. So we're trying to pretty much sell everything we have before the end of the year. You know, we're probably going to have almost no new vinyl left by the end of the year. That's usually our goal. We try to sell off everything we can, even if it's below cost. So we got to get started early because we have so much. And there's more coming in every week. We have leftover. Sometimes we have 2 crates left over from the whole week. Sometimes I have as many as 7 crates of new vinyl left over, plus box sets. So we'll never sell all of our vintage. That's impossible. And we'll probably never sell all of our new vinyl. We have way too much of it, but we try our best by the end of the year. So that is why it's selling so fast tonight, because it's rarely discounted. We're selling a lot of this at cost or below cost, but that's what we do at the end of the year. The next claim was Melanie for $5 to William Warback. Zappa was $17.50. And we have Genesis. Is the label Jessica Karma? Yes, it's on Jessica Charisma. Jessica Charisma or Jessica Charisma. That is at that's at $80. Johnny Winter is a $125 buy it now. Johnny Winter is a $125 buy it now. I'm going to go ahead and lay that over there. If anybody wants it, $125 on Johnny Winter. JSA authenticated. Let's do another one of these Marshall Tuckers. We sold one earlier. This is a $55 start. And we've got another multi-signed Marshall Tucker album. Doug has signed on the front cover, Doug Gray, Jerry Eubanks, Stuart Swallen, something, maybe possibly Ace Allen. Ace Allen signed it. Unsure of the top signature, unsure of this signature, and unsure of bottom right. Maybe he's unsure, yeah. Maybe Jerry Eubanks signed it twice. It looks like Jerry Eubanks signed it twice. And then he's unsure of this one, which I was too. And then inside, there's one signature inside. It's signed by Toy Caldwell on the gatefold. So Toy opened it up and signed his picture on the gatefold. Everybody else signed on the front. It's an autographed copy of Carolina Dreams. So it's got possibly as many as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 signatures. $55 start. There is some damage to it. It's got some water damage down here on the corner. And it's got some, that's visible also on the front. $55 start, 7 signatures, Marshall Tucker Band, Carolina Dreams. $55 start on that. The water damage didn't affect the signatures. It looks like it was signed after it had already been stained. Peter Gabriel 83, Peter Gabriel 85. So we're going to go through a bin of new vinyl, and it's going to be buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. That's how we're going to do this. So you can go ahead and buy something if you see it, or you can make an offer, and I will either say yes or I'm going to counter. I'm never going to say no, but if it's not what I need or want, then I'll counter. That's how buy it now, best offer works. First is Avenged Sevenfold, Hail to the King. Avenged Sevenfold is a 10th anniversary pressing on gold vinyl, $49.99. $49.99 on Avenged Sevenfold. 2 copies of Caius, Blues for the Red Sun. That's a Rocktober exclusive on gold vinyl. Limited edition 30th anniversary on gold vinyl. Caius, Blues for the Red Sun, $31.99. Jimi Hendrix, Experience Hendrix, the best of Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix is $31.99. The best of Jimi Hendrix. We also have Poison, Open Up and Say Ah, $33.99 for Poison. And Joni Mitchell Blue. Joni Mitchell Blue is $31.99. We're going to sell Colin Butler, the Caius, for $25. We're going to sell John Lill, a Jimi Hendrix, for $25. We're going to sell Fred Carnell. He offered $30 for Caius, but we're going to go ahead and sell him one for $25. And because I already sold one to Colin for $25. Jeremiah, you were 3rd on Caius. Heather, you were 4th. Brandon Jackson got a Poison. That sold to Brandon Jackson, Poison. And we're going to sell Daniel Buzide and Avenged Sevenfold for $40. Avenged Sevenfold for $40, and Laura's going to get that last Jimi Hendrix for $25. So if anybody else wants an Avenged Sevenfold for $40, it can be yours. And if you want Joni Mitchell, it's marked for $31.99. We have Out on Peter Gabriel. Out on Peter Gabriel with Jeff McMaster. Mark Fallon has that for $85. Just moments left on that. And I'm going to go ahead and do a final warning if you want to lock in a bid on Marshall Tucker Band. Marshall Tucker is a $55 start. There's 7 signatures on there. $55 start. Final call on that. David Polkey, you were 2nd on Poison. We already sold that to Brandon Jackson at Sticker. Continuing. This sounds like this is going to be fun. John Mayer, Continuum. $39.99. We are continuing with John Mayer's Continuum. That has one of his bigger hits on it. Waiting for the World to Change. Isn't that on here? Yeah, first track, Waiting for the World to Change. That is $39.99. Van Morrison, Blowing Your Mind, with his hit song, Brown Eyed Girl. That's on Music on Vinyl, $44.99 on Van Morrison. And Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood. Grateful Dead, Wake of the Flood, $31.99 for the Grateful Dead. I've got 2 copies left, and I've got 4 copies of Batman, the soundtrack to Batman, music done by Prince, $31.99. Batman, music done by Prince, $31.99. Okay, Peter Gabriel. Jeff Williams, you have come in at a good time for you, but a bad time for Mark Fallon. This is called Peter Gabriel, Gabra Cabrera. I don't know how to say that. I'm going to need some phonics for it. But this is Milton Keynes, October 2nd, 1982. This is live at Milton Keynes, October 2nd, 1982, Genesis. It's a 3 LPs. Jeff, the high bid is Mark Fallon at $85. And if you say out, I've got to sell it to him. Or if you want to bid, you've got very few moments because I've got to sell that to Mark Fallon very quickly. We did get a bid on Marshall Tucker Band. Larry Smith's at $55. That's a final call. John Mayer, we have a $30 bid, and let's sell this to Cassie. She was first for $30. Sell that to Cassie for $30. Fred Cardinal, you were second. Stacy offered $34 for Van Morrison. Sell that to Stacy for $34. That's sold to Stacy for $34. John Lill offered $25. I like that price. $25 for Batman. Sell that to John Lill for $25. We're going to sell Jeremiah, the Grateful Dead, for $25. Let's sell Fred Cardinal a Batman for $25. Zachary, I see your offer for $20, but if you want one for $25, there's 2 left. Colin Butler is also going to get a Grateful Dead for $25. There's 2 Batmans left if Zachary wants one for $25, and then there'll be 1 left. Okay, Peter Gabriel. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and sold to Mark Fallon for $85. Marshall Tucker is sold for $55 to who bid $55? $55, and that was Larry Smith, $55. Jeff, your bid of Peter Gabriel came in late, and it was actually a tie. Mark Fallon was already at $85. So Batman, $25. Let me see if Zachary wants one. There's definitely going to be one sold to Tony, and then there's going to be one left if Zachary wants it for $25. Or if he passes, there'll be one left. Oingo Boingo, $28.99. Limited edition of 500 on brown and white vinyl. Oingo Boingo is $28.99. There's 1, 2, 3, and 4 there. I've got 4 copies of Oingo Boingo for $28.99. Next is going to be another Genesis bootleg. This is Genesis, A Living Story, the 1977 tour, Genesis, and let me grab another Joey Moland autograph from Badfinger. I think that's what I want to do. Actually, we haven't done a Jackson Browne yet. We've got 2 other Jackson Browne signed LPs. Let me bring one of these over. We have Zachary is going to take the last Batman for $25. That's sold to Zachary for $25. Okay, we have an offer for $20 on Oingo Boingo and another $20 offer on Oingo Boingo. I would have probably put these in a $19.99 bin, so let's go ahead and sell them. Fred Cardinal gets an Oingo Boingo for $20. Jared McLaughlin wants an Oingo Boingo for $20. There's 2 left. Does anybody want an Oingo Boingo for $20? Jackson Browne. I like this one. It looks like he's looking at his signature. It's JSA authenticated. It is a very nice signature, not personalized. It says Jackson Browne. It's an autographed copy of Hold Out, JSA authenticated, $175 start on Jackson Browne. $175 start, autographed copy of Hold Out. This is our next Genesis bootleg, Genesis, A Living Story. Paul says this is a compilation of live music from 1977, EX condition, $35 start. Here's our next Genesis bootleg, Genesis, A Living Story from the 1977 tour. Genesis is a $35 start. Overall, EX condition. It's on Duck Records. It's on Duck Records. Genesis is a $35 start. There's the LP. There's the cover. Calvin's at $175 on Jackson Browne. There's 2 Oingo Boingos left for $20. There's actually another Oingo Boingo coming up, but let me skip that. And let me show Gordon Lightfoot. Gordon Lightfoot, Sundown. From Friday Music, this is on orange vinyl. Friday Music, orange vinyl, Gordon Lightfoot, Sundown. If you're just joining us, for the first time ever, we've got a bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. Buy It Now Best Offer. Also, Phil Lynott's Grand Slam. That's Phil Lynott from Thin Lizzy. Grand Slam is on red vinyl. Grand Slam, Slam Anthems, Renovations. That's $29.99 for Phil Lynott. And we have 2 copies of Tom Waits' Swordfish Trombones. 40th anniversary, newly remastered with Waits and Brennan. Tom Waits is $36.99. I have 2 copies of that. Let me go ahead and show one more, and then I'll see where we're at. Wolf Mother, music on vinyl. Wolf Mother, $54.99 for Wolf Mother. Music on vinyl, $54.99. Calvin Ward bid $175 on Jackson Brown. Going once, going twice. Autographed copy of Hold Out, very nicely signed. Genesis 35. Genesis 35. The signature is actually on the cover. Dale was a professional at taking off this shrink wrap. I still don't know how he did it. Because like right now, if I wanted to take this off, I couldn't unless I ripped it off, or I don't know how he was able to do that. But no, it's actually on the cover. None of the shrink wrap was ever signed. But I guess it's where maybe he signed it. He took it off 30 years ago, probably. I mean, most of these were signed in the 80s and 90s when he got all these signed. So yeah, pretty incredible there. Genesis 35, Genesis 40. Zachary said TW 25, Tom Waits for 25. Let me think on that one. Edwin gets a wolf. Let's go ahead and tag Edwin Blom with a Wolf Mother, and 42, 45, and 47. Let's go ahead and do the other Oingo Boingo. $28.99. Good for your soul. Oingo Boingo. Limited edition 500 on clear and metallic orange vinyl. And the last 2 records is a Portrait of a Man, Screaming Jay Hawkins, $33.99. And Queens of the Stone Age, Rated X, $36.99. So what was the offer for Tom Waits? $25. Okay, I'll go ahead and sell that. Let's sell that to Zachary for $25. Does anybody want the last Tom Waits for $25? Swordfish Trombones, $25 on that. We have Genesis at $45, $47, $50. Colin Butler offered $25 for Screaming Jay Hawkins. Sell that to Colin for $25. And Travis says he'll take the other Tom Waits for $25. That's sold to Travis for $25. Cynthia, you were third. And Jeff Williams is at $50 on Genesis. Let's go ahead and sell Jackson Brown. Jackson Brown, I'm assuming everybody was done. Calvin Ward, $175. There was a question about it. I was making sure Alex did ask about that. Let me give it like 5 more seconds. 5, because we did have a question on it, but if he's done bidding, or Alex, if you could let me know, final call on that. Queens of the Stone Age, sell that to IMJ&V for $29.99, and there's only 1 Screaming Jay Hawkins. The Oingo Boingo is good for your soul. How about this? Let's go ahead and make them $19.99. Oingo Boingo, $19.99. There's 5 copies. Good for your soul. Limited edition, clear and metallic orange vinyl, $19.99. $19.99. Okay, now I'm officially going to do a countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Jackson Brown sold to Calvin Ward for $175. And now Genesis has got multiple bidders. Jeff Williams is the high bidder. No, Edwin was already in at $50. Edwin Blom was already in at $50 on the Genesis. So Mark's out, and Jeff Williams, you're out. We already have a $50 bid on that. Now Oingo Boingos are $19.99. 1 sold to John Stevens, 1 sold to Fred Carnell, and 1 sold to Jared McLaughlin. Tanner, I went ahead and marked those down myself. $19.99. Wow. Almost a whole nother crate of new vinyl go. How about what's left? I'll tell you the price. There is 1 copy of Avenged Sevenfold. We've already sold 1 for $40. Avenged Sevenfold, $40. Hail to the King, 10th anniversary edition on gold vinyl. 1 left, $40. Joni Mitchell, I'll sell this for $25. It's $31.99. That's a beautiful sounding record. Bernie Grunman, you have to have a copy of Joni Mitchell Blue in your collection. What's that one song on here? Let's see here. Carrie. Oh my gosh. It's like an enchanted song. Makes your brain spin when she's singing. $25 on Joni Mitchell Blue. Genesis is at $55. Dan McKenzie says he'll take 1 each of the Boingos, and those were $20 each. Boingo and Boingo. John Leal needs to put back Jimi Hendrix. He already has that. So there's 1 Jimi Hendrix. There's 1 2 LP. 1 2 LP Jimi Hendrix that's going to be left for $25. Was there somebody back up on that? Let me go back up to the top. We had John Leal. We had Laura Youngblood. I thought there was somebody else. Or who was first on it? Jimmy? Maybe there was just two people. There was John Leal and Laura. I don't think anybody was backup. So there's one Jimi Hendrix left for $25 if anybody wants it. Genesis is now at 56. Dan got both the Oingos. Genesis is at 56. Henry's Choice put Tooth. I'm not for sure what that is. Let me know what Tooth is. Chad Van Horn is going to get the Jimi Hendrix for 25. Larry Smith second. Chris Bajak third. So Joni Mitchell, Avenged Sevenfold. We got one copy left of Nothing to Fear. These are limited edition. $20 on that. Gordon Lightfoot. I'll go ahead and tell you the price on this. $25. Orange vinyl. Gordon Lightfoot Sundown. Orange vinyl. $20, $25 on that. $25. They were $39.99. Phil Lynot's Grand Slam. $19.99. They were $29.99. Phil Lynot's Grand Slam. $19.99. And Oingo Boingo, Good for Your Soul. $19.99. That's the last copy. So, Larry, you were next on Jimi Hendrix. Let me look at the Jimi Hendrix bin. Nope, I don't have any more of those. I would hand them out to Larry and Chris, but that was the only two copies I had. Jeff is at 60 on Genesis. Jeff is the new bidder on Genesis. 61. Patrick Lear is going to get in Gordon Lightfoot. Tanner, $25. Patrick Lear and Michelle Miller. Jared wants a Phil Lynott. Phil Lynott was $19.99. Jared McLaughlin, Phil Lynott. And Eddie Bruce, you were third on Gordon Lightfoot at 65. I cannot do 15 on Phil Lynott. That was already marked down to $19.99. That was $29. I've already sold one. And I cannot sell a Avenged Sevenfold for $30 because that was marked $50 and we've already sold one for $40. So $40 is the best price on Avenged. $19.99 best price on Phil Lynott. One each left of the Oingo Boingos. One each left on the Oingo Boingos, and I think I'm going to wait on Joni Mitchell at $24.99 as well. I don't know if I can get any more of those. I hope I can, but John, I think I'll wait at $24.99 on that. Such a great sounding record. It is the Bernie Grundman mix or cut. And Fred says he'll take OKPL, and that was Phil Lynott. Sell that for $19.99. The Joni Mitchell is 180 gram black vinyl, newly remastered by Bernie Grundman under the supervision of Joni Mitchell. Includes California, River, and A Case of You. My favorite song is Carrie. $24.99 on that. So one each of the Oingo Boingos left, one Avenged Sevenfold, and one Joni Mitchell. The high bid on Genesis. is $66. High bid on Genesis is $66. Any other deals on Thin Lizzy? It depends on what's on these bins that's here on the table. I'm about to grab them. Let's go ahead and run another Tony Rice. I do have another Jackson Brown. I have a copy of Lives in the Balance. I've got another Joe Cocker. What did the last one sell for, Tanner? $250? All right. Here's Joe Cocker. This one's nice too. It's a cool cover. It's a copy of Cocker. And it's signed in silver paint pen. It's actually a gold stamp promo. I think a really nice cover because it's got nice portrait picture of him on there. And this is going to be Joe Cocker. Autographed copy of Cocker. Gold stamp promo. JSA authenticated. $195 start. Joe Cocker. $195 start. The actual album itself is near mint minus. Very clean. Very clean on that. Okay. Was there a Peter Green? Not in this bin. Sherry Darnell takes the Joni Mitchell of John Passes. Stacy said, John Young, what's $2? Yeah, John Young, what's $2? But if you don't want it, that's okay. Sherry Darnell says she will. She will take it. What's over here in this bin? Man, I don't know if I want to go through that. That's like brand new stuff. Let me go get that crate in the back. Well, of course, that was kind of brand new stuff we just went through there. There is a crate in the back that was like random putbacks that I've compiled. So that will be a great crate to go through. Let me go back here and grab that right quick. It's right back here. Yeah. Great crate to go through here. This is a random, pretty much no. If there's 2 copies, if there's an extra copy of something, then there's 2 of them. So it's not going to be one of those crates where there's 7 of something, which I hope we can go through one of those in just a second. Let's get an update on the Genesis 28. I do have more Marshall Tuckers. Genesis is at 68. Genesis is at 68. John passes, so that's shared on else for $25. So one more time, the only thing left in that last bin, Avenged Sevenfold, $40. Oingo Boingo, $19.99. And Oingo Boingo, $19.99. That's the only thing left in that last crate. So once again, buy it now, best offer. My question about Peter Gabriel boots, I must have not seen that. Let me read you what's not in the autograph crate, but the crate of stuff that Paul got ready. I have a Cheap Trick Greatest Hits, a Very Special Christus, a Sodom record, a Who's Next Master File series, a Georgia Satellites autograph, a Kansas autograph, another Kansas autograph, a Guess Who autograph, a Long Branch Penny Whistle, which is Glenn Fry and J.D. Souther. I have another Frank Zappa. I do have Gabe's Dirty Blues. Is that Peter Gabriel? Yeah, I have Gabe's Dirty Blues. No, that's actually Dirty Blues. That's not nothing to do with, that's one of those nasty records. Peter Gabriel, Genesis. So I've got 1 Peter Gabriel, Ain't That Peculiar, 2 Genesis boots, and then a Judas Priest Screaming for Vengeance, all the other stuff I just read off. And then I have plenty of autographs, hundreds we could do if we have the time. Okay. Scott Smith wants the Avenged Sevenfold. Tanner, that was $40. I have not ran the Roy Gallagher yet. I'm going to be honest, I don't know if I'm going to tonight because I don't have that one researched. And at first glance, I didn't find a lot of comps on it. So you might have to give me another night or some additional time, but I may run it tonight. Kansas and Marshall Tucker, Sodom, Dirty Blues. I will answer those in just a second. How about this? I'll put them up for auction in just a second. Genesis is at $68 with Jeff Williams. Who else was bidding? Edwin Blom, you were outbid on this. Did he say if he was back in? Final call. And Joe Cocker, we're looking for a $195 start. $195 start. Last one sold for $250. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. Buy it now, best offer. Beck, $44.99. Sea Change. Buy it now, best offer. Beck, Sea Change, $44.99. Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. Velvet Underground and Nico, $36.99. The Cult, Sonic Temple, that's on green vinyl. Somebody asked about it earlier. The Cult, $39.99. Now, normally, we have no problem selling these. Some of these I'll discount, but like some of them, it's like we sell them all the time. Sid Barrett, the Madcap Laughs. We had that in a discount bin the other night. Sid Barrett is $36.99. We have Audio Slave. This is called Out of Exile, $59.99. Buy it now, best offer, new vinyl. Big Star, this is $44.99. This is the best of Big Star. 2 LPs at 45 RPM. 2 LPs at 45 RPM. And the Black Crowes Lines. I actually discounted this last night for $24.99, I'm pretty sure, on pink vinyl. I'll go ahead and tell you the price on this. The Black Crowes Lines on pink vinyl, $24.99. $24.99 on the Black Crowes Lines. Okay, I'm assuming Edwin Blom was done bidding on the Genesis. I never did hear him say in or out again. Jeff had it for $68. He did already say out. Edwin had already said out. That sold to Jeff for $68. Jeff Williams gets that for $68. If anybody wants the Joe Cocker, it's a $195 buy it now. $195 buy it now on Joe Cocker. $195 on Joe Cocker. $195 on Joe Cocker. That's a buy it now. Okay, back up to top. Holly Safe gets the Velvet Underground at sticker. That's sold to Holly Safe for $36.99. Then we have a $30 offer on the Colt and a $25 offer. I will do $35 on the Colts. That would be $5 off. I've got 2 here and I've got 1 in the bin. I will do $35 on those. I don't know if I can get any more on green vinyl. That has been a really good seller. But James Lugwood and Jeremiah, I'll do $35 on them. Brent Robley wants a Lines for $24.99. Dan Moran gets a Lines for $24.99. So those are both sold $24.99, $24.99. Jeff Williams offered $29.99, but we've already sold 1. Do we have 2 copies left over from last night, maybe, Tanner, back in the Black Crowes bin? Or I thought we had 2 left over last night, but we may have sold them. What? Dan Moran, we need you to message us.
He never opened our message.
You bought some stuff back on November 6th, and we never did get a message from you back then. So, Dan Moran, I think you bought some stuff a couple weeks ago, and we never did hear from you back then. So, we definitely need you to message us tonight. Actually, we need you to send us your information right now. Check your Facebook Messenger. You have an unopened message from Collectco with us requesting your information. So, you actually bought some stuff a while back, and we never did get your info. So, we need to get that so we can bill you from a couple weeks ago and for what you're buying right now. So Jeff Williams, he offered more on the Black Crows, but we're going to sell him one for $24.99. Brent got one, Dan got one, Jeff got one, and Scott Smith got one. Those are all sold. Holly Safe on Colt. These are $35. $35, Tanner. James Lugwood's going to get one. And who was backup? Jeremiah Stasich. Jeremiah says he'll take it for $35. That's sold to Jeremiah for $35. And who was next? Holly Safe is going to get the last one. And then Brent Robley was next. And that's still in the bin over here. I'll actually grab it. That was the Colt LP, right? I thought I saw it last night. I've done all kinds of condensing over here. Yep, there's one more left. And there may be one pop up in another bin, but right now I usually just sell whatever I can get to because otherwise it gets pretty difficult to track these down. $35. This last one was sold to Holly Safe. Brent, you were fourth. Okay. Dan Moran just sent us his email address. Great. Next is, what's the best you can do on Audio Slave? I will tell you my price on Audio Slave. I will do their 60. I will do them for, do we have any more over here? Let me see how many I have on hand. My price may depend on how many I have on hand. There's 2 there. There's 3 or 4 over here. Let's do them. They're 60. Let's do them for 40. $39.99. Audio Slave out of exile. $39.99. Chris Cornell, before these were repressed, they were expensive. $39.99. $39.99. This is Audio Slave out of exile. $39.99. Let's run some more auctions. Sorry, I got distracted there. Very busy crate. Let's do that Peter Gabriel bootleg. I think Mark's interested, and I know other people will be as well. And let's do another. Actually, we hadn't done a Ginger Baker tonight. Let's do the History of Eric Clapton autographed by Ginger Baker. Very cool. So, Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel is live at Music Hall in Cleveland, Ohio, March 15th, 1977, $35 start. This is Peter Gabriel, Ain't That Peculiar, live in Cleveland, 1977, March 15th, vintage bootleg, and this is a $35 start. No condition notes on the vinyl, which means it is nice. That is very, very nice, and that is Peter Gabriel. Peter Gabriel, Ain't That Peculiar. That's a $35 start. Vintage bootleg, that's live in Cleveland, March 15th, 1977, Cleveland, Ohio. Ginger Baker is a $135 start. $115 start. $115, 115. History of Eric Clapton. Ginger Baker was the drummer for Cream. This is signed by Ginger Baker on the front. $115 start. Nice LP, 2 LP, Atco compilation. And of course, it has Cream music. That's why Ginger Baker signed it. The History of Eric Clapton, signed by Ginger Baker, $115 start on that. So Brooks, earlier, Brooks asked how much on Audio Slave. I said $39.99. Brooks gets one. Brent Robley gets one. Holly Safe gets one. Lily McCurry gets one. Chris Kirkley gets one. And Calvin Ward gets one. Tanner, Audio Slave is $39.99. $39.99. That's sold to Brooks, Brent, Holly, Lillian, Chris, and I think that was all 5 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Calvin Ward. Calvin Ward should be the last one. Are you still doing? Yes, last night I did a Sid Barrett for $19.99. Bob, if you want this one for $19.99, just say sold. That's on Sid Barrett. Next on Audio Slave was Jeff Williams and Jeff Williams and let's see, Jeff Williams and John Leal next on Audio Slave. Peter Gabriel, 35 and 40. Bob said sold on Sid Barrett, $19.99. So everything in this bin's buy it now best offer. There is a Beck Sea Change. There's a Big Star. They're both $44.99. These are buy it now best offer. This is the best of Big Star, 2 LP. These are buy it now best offer. Black Flag. I'll do this. I'll tell you the price on this. $24.99. It was $33.99. And the reason is because I have more over here. Black Flag is $24.99. And this one is called Damaged. This is Black Flag. I've got 3 copies. I've got more over here in the B bin. $24.99 on Black Flag. These were $33.99. $24.99 on Damaged. Black Flag. They were $33.99. There's one for Craig. There's one for Toby Grimm. And then there's the one that was in the bin. One left for $24.99. Update on Peter Gabriel. We had a $35 bid, and then we had a $60 bid with Mark Fallon. Jeff, you're out on the Peter Gabriel. Mark Fallon has that for $60, going twice, going 3 times. Final call to get a bid in on Ginger Baker. We're looking for a $115 start. Looking for a $115 start. Final call on that. My best price on Big Star, I will do it for $34.99, Jared. $34.99. $34.99. That's $10 off on Big Star. Okay, now a lot of people's asked about this. This is Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. They were originally $100, and then I mark them down to $59.99. They were $59.99. I have a few left, Smashing Pumpkins. I'll do what's left, and Sean Bankel gets dibs because he's been asking about it since yesterday. $49.99. $49.99 for Siamese Dream. That is the best price I've ever offered for Smashing Pumpkins, Siamese Dream. $49.99. $49. That, I can't believe I'm even saying that, right, Tanner? $24.99 on Black Flag. April, do you want to Smashing Pumpkins?
No, I can only say it like 27 times.
I say the name a lot, yes. When I'm showing records, I'll say it a lot because some people hop in at the wrong time. My mic evidently cuts out a lot. And okay, you're on the verge of getting fired. Seth's not here, so you're next in line. All right. $49.99. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I got 6 of them, Tanner. Back up to the top, we had Black Flag, Black Flag. Peter Gabriel 61, Peter Gabriel 61, Peter Gabriel 75. Now, let's give one to Sean. These are Smashing Pumpkins, Tanner, $49.99. There's one for Sean. Then back in order, we had Edwin Blom gets one. Next is Brent Robley. Ron Duffield. Dan Moran. We've already pulled Sean's. Chris Bijak. Those are all sold. We're sold out of Siamese Dream. I've got 4 copies left of Melancholy. If you were watching late last night, we were doing Melancholy for $89.99. If you want a copy of Melancholy, they are $89.99. 4 LP box, also the best price I've ever offered that at. Peter Gabriel at $85. Let's make Ginger Baker a buy it now. Ginger Baker is a buy it now for $115. $115 for Ginger Baker. History of Eric Clapton, signed, autographed, JSA authenticated. Ginger Baker is $115. Still got Joe Cocker over here for $195. Joe Cocker's $195. Okay, back to the bin of Buy It Now Best Offer. These are Buy It Now Best Offer. Blue Oyster Cult, $44.99. Tyranny and Mutation. Did Jared McLaughlin asked best on Big Star, but I don't think he took it. It was $34.99. Also $44.99 was BOC. Charlie XCX, $31.99 for Charlie XCX. Clutch, music on vinyl. Clutch self-titled, $38.99. And Coolio, Gangsta's Paradise. Coolio, 25th anniversary on red vinyl, $36.99 for Coolio. The Dead Kennedys, $26.99. Plastic Surgery Disasters. And The Dead Milkmen, Quaker City Quiet Pills, The Dead Milkmen, $28.99. Last one before I pause and put up a new auction, Legion Lee Fairport Convention, $39.99. Legion Lee Fairport Convention. Okay, Peter Gabriel. Mark Fallon has it for $85. Is everybody else done? Jeff Williams, are you done? Edwin Blom, are you out? Mark has it for $85. Final call. Jeremiah wants to know my best price on Clutch. I will sell you Clutch for $29.99. $29.99 for Clutch. Music on vinyl, new and sealed. Okay. Now, if you missed out on the last Jackson Brown, what did the last one just sell? What did I do that one for, Tanner? 175? Yeah. Here's one of the last Jackson, well, definitely the last one for tonight. Yeah, that's what I thought. 175. Very, very nice here. Lives in the Balance, signed by Jackson Brown. Big, bold signature down there at the bottom. It's still got the hype sticker on it. Jackson Brown featuring For America. JSA authenticated. Gold stamp promo. $175 on Jackson Brown. $175 on Jackson Brown. All right, Peter Gabriel. We had 86. I told Jeremiah my best price on clutch. Peter Gabriel, 90. Edwin's out. It's between Jeff and Mark. Toby Graham said he'd give $19.99 for the Dead Kennedys. That sold to Toby for $19.99. Big Star for $34. Let's go ahead and sell Angela 3. The Big Star. Angela, have you bought from us before? Angela 3. If you're a first-time buyer, I need to know, and I need to get your first-time buyer information, unless you're buying under a different name. One of the Angelas. Okay, we'll figure out which one. But that sold to you for $34.99. Jeremiah passes on clutch and the best price on Coolio. I will sell you Coolio for $29.99. Red vinyl, Gangsta's Paradise, $29.99. Kraftwerk, The Man Machine. I'm pretty sure that's on colored vinyl too. Kraftwerk is $31.99. Off, Satan Did Not Appear. Off is $31.99. And Raisin Sand, that's Robert Plant and Alison Krauss, $44.99 for Plant and Krauss. And Passion Pit, Gossamer, $44.99 on Passion Pit, Gossamer. Gabriel's out with Jeff Williams. That's a final call then. Mark Fallon has the Peter Gabriel for $90, going twice, going 3 times. Final call to get a bid in on Jackson Brown. We're looking for a $175 start. Sean passes on Coolio. The name of the Dead Milkmen is called Quaker City Quiet Pills, Dead Milkmen. If anybody wants it, I'll do it for $19.99. Lost in Translation soundtrack, $31.99. Music from the motion picture, Lost in Translation. Now that's what I call yacht rock. That's a 2 LP colored vinyl. Now that's what I call yacht rock. And yes, Pablo Cruz is on there. Now that's what I call yacht rock, $29.99. Sean Drew passes on Coolio. That means we're going to sell that, not shell it. We're going to sell it to Sherry Darnell for $29.99. Which Kraftwerk and price? Kraftwerk, The Man Machine, $31.99. That's on colored vinyl. Peter Gabriel's at $100. We have a $20 offer on now and a $25 offer on now. I like $25 better. Jack Hewitt was in first at 20, or Brent was in first at 20, but Jack offered 25. Brent, if you want that, then it's yours for 25. If not, it's sold to Jack Hewitt for 25. And Jeff's out on Peter Gabriel. Mark Fallon has it for 100. Final call. I'm about to sell that. And I'm about to make Jackson Brown a buy it now. Greg Rogers takes the Dead Milkmen. Sell that to Greg Rogers for $19.99. $19.99 on Dead Milkmen. We do have a bid on the Jackson Brown. Stephen Tuttle's at $175. So we got bids on both auctions, and they're actually both about to be sold. $100 on Peter Gabriel, $175 on Jackson Brown. Brent Riley says he will take the Yacht Rock for $25. So that is sold to Brent for $25. Next, the best of Sam Cooke, $28.99. Alison Krauss and Robert Plant, that was $44.99. Alison Krauss was $44.99. Robert Plant and Alison Krauss, $44.99. The Traveling Wilburys, $36.99. Traveling Wilburys, $36.99. And the Traveling Wilburys 3, $36.99. That's the first 2 Traveling Wilburys album, $36 and $36.99. We have the Clutch for $30 being sold to Scott Snee. Clutch is Scott Snee's for $30. And I'm going to show one more. We got 2 copies, and that's Lydia Lunch. Lydia Lunch, Queen of Siam, $31.99. $31.99. All right, these auctions are done. We have Peter Gabriel sold to Mark Fallon for $100, and single bid on the Jackson Brown. Very nice signature, very cool, and that is sold to Stephen Tuttle for $175. Stephen Tuttle for $175. We have Lily McCurry on Traveling Wilburys 3. That's sold to her as sticker. And Fred Carnell wants the Kraftwerk for $25. Did you say something, April? April said, hey, Stephen Tuttle. Trying to run a sale over here. Okay. We have another autographed album by, I don't know. Let's try this Shirley Eaton. Very cool. This is actually from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is not from Dale. This is actually from Fred Goodwin's collection. This is a German pressing of the Goldfinger soundtrack, and it's signed by Bond girl Shirley Eaton. Signed by Bond girl Shirley Eaton, who was in the film. Her name was Jill Masterson. Jill Masterson in the film. She was the Bond girl that James Bond met early in the film that worked for Goldfinger. And then they painted her gold. She was the Bond girl they painted girl early in the film. And this is autographed by that actress Shirley Eaton. Actually, Fred from the Fred Goodwin collection in Murfreesboro, he actually dated her for a while. Shirley Eaton, Goldfinger, signed by Shirley Eaton, and that is a $65 start. Signed by Bond girl Shirley Eaton. She's the girl they painted gold. $65 start on that. JSA authenticated. Next is we've got one copy of AFI Sing the Sorrow, $54.99. AFI Sing the Sorrow and Voodoo Lounge. Actually, this was already marked down. $39.99. It was $54.99. $39.99. And the Allman Brothers Band, Jacksonville Beach, 1969, $36.99. So that's autographed by Shirley Eaton. $65 start on that. Goldfinger. What is his actual Oric Goldfinger? I guess that's his name in the film too. I don't know why I lost that for a second. I guess it's time to rewatch Goldfinger, right, Tanner? We have let's see what else I have over here in the bootlegs. Let's do that Dirty Blues record I was talking about. Dirty Blues. Gabe's Dirty Blues. Gabe's Archives of Sound and Rhythm Blues. Paul has a note on the back. This is a 2 LP compilation of Dirty Blues. EX condition and shrink wrap, $20 start. EX condition and shrink wrap, this is a $20 start. It's a 2 LP Dirty Blues compilation. That's what it is. It's Dirty Blues. $20 start. I see Little Willie John, the Midnighters, the Lamplighters. That's a $20 start, Dirty Blues. Okay, we have Shirley Eaton, $65 start on that. We have Jack Hewitt, 30 on Rolling Stones 35. I think I may have misquoted, but that was already kind of marked down not too long ago. It was $54.99 and now it's $40, but 35. Markdown on markdown. James Ludwig was in first at 35. Jack Hewitt, if you want it for 35, you were first. If not, I'm going to sell it to James Ludwig for 35. So Jack Hewitt was first. If he wants it for 35, if not, it's sold to James Ludwig. Greg Rogers on the Allman Brothers Band, he gets that for sticker. We have Incubus Light Grenades, $34.99 on Incubus Light Grenades. Jack passes, so sell that to James Ludwig for $35. Greg gets Allman Brothers at sticker. Ace Frehley, $33.99. These are buy it now best offer. Ace Frehley, $33.99. Jackson Browne, his self-titled first album, $29.99 for Jackson Browne. Smashing Pumpkins Gish, $39.99 for Smashing Pumpkins Gish. Sugar Hill Gang, self-titled, 50 Years of Hip Hop. Red vinyl, this has Rapper's Delight, $38.99. Puddle of Mud, Come Clean, $44.99. And REM, Automatic for the People. REM is $36.99 for REM, Automatic for the People. All right, nobody bid on Dirty Blues. This is a $20 buy it now. And no one bid on Shirley Eaton. It's a $65 buy it now. So Dirty Blues is a $20 buy it now, 2 LP. And Shirley Eaton is a $65 buy it now. $65 buy it now on those. So Dirty Blues, $20 buy it now. And Shirley Eaton. And that autograph has been JSA authenticated. Lillian gets the Dirty Blues. And the Shirley Eaton is available, $65 buy it now. Signed and autographed by Bond Girl Shirley Eaton. $65 buy it now on that. That's right over here. I'll put up 2 new auctions in just a second. First, we have Mike Hill, Sugar Hill, $25. Sell that to Mike Locke for $25. Ace Frehley, the name of the album is Ace Frehley. Price on Smashing Pumpkins, it is $39.99. Here's what's left in this bin. These are all buy it now best offer. Very quickly, We have Beck Sea Change, $44.99. Black Flag Damage, $33.99. Blue Oyster Cult, $44.99. Charlie XCX, $31.99. Legion Leaf, $39.99. Off is $31.99. Passion Pit Gossamer, $44.99. Lost in Translation, $31.99. Best of Sam Cooke. You can go ahead and make an offer now, or next time I do this, they'll probably be in a flip crate, and they're definitely going to sell then. So you can go ahead and buy them now or make an offer. Let's sell Greg Preston REM for $25. The Dirty Blues Tanner was $20 on that. Chad Smith, Black Flag, $30. I actually have already been selling these for $24.99. So, Chad, that's yours for $24.99, actually. I'll save you $5 on that. That's sold to Chad Smith for $24.99. Robert Plant, Allison Krause, $44.99. Traveling Wilburys, $36.99. Lydia Lunch, $31. We have two of those. AFI, $54.99. Incubus was $34.99. Ace Frehley sold out to Don Harrison for $25. We have Jackson Brown, $29.99. Smashing Pumpkins, $39.99. And Puddle of Mud. And don't hesitate to make offers on those if that's something you think you might be interested in there. Let me go ahead and let me rotate. I'm going to have to rotate some bins around to get us some new stuff. Let me put this here. Greg Rogers, the Traveling Wilburys would be $29.99 if you want it. $29.99 on the Traveling Wilburys. Let's sell Greg Rogers, the Allison Krause, for $35. So Ace is at $25. Krause is at $35. Let's sell Jared McLaughlin, the Sam Cooke, for $20. And Greg, if you want Traveling Wilburys, $29.99 on that. It's time to change out some bins. Changing bins. Changing bins. There's an empty one. I feel like we need to do a crate of some vintage stuff. I just don't have anything up here ready right now. And tonight's main focus, of course, was a lot of new vinyl on sale. So let me pull out another Tony Rice autograph if you've missed out on one of the other ones. And I have another Joey Molin signed Badfinger record. So I do have some more boots and some other stuff in that crate, but give me 1 second on that. Any more Sam REM for $25. That was the only copy. That was the only copy. Okay, let's see what I have over here on this. Let me see what's in this crate right here. Let me see what I got. I have to negotiate a little around it, but let's see what we got here. Actually, I think I just went through that one. Let me do another one of these that's on the table, actually. Or if not, I got to go to the back and grab one. Back here. Actually, yeah, let me go to the back and get one of those other crates. I'll be right back. Greg says he did not ask for Plant and Krause. You didn't. It's sold to Steve Botsford. I said if you want Traveling Wilburys for $29.99, that's my counter offer. The Allison Krause went to Steve Botsford for $35. There's no telling what I said, but whatever I did say, I guess wasn't accurate. I'll be right back. I have found a fantastic crate to do buy it now best offer with. That's what we have right now. Let's do it. What do we have going on here? We have Puddle Mud, $25. Fred, that would be $35 if you want it. $35 if you want it. Scotty says he'll take Traveling Wilburys. Greg says he passes. So Scotty gets Traveling Wilburys for $29.99. $29.99. Okay. Next autographs. First, this is Badfinger, signed by Joey Molin. $65 buy it now. Badfinger, signed by Joey Molin. $65 buy it now. And this is, let me get the LP out. Warner Brothers. Very clean LP. Very clean vinyl, original inner sleeve. Badfinger is a $65 start. Autographed by Joey Molin. $65 start on that. We're running low on Tony Rice autographs. This is Tony Rice, California Autumn. And like I've told you before, usually these LPs aren't the easiest to get. This is Tony Rice, California Autumn, and this is a Joey was a $65 start. This is a $95 start, as have been the other Tony Rice autographs. California Autumn, signed by Tony Rice, JSA authenticated, 95. It's still in shrink wrap. It's a very nice copy. It actually has another signature on it. Who's that other signature? Mike Aldridge. It's also signed by Mike Aldridge right there. But that is Tony Rice, $95 start on that. These are old sleeves. I'm going to discard those and bring out some new ones. Hanging in there. What are you keying in? Rush? April is keying in a stack of Alice in Chains albums. Okay, everything in this bin is buy it now best offer. We have new vinyl. We have the Godzilla, the original Godzilla soundtrack, $33.99 for Godzilla. That's $33.99. Jim Croce, The Life and Times of Jim Croce, $33.99. Also, this is $34.99. This is Low, a soundtrack by Low, The Exit Papers, $34.99 on that. The Cure, Happy the Man. The Cure is $39.99. Happy the Man, $39.99. That's a 2LP unofficial. Fish, Fuego. That's 2LP, Spontaneous Combustion, Flame-Colored Vinyl, $39.99. And Tori Amos, Under the Pink. Tori Amos is $39.99. Patty offer $25 for Godzilla. Sold for $25 to Patty. Final call on Joey Molin. Brent has this for $65. That's a final call. And yes, the Tony Rice is signed on the album. It's not on the shrink wrap. That's actually signed on the album. So is Mike Aldridge's signature. But yes, that's actually signed on the headstock of the Martin guitar there. It's actually signed on the guitar. We have Lillian McCurry wants the Cure at sticker price. So Patty got Godzilla for $25. Lillian is going to get the Cure for sticker. There's Tori Amos. We have Swimming Pools Movie Stars. That's Dwight Yoakam, $31. Dwight Yoakam is $31.99. There's two more copies of Fish. Those were $39.99. Fish, $39.99. Pharaoh Sanders, Moonchild, limited edition 1000 on gold and orange marbled vinyl. $38.99 for Pharaoh Sanders. Pharaoh Sanders Africa, that was $44.99. Limited edition 1000 orange and black marbled vinyl. We have Babes in Toyland, Fontanelle. Babes in Toyland is $38.99. And the Beach Boys Pet Sounds 50th anniversary in mono, $33.99 for the Beach Boys and Pet Sounds. That is in mono, $33.99 for the Beach Boys Pet Sounds. Prince Love Sexy, $31.99. And Prince, and this one's called Come. Prince is $31.99. Joey Molin is sold to Brent Ribley for $65. If anybody wants to do a buy it now, so far this has been the lowest price Tony Rice autograph, the lowest price Tony Rice. That's a $95 buy it now if anybody wants that. Jason Conklin offered $20 for Dwight Yoakam, $20 for Dwight Yoakam. Sell that to Jason Conklin for $20. We have John Leal said $24.99 and $24.99 on Prince. Sell those to John Leal, $24.99 and $24.99. And Larry Smith gets the Tony Rice for a $95 buy it now. Jared, you're going to get a Beach Boys for $25. There's one left. That's the Pet Sounds in mono for $25. Alex, we have already sold Tony Rice. That was a buy it now. That has already been sold to Larry Smith for $95. I have, let me see what else I have over here. We haven't done an Eric Burden in a while. Let's do Eric Burden. This is, I'm not for sure which one I want to do here. What's in the front of the crate? Okay. All right, I've got 1, 2, 3, 4. Got 4 other Joe Cockers. I've got 3 other Ginger Bakers. We didn't sell the last couple, so if anybody's interested in the different covers though or different albums, I can show them. Lou Reed, and I'm going to try to do the other Joey Molin signed albums, the different other albums that we hadn't shown yet. So I've got several different Badfinger albums signed by Joey Molin. Here's the next one. And here's the last Lou Reed album we signed. This is the last Lou Reed album we signed. The last Lou Reed album we have. I did not sign this. Lou Reed did. Sorry. That was a major faux pas. Lou Reed, live, Take No Prisoners. He actually signed the hype sticker. He signed the hype sticker, which is attached to the cover Lou Reed, Take No Prisoners. I've got deviled eggs and chocolate pie in my mind, so I love deviled eggs and chocolate pie. And I know there's some waiting on me tomorrow when I arrive at my mother's house. Yes, I've been signing all these. I'm a professional forger. Y'all have caught me red-handed. This is Lou Reed, live, Take No Prisoners. JSA sign, Lou Reed, $195 start. That's what the last one I think we started at, best of my memory. This is Lou Reed, live, Take No Prisoners, JSA authenticated. Lou Reed, if you were going to forge a signature, man, it just looks like a couple scribbles. Lou Reed, $195 start, autograph, Take No Prisoner. Here's the other Joey Molin, $65 start, Badfinger, Say No More. Badfinger, Say No More, signed by Joey Molin. That is a $65 start. $65 start for Badfinger, Say No More. That's a very clean LP. Does have a saw mark right up here. That sticker will very easily peel off. Joey Molin, $65 start. I don't have any more Dwight. Joey Molin's at $65. PS bundle, $58. Pharaoh Sanders, these would be $58. That's an interesting price. I'll go ahead and sell those for $58 though. I don't know if I can even calculate right quick, but I'm saying sold. Okay, we have Neil Young, Chrome Dreams, $54.99. Neil Young, Chrome Dreams, the debut release of the legendary 1977 Lost album with 12 classic Neil Young songs, $54.99 for Neil Young, Chrome Dreams. Also, Creed, Human Clay. Creed is $39.99 for Creed, Human Clay, $39.99. The Fire Watcher's Daughter, Brandy Carlisle, $33.99 for The Fire Watcher's Daughter, Brandy Carlisle, $33.99. This is $44.99. This is Public Image Ltd, End of the World, $44.99. Public Image Ltd, that is $44.99. We have one copy of the Monkees' Greatest Hits, $28.99, and one copy of Aerosmith, self-titled, remastered Aerosmith, $36.99. We have a $20 offer on Creed, and we have a $30 offer on Creed, and we have a $25 offer on Creed. Creed Human Clay, this would be, usually don't, I don't know. Do I have more copies over here? I've got 2 more copies over here. I have 4 copies of Creed. I will sell these for $30. I will sell Creed for $30. Creed is $30. We're going to sell one to James Ludwig. Cass, if you want one for Creed, if you want a Creed for $30, you can have it. Sean, if you want one for $30, you can have it. There's 3 more left. Creed Human Clay, $30 on that. Brent Robley offered $39 for the Neil Young. Sell that to Brent for $39. Fred Carnell offered $35 for PIL. Sell that to Fred for $35. Sell James Ludwig Aerosmith for $25. She says no thanks on Creed. That has their hit songs with Arms Wide Open and Higher and Are You Ready and If. Final call on the Joey Molin autograph. Chris B. Jack has that for $65. And final call if you want to bid in on Lou Reed for $195. Final call, autographed copy of Take No Prisoners. Creed is on black vinyl. Train, Drops of Jupiter, $39.99 for Train, Drops of Jupiter. Also, this is The Last Armageddon. This is a Japanese soundtrack, video game soundtrack, Last Armageddon, $64.99. Only one copy of Billy Joe Schaefer, One Night in Luckenbach, Texas. Luckenbach. That's not one to come out correctly right now. That is Billy Joe Schaefer, though, $31.99. I've got, first time ever I've ever had an opportunity to discount these. The Darkness, Permission to Land. The Darkness is $31.99. Kevin Costner, Whitney Houston, that's the soundtrack to The Bodyguard, $29.99 on the Bodyguard, and Elvis Christmas album, $31.99. Chris B. Jack gets the Joey Molin for $65. That's sold for $65. Lou Reed, if anybody wants it, $195 buy it now on Lou Reed, signed live, Take No Prisoners. That's $195. $195 buy it now on the Lou Reed. If anybody wants that signed copy of Live, Take No Prisoners. Live, Take No Prisoners. That is sold. Okay. We have Train, $20. My best price on that would be $30. Craig Ruth, $30 on Train. Chris Kirkley got a Darkness. Did I already pull that? I haven't. Chris Kirkley got a Darkness. Holly Safe wants TB. TB was, I'm not for sure. Darkness, Chris claimed that as sticker, and I guess I'll keep the, actually, I probably want to do that. I mean, Chris Kirkley said he'll take one for $31.99. So Craig passed on that. There's a final call on that. Let me show those other Marshall Tuckers. So he got that for sticker. Chris Kirkley. No, that has not. The Darkness has not been discounted. TB, the Bodyguard. Got it. Okay, here's another Marshall Tucker. I think this may be one of the next best ones because all the signatures are on one side. They're on the back, but they're all on one side. And this is signed by Doug Gray, Stuart Swalland, Jerry Eubanks, Toy Caldwell, and a couple that we're unsure of. So this has got almost the same amount of signatures as that first one we sold. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 signatures. And the ones we're sure of is Doug Gray, Stuart Swalland, Jerry Eubanks, Toy Caldwell, and that is going to be a $45 start. They're all signed on the back. They're all signed on the back, $45 start. Marshall Tucker Band. That's a $45 start. That is signed. We have sold 2 autographed Badfingers since you've been gone, John. We have sold 2 autographed Badfingers. So Jeremiah, if you want a Darkness, those are going to be sticker price at $31.99. Holly Safe says she'll take the Bodyguard at sticker price. Let's sell Mike McGinnis the Monkeys for $20. That's sold to Mike McGinnis. We're going to sell Cynthia the Train for $30. Tommy's at $45. Tommy's at $45 on Marshall Tucker. Sherry Darnell gets Billy Joe Schaefer for $25. And Calvin's at $50 on Marshall Tucker. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to sort what's left, and I'm going to make them I'm going to show you the prices to make it a lot simpler, okay? That way I feel like if I tell you all the prices, you will be much more interested if I tell you the prices. So let me get them grouped together, and we're going to make this very simple. So there's not much left, actually. I have not sold the Roy Gallagher. I don't know if I am going to sell that one tonight. But, yeah, I'm probably not going to sell Roy Gallagher tonight. It will be for sale, just not tonight. Marshall Tucker's at $50 with Calvin Ward. We still got, I don't know if we have a copy of WFO or not, but we should. Jeremiah says he'll pass, $55. And we have Jim Croce, Life and Times, $24.99. $24.99. So these, I'm discounting the price for you. Jim Croce, Life and Times, $24.99. The Life and Times of Jim Croce, 50th anniversary blue vinyl, $24.99. That is on sale. The Life and Times of Jim Croce, 50th anniversary blue vinyl, 1 copy left. 3 copies left of Fish Fuego, $15 off, $24.99. Fish 2LP colored vinyl, $24.99. On sale, Fish, $24.99. Brent Riley gets Jim Croce, $24.99. Marshall Tucker, $60, now $62. We have Tori Amos, Under the Pink, $15 off, remastered 2LP, $24.99 for Tori Amos. Also, last copy of the Beach Boys Pet Sounds in mono, $24.99. Now, we have other Badfingers. I think they sold for $65 and $65. I told y'all I had another copy of Straight Up. Here it is. I know the last one brought over 100, but I'll start this one at 95. Another signed Joey Molin Badfinger Straight Up, $95 start. This is signed by Joey Molin of Badfinger. This is a $95 start. Looks like it is a decently nice copy. At least EX, Apple pressing, of course. $95 start on that. Joey Molin, JSA authenticated. This is signed by Marshall, or this is a signed Marshall Tucker album. There's 7 signatures on here. We can identify about 4 of them. Doug Gray, Stuart Swalland, Jerry Eubanks, and Toy Caldwell. We're unsure of some of the other signatures. They probably played on the album or had something to do with it. That is now at $64. It is a signed copy of Searching for a Rainbow. All the signatures are on the back, all on one spot there, all on the back. We had one signed earlier, all on the front. We had one signed on the front and the gatefold. These are all on the back. Those are all on the back. That was at 60, 62. Brent got Jim Croce, 64 on Marshall Tucker. John Stevens got the Beach Boys. That was the last copy. Chris B. Jack, you were second. John Lill's going to take Tori Amos. Marshall Tucker, 65, 68. Joey Molin is a $95 start. Final call to get a bid in on that. $19.99. I'm discounting these for you. The Exit Papers, a soundtrack by Lowe, $19.99. So the only thing left for $24.99 was Fish. The only thing left was $24.99 for Fish. Lowe is $19.99. Babes in Toyland, pretty much half off. Fontanelle, now $19.99. Limited edition 1000 orange and black marbled vinyl, numbered 915. Babes in Toyland, $19.99. The Fire Watcher's Daughter, Brandy Carlisle, $19.99. Two LPs on white vinyl for $19.99. And Elvis's Christmas album, a reissue of his first Christmas album, $19.99 for Elvis Presley. Marshall Tucker, we got three bidders, 65, 68, 70, 75. Ron Duffield wants Babes in Toyland, and Cynthia wants the Brandy Carlisle. Tanner, those were $19.99. Those are $19.99. Brent's at 95 on the Joey Molin, going twice, going three times. Jetstream, you were third on the Brandy Carlisle. And so that leaves Fish, Lowe, Elvis. Can't believe no one's bought that. And then we already sold one of these. This was $10 off. Creed, now just $29.99. Human Clay. Human Clay. Kraft, 2LP remaster, $29.99. Badfingers at 100. We officially have a bidding war with Brent and John. 95, now 100. The Last Armageddon. Now this one, no one made an offer. It was $64.99. I don't know why this was ordered. I don't know if it was for somebody and they didn't pay for it. But I'll do it more than half off if anybody wants it for $29.99. That's $35 off on the Last Armageddon soundtrack, Tanner. $29.99. $29.99. And then we have two copies of The Darkness left. We're going to keep these at sticker price. That's on the marbled vinyl 20th anniversary. They're only $31.99 to begin with. They're only $31.99. I've got two copies left, and that has their hit song, I Believe in a Thing Called Love. I Believe in a Thing Called Love. All right, we've stalled on the Marshall Tucker. Calvin or Alex Rifle, let me know if you want back in. Let me know if y'all want back in. The high bid is Tommy Flowers. Tommy Flowers has it for $75. Badfingers at 105. Michael Nath wants a copy of Human Clay. Those are $29.99, Tanner, $30. Calvin's out on Marshall Tucker. Okay, let me condense some stuff over here. I can't believe there's 3 Fish albums in here on colored vinyl, and they have not sold yet. What was left over here in this other bin? I may do some discounting myself. Let's see here. Here we go. No one claimed these. These are $24.99. Incubus Light Grenades, $24.99 for Incubus Light Grenades. That's $10 off. And I will actually do this BOC album for $24.99. $20 off, 50th anniversary edition of BOC Tyranny and Mutation. Those are $24.99. $24.99. Okay, Badfingers at 105 and Marshall Tucker, Calvin's out. I was waiting for Alex Rifle. Alex Rifle, let me know. Final call. That is a final call. Jeremiah Stage gets the BOC. BOC is sold to Jeremiah for $24.99. Chris B. Jack, you were second. When are you going to call me? You said you were going to stop by when you were in an area a year ago, Boogie or not. I have no idea what you're talking about, sir, but if you want to send us a message, I will figure that out, but I have no idea. I've probably told a lot of people I would call or stop by, or somebody else did that replied to your message, but I have no idea. Joey Molin, 107. John Young's out. Alex is out. Let's sell this to Tommy Flowers. Tommy, very cool. You get the signed Marshall Tucker band for $75. That's sold for $75. Let me condense these LPs over here with the others. That is condensed over here. Boy, we have sold a lot of vinyl. California. Wow. Well, we've never been in the area of California. I haven't been out there yet. We're about to go look at a collection in Seattle, I think. That's in kind of the making, but I hadn't bought a collection in California yet, nor have I ever been out there. So I have not been to California, sir. I probably don't know if I really do want to go out there. $24.99 on BOC. Okay, let's see here. I like Tennessee. I'm kind of a Tennessee guy. Let's see what we're going to have here. Any other signed monkeys? No signed monkeys tonight. Like I said, tomorrow, be prepared. Look for the group post. Look for the announcement of the time. But there's going to be some buy it now autographs posted. Buy it now autographs posted in the group tomorrow. I'm going to take pictures of them before I leave here tonight. Here's another. We have. Let's see here. John Leal needs to put back Prince. He already has that. Badfinger, John Young's out. Brent Ribley, let's do a final call. I don't know if I've done official final call. Brent Ribley has that at 107. That is a final call, 107. I'm retiring in Tennessee or one of the Carolinas. Tennessee is a very popular retirement state. We have no income tax here, so a lot of people like Tennessee. Low taxes here. We have a high sales tax at almost 10%, but that's to avoid a very pricey income tax. Okay, where are we at here? Sales tax is a killer. You go to McDonald's to buy a $1 burger, $1.10. It's ridiculous. It adds up. Killer sales tax. Figure out which crate I want to go through next. Let's see here. About to head out, April said. Seattle. Yeah, we're supposed to come to look at a collection in Seattle. Well, it'll probably be Paul coming up there, but let me go get another crate at the back. Or autograph. Okay. Timeout. I need about 30 seconds to figure out our next move. Is that okay, Tanner? Tanner, you're officially on your eve of your wedding. Eve. How you feeling? Tanner's feeling good. Alrighty, I should be back in range where y'all can hear me now. I'm walking up with a crate of new vinyl, and it looked like a pretty random selection. So let's see what we have here. Okay, let's make these all buy it now best. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything important here. So Prince album, that's being put back by John Leal. We're going to find that. It's $24.99 if anybody wants Prince. $24.99. Judas Priest, give me 1 second on that. Heather Feather needs to put back the Clash Sandinista. Chad Smith was second on it. Chad Smith, are you still watching? Do you want the Clash Sandinista? It was on sale, $15 off, $34.99. Kansas autograph. We have Sodom title. We have, I think I am caught up. This Joey Mullen autograph is sold to Brent Ribley for $107. That's sold to Brent for $107. Let's do another Joey Mullen. This one's interesting here. Badfinger Live, day after day on clear vinyl, signed by Joey Mullen, $65 start. $65 start. This is a Ryco analog cut. It's numbered, limited edition. If you slide the OB over here, first of all, I want to say that he circled something right here on the cover. I don't know why, but it looks like he circled something right there on the cover. I don't know what that is in the background. What is that? Is it a cross? Looks like a cross, and he circled something. Joey Mullen. This is a Ryco. Hey, there's his signature. He didn't actually sign there, but there's a printed signature of his. but there's where you actually sign on the front. This should be on clear vinyl. Yeah, it's on Coke bottle clear vinyl. It's a Ryco analog Badfinger Day After Day Live. Day After Day Live, and that's a $65 start. It's JSA authenticated, and that is a $65 start. Badfinger Live. There's another Joey Mullen. Pretty cool, unique signed album there. Yes, April, you can have that hat. And just send us your hours, and we will not pay you. So thank you for your help.
Have a great Thanksgiving. See y'all, I reckon, Saturday.
We'll be
we need to make sure we get a Coletco pick. I mean, I know there's going to be a lot going on, but
we will have official wedding pictures for Coletco made.
Yes.
There's a photographer on staff.
Amazing.
Okay. Let me grab.
Don't forget
Appreciate your help. I'm going to lock the door behind you.
You're welcome. Yeah, I'm kind of scared. Okay.
I will make sure you get in your vehicle safely. Where Seth blocked the front door like a maniac. I don't know what he said. I sent him a text. I was like, I hope you're coming back to move your vehicle. All right, let's figure out what this Kansas record is. Okay, this Kansas record is very unique because it's got a lot of writing on it. Signed on the front by Rich Williams, Steve Walsh, Dave Hope, Robbie Steinhardt, Phil E. Hart, Kerry Livgren, and signed on the back by Jeff Glicksman, the producer, and Bud Carr, the manager. Wow. So this is a very much signed album by Kansas. $55 start. $55 start. It's signed by Rich Williams, Steve Walsh, Dave Hope, Robbie Steinhardt, Phil E. Hart, Kerry Livgren, and it's signed on the back by Jeff Glicksman, the producer, and Bud Carr, the manager. Now, it's very personalized. It says, Hello, Flo, Rich Williams, to Flo, a beautiful lady. This was made out to Flo, the progressive lady. To Flo, a beautiful lady with a fine store. Thanks for the fun. Bobby? No. Dave? Yeah, Robbie. Oh, Flo, sell my record. Steve Walsh. To Flo, thanks for, I can't make the rest of that out. And then there's just a signature, there's a signature, and there's the two signatures on the back. So it looks like they were in a record store or something, maybe, when they were selling this. Sounds like Kansas was, the whole band was in a record store or something at one time. And somebody named Flo was there. It says, Flo, a beautiful lady with a fine store. And over here it says, Oh, Flo, sell my record. I don't know what that means. So I don't know what's going on with Flo, but there's 2, 4, 6, there's 8 signatures on it. There's 6 signatures on the front, including some personalizations, and there's 2 signatures on the back. And that is a copy of Kansas Leftoverture. And that's a $55 start. Extremely clean. It looks like the original label, too. Very clean looking copy. Kansas Leftoverture. That's a $55 start. $55 start. Okay. Back up to the top. Make sure I didn't miss anything. Sodom title. I still got to do that. I still got Judas Priest. Let's see here. I think we're caught up. If I've missed anything, just ask me again. Final call to get a bid in on Joey Mullen for $65. Looking for a $55 start on Kansas. Final call to get a bid in on that. Everything in this bin is buy it now, best offer, new vinyl. I repeat, buy it now, best offer, new vinyl. First is Roger Waters, The Dark Side of the Moon Redo, blue vinyl, $46.99. Dark Side of the Moon Redo, $46.99. Joan Jett, Bad Reputation, $28.99. If y'all don't make an offer on them, then here in a minute, I'll sort them and I'll tell you the price myself. But right now, they're buy it now. You can go ahead and buy it too. Or you can make a best offer. Joan Jett's $28.99. Merciful Fate, Into the Unknown, black and white marbled vinyl, $39.99. Holly's just going to go ahead and buy Joan Jett. That's so to Holly safe. We have another Roger Waters. That's the Dark Side of the Moon Redo. Smashing Pumpkins Gish, $39.99 for Gish. And we still have some copies of Pisces. This is $39.99. There's another Smashing Pumpkins, $39.99. Except Metal Heart. Except is $39.99. and Destruction, Release from Agony. I knew I had some more Destruction albums. Destruction, Release from Agony, $49.99, and Destruction, Sentence of Death, another Destruction, $49.99, and Black Sabbath, Sabotage, $33.99 for Black Sabbath. We do have a bid on Badfinger. Rob Schendel is in. Rob Schendel is in at $65. Rob Schendel, final call. I'm going to go ahead and make Kansas a buy it now. Kansas is a $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now on Kansas Left Overture. I think it's signed by the full band, the producer, and the manager. Wow, $55. It is personalized. Man, if that was just a straight signed album, I would say that should be worth a few $100s, but I feel like the personalization kind of hurts it. But very cool. Sabbath, $55 buy it now on that. Let's see here. Next is Dark Side 33 and Dark Side 38. We have two copies. I like 38 a lot better. Michael Nath, I'll go ahead and sell you one for 38. Jeff, if you want one for 38, let me know. That would be $9 off. If you want one for $38, you were first, but I do have two. I went ahead and sold Michael Nath one for 38. Brent Robley on RW4. We'll figure out what that was. Could be for Roger Waters, maybe. Maybe he was about to offer 40. I should have waited. Brandon Jackson on Destruction. Brandon, there's two different Destruction albums. Let me know if you want Sentence of Death or Release from Agony, or you can have both. The next thing for sure I can go ahead and sell is Joshua, the Black Sabbath, for $27. Craig says he needs to exchange of copies of Pisces, so let's go ahead and pull one of these for Craig. It looks like he may have an exchange coming. So I actually have one copy of Pisces left. Jeff Williams is going to get the Kansas for a $55 buy it now. Regina was second. Jeff, if you don't want that other Dark Side for $38, let me know, because either Brent's going to get it or John Leal. And let's go ahead and sell Joey Molin to Rob Schendel for $65. So that's sold for $55 to Jeff Williams. That's sold for $65. Jeff said he will take that last Roger Waters for $38. And for sticker price, Brandon Jackson will take both Destruction albums. That's sold to Brandon Jackson. I actually reordered last night some of those other ones that you bought. So I still got Accept, one Smashing Pumpkins, and Merciful Fate. Everything in here is buy it now, best offer. First time I've ever done this. Rolling Stones, Sticky Fingers, $36.99. $36.99. Sticky Fingers. He said that was a 4. You were offering $4. Okay, that was a pass then. We have another Marshall Tucker. This is signed on the front by Doug Gray, Jerry Eubanks, and Toy Caldwell. So this has got 3 signatures on it. We know exactly who signed them. There's 3 signatures on the front. The Marshall Tucker Band, $45 start. $45 start. And that's signed by Doug Gray, Jerry Eubanks, and Toy Caldwell. That's a $45 start. $45 start on that. Okay, best price on the Rolling Stones would be $30, James, if you want that for $30. If you want to pass, that is okay, because I usually like to keep those in stock. Journey, 40th Anniversary Remaster, $31.99 for Journey. And the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $36.99 for the Rolling Stones, Let It Bleed, $36.99. Also, Beck Odelay, $33.99, and Michael Jackson Thriller, $28.99. $28.99 for Michael Jackson Thriller, $28. I feel like I pulled out. Do I have another crate over here of new vinyl that I hand selected? Because I feel like I did. Because I remember pulling out a Michael Jackson Thriller. Maybe it was this stuff here. Maybe it was, maybe not. Maybe I'm crazy. Hey, there's another Cult. There's another Cult Sonic Temple for $35. I bet somebody will want that. It was over here in this other mixed bin. And I got that AC/DC Australian pressing. I got to run it. Still got a lot to auction. So the Cult, there's another copy of Sonic Temple on green vinyl, $35. We have James is going to let us know if he wants the Rolling Stones for $30. Marshall Tucker Band $45. Marshall Tucker Band $47, $50. James offered $25 for Journey. I'll go ahead and sell you Journey for $25, James Lugwood. The Dark Side of the Moon is gone. There are no more Cinderellas, and Brent Riley wants the Cult for $35. I just walked by this. I took it off Discogs last night. This is AC/DC A 1977 Australian repress. This is straight from Discogs. I printed this. This is the one we had listed. Albert Productions. This is a gatefold cover, blue center labels with yellow border, no kangaroo. So this is the repress. Albert Productions. This is the Australian AC/DC TNT. You open up the gatefold. There's a little bit of a stain right here, right on top of live wire. And there's a little bit of stain that ran through over here on Can I Sit Next to You, Girl. So it's got a little bit of a stain. You can feel it on the front. You can see it on the gatefold. Other than that, the vinyl is really nice. It is very nice vinyl. EX Plus, near mint minus. And this is classified as a 77 repress. It's not on the first label, but it is one of those original, earlier AC/DC Australian records. The cheapest for sale, probably not in the United States, is $78.25. That's where they start at. And they've sold as high as $150. I'll start this for $75. That's AC/DC TNT, the Australian pressing. 77 repress, $75 start on AC/DC. Marshall Tucker Band just got a new bid for $52. Back to this crate, Neil Young Harvest Moon. This is a Neil Young Harvest Moon 2LP clear vinyl. 2LP clear vinyl, Neil Young Harvest Moon, $44.99, limited edition. Clear vinyl, $44.99. I have one copy of Casey Musgrave's Golden Hour, $33.99. MC5 back in the USA, that's the Atlantic anniversary. Clear vinyl, Atlantic 75th anniversary celebration, clear vinyl, $29.99. Aha, Hunting High and Low, that's on orange vinyl for $29.99. And I have Mad Season, Matchbox 20. Now, last night, we pulled one of these out, and we sold a few for $35. That's the on-sale price. First time ever on vinyl. It was pressed last month and released last month. Matchbox 20, Mad Season, 2LP blue vinyl. Those are $35. $35. Marshall Tucker Band 52, Marshall Tucker Band 55, AC/DC 75. Let's sell Neil Young for $35 to Brent Robley. Next two records are Macho Man Randy Savage, orange vinyl, $44.99. Macho Man Randy Savage, orange vinyl, $44.99. Sparks is $39.99. A Woofer in Tweeter's Clothing, $39.99. And Ella Fitzgerald wishes you a swinging Christmas on red vinyl, $33.99. And Led Zeppelin Coda, $36.99. Led Zeppelin Coda, $36.99. So update on the Marshall Tucker Band. Calvin Ward has that for $57. Alex Rifle and Tommy Flowers, let me know if you want back in. Final call on the AC/DC. Henry has that for $75. That is literally the cheapest copy available right now. That is $75 to Henry Pardidez. That's a final call. Alum Die wants an Ella Fitzgerald at sticker. And Michael Naff said 25 on one. Well, how about we do this? Let's sell Alum one for 25, and we'll sell Michael Nath one for 25. So Alum gets one for 25. Michael Nath gets one for 25. Jason Short wants Coda at sticker price. That's sold to Jason Short. We have an out on Marshall Tucker Band. Here's what's left in the bin. I'll do some sorting myself. Best price on Smashing Pumpkins. John Lill, I'll sell that to you for $29.99. I'll sell that to you for $29.99. Let's do some sorting myself, and we'll see what we come up with on that. I'll make that. Those are 35. We have that for 19, 19, 19, 19, 19. That's 30, 30. Those are 30 and 30, 30, 30, 30, 20, 20, 35, and 30. Okay, so I've done the sorting myself on what's left here. I'm going to pass on the dark side. Brent Robley, then John Lill were after me. Actually, Brent Robley wasn't. It was John Lill. John Lill says he'll take it. So that is the Dark Side of the Moon redo, Roger Waters. And John Lill says he'll take it for that price. Okay, so here's what I'll sell for $29. Actually, no, John Lill was saying best price on Smashing Pumpkins. Best price on Smashing Pumpkins, I said, was $30, and he said he'll take it for $30. John Lill, let me know if you want to take the Dark Side of the Moon that you were next on, that Jeff McMaster's passing on. So here's what's left. I'll discount these to $29.99. The Rolling Stones Sticky Fingers Half-Speed Master Single LP. The Rolling Stones Let It Bleed, a classic. Can't always get what you want. Gimme Shelter, $29.99. $10 off except Metal Heart, $29.99. I'll do Smashing Pumpkins Gish for $29.99. There's another copy over here. I've got 2 copies. I'll do those $10 off, $29.99. Merciful Fate, Into the Unknown, black and white marbled vinyl, $29.99. And Sparks, a woofer in tweeters clothing, that is $29.99. Okay, Marshall Tucker is sold to Alex bid $60. Tommy was out. Did Calvin Ward say out? Calvin, are you out on Marshall Tucker? Actually, I didn't see where Alex bid $60. Alex Rifle bid $60 on the Marshall Tucker. Tommy Flowers said out. Calvin Ward, let me know if you want back in. That's at $60. I for sure can sell AC/DC to Henry Pardidez for $75. The original Australian pressings on that. I know that was a repress, but for those waiting out on the OG first pressings, those are tough to get. Those are very tough. Dave Deckenberger is going to get the MF, which is the Merciful Fate. That's sold for $29.99. Let's go ahead and sell Marshall Tucker Band. Calvin's out. Marshall Tucker Band is sold to Alex Rifle for $60. And now for $19.99, Beck Odelay, $19.99. Michael Jackson Thriller, these are all new and sealed, $19.99. Casey Musgraves, that's $19.99. MC5, Back in the USA, $19.99. And Aha, Hunting High and Low, $19.99. That's on orange vinyl. John Lill will take the Roger Waters that Jeff's passing. We'll get that fixed. $19.99. Joshua gets the Jeff Beck, or excuse me, the Beck Odelay. That was $19.99, Tanner. I'll put that on top of the Merciful Fate. Jetstream first on Michael Jackson. Eric Self was second. Alem Die was third. And then for $35, for $34.99, $35, whichever you prefer, Matchbox 20 Mad Season. I've got 6 of those left, 7 of those left. And I'll do $10 off the fairly new Macho Man Randy Savage, now $35, orange vinyl. First time I've discounted one of those. Okay, before I put up any new autographs, let me show what did not sell tonight. And these are immediately going to be listed either in a group post I'm going to work on, or it's going to be posted on eBay. I think I may post them in the group first when I do this post I'm talking about for tomorrow, or we'll do it. I've lost my train of thought. Okay, but here it is. I've had that happen a few times tonight. Okay, so signed on cover. I got one, the last Marshall Tucker, Running Like the Wind, Marshall Tucker. The front is signed by Doug Gray, Jerry Eubanks, and possibly Paul Riddle. We think it's Paul Riddle. So that's Jerry Eubanks, Doug Gray, and then inside, it's signed by Jerry Eubanks again and Toy Caldwell. $55 start. This is the last autographed Marshall Tucker Band album we have. 3 signatures on the front, 2 signatures on the gatefold, $55 start on Marshall Tucker Band. Jason Short needs to put back Led Zeppelin Coda. Judas Priest is a 1982 U.S. pressing with the original inner sleeve and the merchandise order form, $25 start, EX condition. This has the original merchandise order form. It has the merchandise order form. It has the original inner sleeve, EX condition. Judas Priest is a $25 start. So $25 start on Judas Priest. Marshall Tucker Band, 5 signatures, $55 start. Coda is being put back. James is at 30 on Judas Priest. Those are now up for bid. Let me do some condensing. So also, here's the autographs that's left from tonight. Lou Reed, $195. Take No Prisoner, $195. Shirley Eaton, $65. Shirley Eaton. Joe Cocker, $195. Ginger Baker, $115. Johnny Winter, $125. Merle Haggard, $175. Merle Haggard, $175. That's the signatures that did not get bids tonight. That's the no bids from tonight. Coda is $36.99. I don't know if I really want to discount that. I kind of need it in the Led Zeppelin bin. Judas Priest is at 30, 31, 35, 35, 36, 45. 45 is the high bid. Final call. Did you do the Edgar Winter? I have not done Edgar Winter. Let's see here. Edgar Winter. Let me find it. I do have some more Joey Molins. I've got Joe Cocker, Joe Cocker, Joe Cocker, Joe Cocker, Ginger Baker, Ginger Baker, Ginger Baker. I have, what is this? Okay, I got Joey Moland. I got one Tony Rice left. I got the Billy Kreutzmann, or the Billy Kreutzmann from Grateful Dead. Joey Moland, Joey Moland, Joey Moland, Joey Moland. Chris Christopherson, Edgar Winter, Eric Burden, Eric Burden, Eric Burden, Burden, and yeah, we got Eric Burden. So let's see here what we're going to do next. Let me also figure out which crate of new vinyl I want to do next. Or vintage. We can do some vintage that we have up here. All right, let's do the Edgar Winter. I have not done him yet. So this is Edgar Winter, Edgar Winter's White Trash. And actually, we don't have a slot open right now. Any more Kansas? Yes, I have another Kansas as well. Let's see here. Judas Priest. We do have a bid on Marshall Tucker. Sold to Calvin Ward, $55. Sam Squatch has the Judas Priest at $45. So Marshall Tucker sold for $55 to Calvin Ward. Judas Priest is at $45. This is Edgar Winter's White Trash, $55 start. It is JSA authenticated. Edgar Winter's White Trash, JSA authenticated, $55 start. $55 start. Who is interested in the Roy Gallagher? I will let y'all know. Probably, I know Pamela asked about it. Michael Naff's asked about it. Brent Robley's asked about it. If you're interested in Roy Gallagher, let me know. Tanner will take down your names, and we will tag. We'll let you know. I'll either message you or I'll tag you in the post whenever we run the Roy Gallagher. Either Paul will do it Friday. Paul's having a sale on Friday. I'll have Paul do it Friday. Or when I'm back on Monday, we'll have another big batch of autographs Monday or Tuesday. We'll do it then. I knew Patty was interested. Patty K. I think Pamela Yeager asked about it. Patty's asked about it. Brent's asked about it. And Michael Knapp. Those are for sure names we need to tag. Anybody else, just put interested in Roy Gallagher. Sorry, I don't really have that one. I did a quick couple searches, and I actually didn't find a whole lot. Actually, what I seen, I was shocked at. So I didn't want to jump the gun on that one. Some of these I pull out and I photograph, but the ones yesterday, I was ready to go. I had a whole list, but some of these I've got to be careful with because sometimes they are pretty scarce and there's not really any active listings. And I want to be fair both to me and y'all on these starting prices. So I don't need to severely, like hundreds of dollars, miss a price either over or under. I try to hit it pretty fair where it's a fair starting bid and then we can go from there. But some of these, like the Allman Brothers, that's why we've had so much bidding and they've brought so much. They're, you just can't get on there and buy one. They're pretty scarce and highly desirable, obviously. Greg Allman, Dickie Betts. If you get something signed by Dwayne, different dimension. Okay, so there's our next two. Let me show this next Kansas record. I'll get it on deck and I've got to figure out what's going on this. But I do have another Kansas LP. We're at 60 on Edgar Winter. And we're about to sell Judas Priest for $45. All right. Let's see here. Tanner, what are we doing next? Tanner don't know. To my knowledge, this is the only Edgar Winter. I don't have they only come out at night. I really wish I did, but I don't. I don't have they only come out at night. No, that's the only one that I'm aware of. Let me take a walk around the store. Let me look up here. I may find some buy it now bins. Let's see here. Let me grab some stuff that I can just show you that I know you'll buy for $24.99. You have to. It's going to be great deals for $24.99. There's 3. Let's see. There's 4. There's 5. Let me see if I can get 10 actually. There's 6, 7. Oh yeah, y'all are going to love this one for $24.99. There's several there. And this classic album here. Okay, so these are all $24.99. Let me set a crate up here at least so I have something to work off of. Let me set this crate back up here. So these are all $24.99. Not these. What I have in my hand. $24.99. You might get a peek at the back one. The first one's going to be Elton John. Elton John. Madman Across the Water. These are all new, discounted for $24.99. Madman Across the Water, $24.99, new and sealed. Okay, Judas Priest is sold to Sam Squatch 67 for $45. 67, Sam Squatch 67, $45 on Judas Priest. That's sold. We had Edgar Winter 55, Edgar Winter 55, Edgar Winter 60, Edgar Winter 65, Edgar Winter 70, Edgar Winter 75, Edgar Winter 85. Alex is out. Now the Kansas album. Kansas is, the inner sleeve is signed by Rich Williams, John Elefante, Steve Walsh, Steve Morse, and Billy Greer. The inner sleeve. The inner sleeve has 2, 4, 5 signatures on it. Not the front, the inner sleeve. 5 signatures. There's 2 on the back. There's 3 on the other side. So the inner sleeve is autographed. $45 start. Kansas, the spirit of things. 2 signatures there. 3 signatures there. Kansas has 5 signatures on it. $45 start. The spirit of things. Autographed inner sleeve. Final call on Edgar Winter for $85. Elton John is $24.99. 3 copies of Janis Joplin, the Farewell Song. $24.99. Janis Joplin, the Farewell Song. Limited edition, 1,500 on individually numbered copies on turquoise colored vinyl. Janis Joplin, $24.99. I can't believe I didn't originally sell out of these. Calvin's at $90 on Edgar Winter, and I still have not received an invoice. Daniel, have you checked your junk folder? Daniel Boozide says he hadn't got an invoice. Tanner's checking on it right now, but you should have. Make sure you check your junk folder, spam folder. If you don't have it there or your inbox, Tanner will resend it. Janis Joplin, Chris Bijak, Michael Nath, and Greg Rogers. All 3 Janis Joplins gold. All 3 Janis Joplins are gone. $24.99. Edgar Winter's at $105. So Janis Joplin sold to Chris, Michael Nath, and Greg. Next $24.99 record is Grace Jones, Nightclubbing. $20 off. Grace Jones, $24.99 for Nightclubbing. Also, Jethro Tull, Rock Flute. That's the newest album on Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $24.99. Jethro Tull, Rock Flute, 180 gram LP, Coke Bottle Clear Vinyl, $24.99. Calvin's out on Edgar Winter. Brent has it for $105, going twice, going 3 times. Final call. I think we're done. And I'm about to make Kansas a buy it now. Husker Du, Zen Arcade. Husker Du is $24.99. That's $15 off. 2 LP for Husker Du. That's $24.99. And we have Burnin', John Lee Hooker. Burnin's on red vinyl, an exclusive limited edition transparent red vinyl copy of John Lee Hooker's Burnin'. That's $24.99. Jeremiah Stachitz on Husker Du. That is sold to Jeremiah Stachitz. Chad Smith was second. Michael Nath first on John Lee Hooker. And we have Great White Stage, 2 LP red vinyl. Great White Stage is $24.99. That's Great White Live, 2 LP red vinyl, $24.99. And Europe, their Ultimate Collection. That's a Europe Greatest Hits. Europe, their Ultimate Collection, $24.99. Great White, Dan Triaga got that. Calvin Ward was second. Lots of people next on that one. I only have 1 copy, though. And that's sold to Dan Triaga. We're also going to go ahead and sell Edgar Winter to Brent Ribley for $105. And if anybody wants the Kansas, it's a $45 buy it now. Kansas, it's got 5 signatures on the inner sleeve. Rich Williams, John Elefante, Steve Walsh, Steve Moore, and Billy Greer. Kansas is a $45 buy now. So Great White for $24.99. Sold to Dan Triaga. Calvin second. GC third. Craig fourth. Europe is sold to Calvin Ward. And next on Europe was Craig Ruth. Those are sold to Calvin Ward and Craig Ruth. Dan Triaga, you were third. Only had 2 copies of that. Now, what is incredible is one of our biggest albums ever, and I have not actually shown it tonight or this week, and that's the Warrant Cherry Pies. I feel like, once again, like a lot of these, I've discounted a lot of. We've sold one to everybody already, but if you don't have one already, Cherry Pies are $15 off. They're $29.99. Warrant Cherry Pie, limited edition numbered cherry red colored vinyl to 3,000. Dan Triaga needs to pass on Great White. No problem. There was 4 other people. Calvin Ward is going to get the Great White. Calvin Ward gets Great White, not Dan Triaga. If you don't have a cherry pie already, Warrant Cherry Pie. No one got Kansas. That was the last one I have, and that was a $45. That's the only other autographed anything I have by Kansas. I don't know whose idea was it to sign the inner sleeve, but I don't see that too many times. I've seen it before, but you just kind of Pantera. We discounted all the Panteras the last time we'd had a big sale. We have, I don't think, any Pantera albums on hand. Any Pantera albums at all on hand. Cherry Pie, though, one sold to Holly Safe for $29.99. Anybody else? We also have Dog Eat Dog and Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich. Dog Eat Dog and Dirty Rotten Filthy Stinking Rich. I got 2 other Warrant albums if anybody wants those. Kansas is $45. Yes, 5 signatures, all on the inner sleeve. It's a $45 buy it now. Okay, let's see what I have in the autograph crate, and in the we still got 2 Genesis bootlegs we didn't get to. Onge Genesis and Revelatory Genesis Revelatory Genesis 8078. Let's try this one. Vintage Genesis bootleg. While I figure out what we're going to show next. We have Kansas at $45. That is sold to GC for $45. So this Kansas is called Revelatory Genesis 8078. Tracks A1 and A3 and B2, B5, C1, C2, D4 are live at the Lyceum Ballroom, London. And then they've mixed in some other tracks. B1, D2, D3 is the Nebworth Festival, 1978. VG Plus Condition is a $35 start. So this is Revelatory Genesis 8078, $35 start. 2LP Genesis. This is called Revelatory Genesis 8078. So mostly from the Lyceum, London, 1980, and then a few tracks from Nebworth, 78, $35 start. Though all the Warrant albums are $29.99. Jared asked how much Dog Eat Dog was, and Holly Safe wants a Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. That's sold to Holly Safe for $29.99. Warrant Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. That is sold to Holly Safe for $29.99. Anybody else? That's what that cover looks like. That may ring a bell now. $29.99. Okay, Genesis is a $35 start. Let me condense this crate of new vinyl over here with this other one, and I'll see what's going on. So for $24.99, we still got the Elton John Madman Across the Water with Tiny Dancer and Leave On and Indian Sunset and Holiday Inn. We also have Grace Jones Night Clubbin'. Those originals are not too easy to get. And also we had the newest Jethro Tull album, the 23rd studio album from Jethro Tull, $24.99. But I'm going to condense some of this stuff over here with this one. And this one. GC says, I'll take a Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. And James Ludgood wants a Dirty, Rotten, Filthy, Stinking Rich. Those are $29.99. Trust me, we got plenty of them. We still got plenty of them. We've sold them and discounted them and sold them and then discounted them again, then sold them, and that's what we have. So there's 2 more. There's one for GC. There's one for James Ludwig. All righty. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, I'm going to say we're getting close to the tail end of the show. It's already 11:30. I don't know about you, Tanner, but you've already got to eat. I'm extremely hungry, and boy, do we have a lot of stuff to do the next 72 hours, right? Thanksgivings, wedding prep, weddings. We have to do a lot of different stuff. Sorry for asking, but when is the store going to be open the rest of the week? That is a very fair question. So tomorrow the store's closed and we're not doing a live stream, right? Tomorrow the store's closed and we're not doing a live stream. We are completely off the air. Store and live stream. Speaking of off the air, we're not connected to Facebook right now. Friday, the store will be open Friday, right?
I think so, yeah.
With Ed?
Maybe. I don't know. If they're closed.
Yeah, so Michael, Friday you for sure can pick up. For anybody watching that's local, Friday you can come to the store. We might not necessarily be open, but there will be that number posted on the door for you to call to pick up. So we don't like having the doors locked and people come to pick up, can't pick up at all. If you're local and you're coming to pick up your order, we post the number on the door. Doug and Ed are usually here shipping. So if you come at 4, yes, there should be somebody be here. Just message the page. If I see it come in, or Tanner, we'll be in Chattanooga, but there should be somebody here. Doug's working on Friday, and I think Ed should be too. So, and then Saturday, I really don't know. I think Saturday we're closed. We're closed again on Saturday, and I don't know about a live stream. I got to talk to Paul, but I don't think we're doing anything on Saturday. I think, Saturday is we're completely off the air on Saturday. First time in a long time we haven't done anything on Saturday. So he can't see your comments. Yeah, we're back on Facebook now. It's back connected. I was disconnected from Facebook there for about 3 minutes. So if you've commented something on Facebook, you might want to send it again. If you've commented something on Facebook, you might want to see it again. Jason Short says he'll take a cherry pie. Buy it now on Genesis. Buy it now on Genesis. $35 buy it now. Buy it now on Genesis. $35 buy it now. Let's sell Jason Short a cherry pie for $29.99. Anybody else? We have a bunch of them. I think I'm going to go through one more crate while we're wrapping up. I mostly just have auctions. I mean, we can keep going through all kinds of records. I can go through records literally till the sun comes up. But I've got some auctions to knock out before we are officially done for the night. And I'm going to go through another crate. And this is relatively new stuff here, like new stuff. And we're going to do it buy it now, best offer. So let's sell Jeremiah the Genesis for a $35 buy it now. And he said open to at least 4 on Friday. Yes, so Friday we may not be open, but if you want to come to the store to pick up, there'll be a number on the door for you to call. But I need to make some kind of post, let everybody know we're closed and what we're doing on that. So here's the next 3 Ginger Bakers. I'll show them all at once. If you want to bid $115 on one of them, let me know exactly which one. I've got 3 more Ginger Bakers. I've got Live Cream Volume 2, Best of Cream, and the Savage 7 soundtrack. They're all signed by Ginger Baker. If you want to bid $115, let me know on exactly which one, and I'll run it on auction. Savage 7, Best of Cream, and Live Cream Volume 2. Those are $115 starts. Now, let's do a Tony Rice, one of the last Joey Molins, and let's do those. So I've got this is for sure the last copy of Straight Up. The last copy of Straight Up that's autographed by Joey Molin. This is the last one I have. $95 start. This is an autographed copy of Straight Up signed by Joey Molin. $95 start. $95 start on that, and $95 start on this other Tony Rice signature, which I'm going to show right now. So this is Joey Molin, signed by, this is the last copy of Straight Up I have. This jacket's in about VG condition. There's a little bit of spine chipping and ring wear. Still presents okay. Looks like a well-loved copy. Signed by Joey Molin. The disc on this one is pretty bad. I've saved I've saved the worst one for last as far as condition of vinyl and cover. We did the best one, the second best. This is the third and final autographed copy of Straight Up. $95 start. $95 start on that. And then here's the last, I think the last Tony Rice autograph. This is the Bluegrass album with J.D. Crowe, Tony Rice, Doyle Lawson, Bobby Hicks, and Todd Phillips. And this is going to be a $95 start. That's signed by Tony Rice. It's the Bluegrass album. I don't think there's any other signatures. And there's no. Now I don't know what happened here. I don't know what's going on here. It looks like something was written and then rubbed off. But that's one of my last. That is, I think, my last Tony Rice. $95 start from that. Do you still have the Taylor Swift lovers? I do. Taylor Swift is $395. I still have it. And Calvin said he would start the Best of Cream for $115. Yeah, that's a cool one there. I never did understand that cover with all the vegetables, but that's my first Cream record I ever owned. And when I listened to it, I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, that's a pretty cool one to have signed. Ginger Baker. This is Best of Cream. And this is $115. So now we got 3 auctions going all of a sudden. So this one actually has a bid, the Best of Cream. The Best of Cream. And that's $115 start. So Jeffrey Dunlap says he'll take the Taylor Swift. I'm hoping some of the people that were watching last night were watching. There was some people that were like disappointed at the price, and I was like, y'all must have not gone online and tried to buy one of these. They're like $400 and $500. They're $400 and $500. But there's a lot of people on ready to bid on this, and I told them the price, and everybody freaked out on me. I was like, you must have not got online and tried to buy one. It's kind of hard to find one for under $500. So this is sold to Jeffrey Dunlap for $395. Thank you, Taylor Swift lover. Live from Paris. That's sold for $395. Calvin Ward has the Best of Cream for $115. Best of Cream for $115. That's a final call. Yeah, Tony Rice. Yeah, that's probably radio station markets. WYEP. I'm kind of looking at it now from an angle, and I can see WYEP. So, yep. All right. Buy it now. Best offer. New vinyl. Journey. Frontiers. 40th anniversary, remastered with a bonus 7-inch, $36.99. Journey Frontiers, $36.99. Journey Frontiers. I've told people before, we kind of know how to price records. We got 3 people doing it all day, every day. We know how to price records. If it doesn't sell, we'll hold on to it for a little while. We'll try it again, and then we mark it down. Then we mark it down again, and then we mark it down again, and then we sell it for $1. If it don't sell for $1, we donate it or we throw it in the trash. But that's how we price stuff. It's either going to sell, it usually does, hopefully it does, and then we mark it down from there. What's the best way to make an offer some you have on Discogs? You can message us on Discogs and let us know who you are. You can message us on Discogs and let us know who you are, or you can just message the Facebook page and say, hey, I'm interested in whatever record on Discogs. That's how we do that. The cover discolor. Not really. This cover, no, it's not really. It has a little bit of ring wear up here, but no, it's not really discolored. Final call on that on $115. Okay, Journey Frontier. So this is one of our last crates. Buy it now, best offer. We have Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. Kiss, Music from the Elder, $36.99. Talking Heads, Naked. That's a Rocktober exclusive on purple vinyl. Talking Heads Naked, $33.99. And I have the Who Killed Marilyn, Glenn Danzig. Glenn Danzig, Who Killed Marilyn, and that is $34.99. $34.99. $34.99. Jeremiah said he'd give $30 for Kiss. Sell Kiss for $30. Let's also go ahead and sell Ginger Baker for $115 to Calvin Ward. That is sold for $115. If anybody wants Joey Moland, $95 buy it now. $95 buy it now on Joey Moland. And we have an offer for a $65 start on the Tony Rice. That's very fair because of the big blemish here. So let's do this for $65 start. Alex Rifle has the high bid. Alex, if you want to go ahead and bid that again, TR65, we'll go ahead and call that twice, going 3 times. Chad Smith gets the Danzig for sticker price. And John Lill said he'd give $25 for Talking Heads. Sell that to John Lill for $25. Next is Destruction. I wonder if Brandon Jackson's watching. Brandon, this is one of the last Destruction albums I know you don't have. Cracked Brain, $46.99. $46.99 for Cracked Brain. Destruction, that is $46.99. Bush, 16 Stone, $33.99 on Bush. Bad Company, 10 from 6, $31.99. The Cars' Greatest Hits, $31.99. And the newest Black Pumas album, that's Black Pumas Limited Edition Cloudy Red Vinyl, $33.99. Kyle Gregory says he'll take Bush. That's sold to Kyle Gregory. Final call on the Tony Rice autograph. Alex Rifle has that for $65. Joey Moland is a buy it now. Joey Moland is a buy it now for $95 if anybody wanted that. Next, we had Kyle Gregory got Bush. John Lill made an offer. Kyle was first, though, at sticker price. And then GC put Bad at $25. Bad Company. And then Holly said she'll take it as sticker. Actually, GC, if you want this for $31.99, it's yours. If not, I'm going to sell it to Holly for $31.99. I think that was for BC, right? And let's sell Brandon Jackson Destruction for stickers. So, GC, if you want that for $31.99, it's yours. If not, it's Holly Safe's. Black Pumas for $28. Let's sell Jason Short a Black Pumas for $28. There's one left if anybody else wants it. Let's also go ahead and sell that Tony Rice autograph to Alex for $65. Now, we do have more Eric Burden. He passes, so sell Holly that for sticker. Let me bring over first, let me show you the Joe Cockers I have for $195 buy it nows. We only sold one tonight. I've only put up two. We've only sold one, and it sold for $250. Here's the Joe Cockers I have for $195 buy it now. I've never done anything like this with autographs. If you want one, you have to comment the name of the album, okay? All these Joe Cockers are $195. They're all JSA authenticated, signed on the cover, $195. Just comment the name of the album. One Night of Sin. One Night of Sin, autographed by Joe Cocker, $195. This is Civilized Man. Civilized Man, autographed by Joe Cocker, $195. Here's one of his more vintage albums, Jamaica Say You Will. Let me move this over here. Jamaica Say You Will, $195. And another compilation, Historia del Musica Rock, Joe Cocker, $195 on that. And the word autograph, that's written on the shrink wrap. You might actually want to take the shrink wrap off of this one, and it will look very cool. But that's a cool shot of Joe playing live there, $195. That's the 4 Joe Cockers I have. The Robin Trower, I think Paul sold that the other night. I think Paul sold that on the show he did last Saturday. Okay. Now, Joey Moland, same thing for him. I've got 4 left. You've got to comment the name of the album. They're $65. These are $65. I have 4 Joey Molands left. Badfinger, ASS. If you want one, comment the name of the album. ASS. That's the name of that album. ASS, also known as Donkey. Magic Christian Music. Magic Christian Music. And Airwaves. And Airwaves. That's one I haven't ran tonight. Nor have I ran ASS. Those are $65, Joey Molands. Let's show a few more out of the crate right quick. U2. This is Zeropa. Zeropa is $59.99. That's the 30th anniversary on yellow vinyl. $59.99 on U2 Zeropa. Motorhead, Ace of Spades, $33.99. Simple Minds, Go Dream, $39.99. And Opeth, Blackwater Park, $56.99 for Opeth. Brent Robley, let me know if you want the one on the left or the one on the right. The one on the left or the one on the right. The condition of the jackets are very similar. He just signed them kind of very similar, but a little bit different. Let me know if you want left or right. And then Scott Smith wants the Magic Christian Music. So that's sold to Scott Smith. $65, Tanner. We'll need to put that in a new sleeve. Brent Riley wants the one on the left. And so that leaves 2 Joey Molands, not counting the Straight Up I have. I still got a copy of Straight Up, but there's Airwaves and ASS. Those two are still available for $65 buy it now. Chris Youngblood said he'd give $25 for Motorhead. Go ahead and sell that to Chris Youngblood for $25. And let me see what else I got in my autograph crate over here. Next in my autograph crate, did we have any more that Paul got ready? Yeah, the Georgia, oh yeah, the Guess Who. We have the Guess Who. I hadn't shown that one yet. And let's see, Billy Kreutzmann, we may have to save that one. Roy Gallagher, and then Eric Burden. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, these are going to be auctions. First is the Eric Burden Band. Eric Burden Band. This is Sun Secrets, signed by Eric Burden. $55 start, JSA authenticated. The Eric Burden Band, Sun Secrets, signed on the cover. $55 start on that. $55 start on that. And the Guess Who. Now, the Guess Who is signed by Bobby Bylan, Carl Dixon, Leonard Shaw, Jim Kell, and Rudy Sarzo. Bobby Bylan, Carl Dixon, Leonard Shaw, Jim Kell, and Rudy Sarzo. That's a $45 start. It's not personalized, and it comes with some original ticket stubs from 2005. Pepsi Cola Roadhouse. That must be where Dale seen them. Is that in Pittsburgh? I don't know if this came. Yeah, this came from Dale's collection. I think it did. $45 start on the Guess Who. Okay, $45 for Opus. Sell that to Kelly Gabney for $45. And there's the Guess Who. So there's our next two auctions. Eric Burden, $55. The Guess Who, $45. I will show the Georgia satellites as soon as one of these sell or if they don't sell. Enough's Enough. Animals with Human Intelligence. $33.99 for Enough's Enough. These are sticker price. I've only got two left. They're $49.99. We've been selling them on Discogs for $59.99. These are $49.99. Megadeth, Euthanasia. Guns N' Roses, Use Your Illusion 2, $39.99. Use Your Illusion 2. XTC Skylarking, 200 gram, $34.99. Marillion, Holidays in Eden. That is $24.99 for Marillion, Holidays in Eden. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, $36.99. The Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, $33.99. The Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, first time ever repressed from 1979. Translucent smoke-colored vinyl, $33.99. Sell Dan Triaga, Guns N' Roses for $30. Final call to get a bid in on those two. Big lawsuit going on between Guess Who, Burton Cummings, and Randy Bachman. Yeah, I also heard that Daryl Hall has a restraining order on John Oates. Evidently, Hall and Oates don't get along anymore. So Daryl Hall has a restraining order on John Oates. So I don't know what the deal is with that, but I thought that was interesting. So Hall and Oates, they don't like each other, evidently. There's a different Chilling Thrilling Sounds of the Haunted House, $31.99. Cher, Dancing Queen, $31.99. Foreigner Records, that's a Foreigner's Greatest Hits, $31.99. Huey Lewis and the New Sports, $34.99 for Huey Lewis and New Sports. Creedence Chronicle is $36.99. Nirvana, Incesticide, $56.99 for Nirvana, Incesticide. Ministry, The Mind is a Terrible Thing to Taste, $39.99. Ministry, Psalm 69, $31.99. Tears for Fears is already discounted, $29.99 for Tears for Fears. Devo is $44.99, red and blue vinyl. And Iron Maiden, Peace of Mind, $33.99. All right, so we do have a bid on the Guess Who for $45. Another bid on the Guess Who for $47. Cher is at $21 with Laura. Laura, I'll do Cher for $25. $25 on Cher. It's marked for $32. I'll do $25 on that. Daniel said he would do $25 on Huey Lewis. Let's go ahead and sell that to Daniel Booziden for $25. Holly Safe says she will take Nirvana as sticker. Sell that to Holly Safe. Jeremiah said he'll do $22 on the Psalm, the Ministry album. Jeremiah, I will do that for $25. I'll do that for $25. Chad Smith says he'll take the Iron Maiden. So he'll take that as sticker. Laura Youngblood will take share for 25. James Lugwood offered 30 for MD. MD was, what was MD? Jeremiah said he will do ministry for $25. What was MD for 30? And then ministry sold for 25. Let's sell John Stevens Devo for $40. That's sold to him for $40. And Jeff is at 50 on the guess who. Let's make Eric Burden a $55 buy it now. Eric Burden and the Animals signed. That is a $55 buy it now. $55 buy it now. The guess who's at 50? Oh, Megadeth. No, those are, like I said, those are definitely $50. Those are sticker price. We've been selling them for $60 on Discogs. That is, at $50, that is the best price on the web. That is definitely $50. They're on our Discogs right now for $59.99. So Megadeth's a buy it now. GC's out on great, the guess who. So final call on that at $50. Final call on that for $50. And I think, let me just show the other Eric Burdens I have. Final call tonight before I make these a buy it now. But here's several Eric Burdens I have not shown. Comment the name of the album if you want one. They're all very nicely, largely signed. He signed very big. He signed very big and bold on his albums, like Neil Young. Neil Young did the same way. Those Neil Young albums, it's like he signed like this. He wanted to make sure you could see it. Eric got this Eric Burden for a $55 buy it now. I'm about to show some more. So Eric got that one for $55. Let's go ahead and sell the Guess Who for $50 to Jeff H. I do have another copy of Sports. Sell Greg Scott Sports for $25. That's sold to Greg Scott for $25. So if you want any of these Eric Burdens, comment the name of the album, okay? And I will try to figure out what it is as soon as I show it. This is called Survivor, and these are all $55. JSA authenticated signatures. Their Survivor, I don't know if I've ever seen that one before. Dale had import written on the sleeve. 55 on Survivor. This one is called Wicked Man. Wicked Man. That's a $55 buy it now. Used to be an animal. Used to be an animal. $55. Used to be an animal. With Jimmy Witherspoon, Black and White Blues. Black and White Blues. Scott Smith wants Wicked Man. And Guilty, another one with Jimmy Witherspoon. These look a lot better out of the sleeves. You put them in new sleeves. Excuse me, they look even better. Did you sell me the other ministry? John Ambrosic. I must have missed something. I don't see. That's the first comment I've seen from you. Oh, no, that was Chad Smith. John Ambrosic just commented Megadeth. Did you sell me the other ministry? I didn't see 25 on ministry. Give me 1 second, and I'll figure out what's going on in there. Okay, so Scott Smith gets this one for 55. Wicked Man. Anybody else on these other Eric Burden autographs? There's Guilty, signed by Eric Burden, JSA authenticated. Guilty. Jimmy Witherspoon, Eric Burden. It's signed by Eric Burden, of course. There's Guilty. Blues, Black and White Blues. Eric Burden used to be an animal. That's a very nice jacket. Very nice jacket. And Survivor, some kind of import. Never seen that before. $55. Brent Robley says he'll take Guilty. So there's Survivor. Eric Burden used to be an animal. There's Blues, and Brent Robley is going to get the Guilty. $55 on that. Now, let's see. Chad Smith, the other ministry, my best price on that would probably be $35. It's a music on vinyl title. $35 on that. And we have John Ambrosic is going to take one of the Megadeth picture disc. So there are There's one Megadeth picture disc left for $49.99, and I have one on Discogs that I will take off. So I have 2 left. And then Brent Ribley also wants the Used to Be an Animal. All right, so that's sold for $55. All right, so I have 2 copies left, 2 autographs here by Eric Burdon, and that's Survivor and Black and White Blues. Those are available. Okay, I'm going to just run through that crate one more time, remind you what's left, but I think that's all the autographs I had for tonight. The ones over here left were supposed to be auctioned. I didn't get to them, like Billy Kreutzmann. Definitely need to save that, possibly for a Grateful Dead night. I had a Chris Christopherson and, of course, a couple Roy Gallaghers. Now, I had some other Greg Allmans. We only did one. There is a whole nother crate of autographs that I had set aside for tonight. I didn't even get to them. Scott Smith wants a Survivor. That's sold to Scott Smith for $55. And we have James Ludwig's going to get that last Megadeth that we have here. That's sold to James Ludwig. Scott Smith got Survivor for $55. There's blue. Georgia Satellites. Let me run that for Tommy Flowers. I think it's signed on the back. Georgia Satellites, open all night. Yep, Georgia Satellites, open all night. This is going to be a $35 start. It's signed by Mauro Magellan, Rick Price, and Rick Richards. It's a $35 start. 3 signatures there. 3 signatures there. 4 Dale, 2 Dale, so it is personalized. It's got 3 of the 4 band members, and that's a $35 start. That's Georgia Satellites, open all night. It's got 3 signatures on the back. Unfortunately personalized, but a $35 start. Here's what was left in this bin. We had Journey, Journey, Journey. Also, Talking Heads Naked, Danzig, Who Killed Marilyn, The Cars' Greatest Hits, Black Pumas, U2 Zeropa, Simple Minds, Enough's Enough, XTC Skylark and Marillion, Judas Priest, Haunted House. These were Buy It Now Best Offer. Foreigner, another Haunted House. This is Creedence, Nirvana, Tears for Fears, and Ministry. Sodom title. That was actually, I think, something Paul recleaned and sleeved that was from our putback bin. So it's called Sodom. It is Obsessed by Cruelty. Obsessed by Cruelty. That is a 1986 U.S. original, very clean vinyl, light water damage to the jacket. It was tagged for a $135 start. It was tagged for a $135 start. And James Ludwig on Foreigner. This was $31.99. If you want it, I'll do it for $25. Jared McLaughlin, I'll do XTC for $25. $10 off. XTC for $25. Foreigner for $25. That's my last Eric Burdon I have tonight. James Ludwig says he'll take the Foreigner for $25. If anybody wants the signed Georgia Satellites, I'm going to make it a buy it now for $35. Georgia Satellites, buy it now for $35. So we are saying our first goodbyes. If there's no last request, we only sold 1 Joe Cocker. There was a lot of bids. Everybody liked that autographed greatest hits. I guess no interest in the others. I'll figure out. I may post them in the group for a reduced price. We are very... Debbie, we just did a bunch of Eric Burdons for Buy It Now. This last one that's left is $55. Black and White Blues. We just sold 5 other ones. And Regina's going to get the Georgia Satellites for $35. That's sold to Regina. And Sodom's $135 or best offer. Do you have any Rush picture disc? No Rush picture disc. No. Debbie gets that Eric Burdon for $55. That's sold to Debbie for $55. Was there one left over from last night? Let's see here. Nope. All righty. I'm going to eat my food that April went and got like 3 hours ago. That's probably cold now, but that's okay. And we're going to start cleaning up. I guess we probably need to clean up the store so it's ready for business on Friday. We're probably going to be, man, I hate to be closed on Black Friday, but it's a wild weekend for us. So, best price on Journey. I will sell these last 4 Journeys for $24.99. I will sell these last 4 Journeys for $24.99. That's the new anniversary remaster of Frontiers, $24.99. Now, not everybody get comfortable with these prices. This is a rare, once-in-a-year occasion for all this new vinyl to be on sale, right, Tanner? After tonight, and probably after Saturday night, or whatever night Paul does a show, Friday night, I'll probably do one more big sale, and I'll keep doing some flip crates, but as y'all know, this new vinyl on sale like this is a rare occasion. So it's all sale on Monday night, probably. I've still got more I hadn't got to. I've got more I haven't got to yet, for sure. I haven't touched anything really on these racks. I haven't been through everything in our bins yet. So, yes, there will be more vinyl, but it will be great to do that for Cyber Monday. Yep. John Ambrosic wants a Journey for $24.99. Kelly Gabney wants a Journey for $24.99. So there's one for John. There's one for Kelly. Judas Priest, Sad Wings of Destiny, is $36.99. It's the Elton John, the 2016 remaster. Yes. Yes. Tom Byrne wants a Journey. Do you still have a copy of The Cure Disintegration? No, I do not. I probably need to reorder some of those. If you want on a waiting list, they're $44.99. I probably can get them. And Elton John is so did John Lill. Eric Burden was certified, yes. It already comes with a value of it being JSA certified. Some of these autographs we sell for $45 and $55 that are certified. Those are great values. Already having it certified, great deals. Fantastic, right, Tanner? We've done all the work for you. Put down Chuck Wilson on a waiting list for The Cure Disintegration. Let's sell Gary Samuel's Judas Priest for $30. CDCR, Creedence Clearwater Revival, is $36.99. $36.99 for Creedence Clearwater Revival. I can already smell the turkey. I'm going to stay up all night. Here's my plans. I've got to stay up all night. I told my mom I'd be there early in the morning. I'm probably going to eat Thanksgiving dinner in the morning and then probably go to bed and sleep in my old bedroom. I hadn't been back home in months. My mom's like, "You've deserted me." It's like, "I'm sorry, Mom. I've been home in months." I see her a lot, though. She works here, as y'all well know. So, all right. Let's sell CCR for $30. That may be the last sale of the night. CCR, $30. All right. Debbie just woke up. At 12:15? Wow. Nightlife. Okay. Anybody else? I'm about to hit the button. We are about to be done tonight. I'm about to hit the button. I've got to start taking photos so I can do that post I was telling y'all about. Otherwise, I just spit out a bunch of nonsense. I'm about to click it. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Happy Thanksgiving. And see y'all. It's going to be a while. It's going to be a while before y'all hear my voice. Probably Monday. So I'll see you then. See you then.